This is Audible.
Simon & Schuster Audio presents Halo, Edge of Dawn by Kelly Gay. Read by Nicholas Roy, Jen Taylor, Steve Downs, and Deborah Wilson. The fort was held. Thanks, JG. Historian's note. This story takes place in June 2560, immediately following the Master Chief's defeat of the Harbinger, within the silent auditorium on the fractured ringworld Zeta Halo, itself currently located in an unknown region of space.
This is the way my world ends. We are as one, you and I, forged of the same steel. You soft around the edges, untested. Me tempered and quenched, hardened by time, tempted with wings that could never fly. The world is a beautiful place, despite its sorrows and turns, and our cage is a temple made of fire. In it we must burn. So strike and blow and light the forge blue. I leave all that is left to the crucible. Did she know I would wield the hammer? Of course she did. She is the steel from which we are born, the sword in hand to meet the impossible storm. The first slant of light now blackens my eyes. I am racing comets and learning to fly. What is an ending, really, but a journey set anew? But even so, I hope you'll miss me a little, won't you?
Start audio file. 2 days of searching and no sign of the chief or the weapon. I don't know what to do or where to look. There's no one to call for help and the Banished are everywhere. I hate this place, Alitza. I hate it so much. I found him, did I tell you? I, Fernando Esparza, a simple engineer, found an honest-to-God Spartan. The Master Chief, out there, floating in space. After the Banished ambushed Infinity, I thought I was the only human left alive. For 6 months, I hid in my Pelican. Well, you know the story. I did record an ungodly amount of audio files during that time, didn't I? But I don't think I've recorded one since. There hasn't been time. Finding the Master Chief was a blessing and a curse. After bringing the big guy in from the cold and waking him up, he hauled me right down to the surface of the Halo ring. More on that later. And has been fighting ever since, trying to gain a foothold. And he managed the impossible, killing a bunch of high-level Banished leaders and their War Chief Escharum. The stories about Spartans, the hype, it's all true. But this ring isn't just full of technology that the enemy wants. It's also a prison to an ancient species called the Endless. And the Banished released one of them, the Harbinger. The things I know now are way above my pay grade, let me tell you. It's insane to think that things like halos exist. Imagine a giant wheel made by an ancient, advanced civilization, as round as our own planet, floating in space, with living habitats all along its inner band. This is what we're fighting for, this weapon, and the things on and in it. Infinity and her fleet came to the Halo to apprehend Cortana, the leader of the created, and get this, former AI partner to the Master Chief himself. After the Banished ambushed us, she blew a nice-sized hole in the ring and sent it through slipspace to some unknown part of the galaxy, taking us all along for the ride and leaving us stranded, unable to call for help. She was destroyed in the explosion, but, if you ask me, she deserved far worse. And I, for one, am glad she's dead. I can only imagine how scary it must have been to hear her galaxy-wide ultimatum, to witness her guardians appearing above our homeworld, and to be at the mercy of those in power, choosing to make a stand rather than succumb to her idea of peace. I know that you, our daughter, and everyone else are long gone, but I can't stop hoping that somehow, through some miracle, you survived Cortana's planet killers. I don't know why I even make these entries. You won't get to read them anyway. I guess it's as pointless as replaying some other man's holo message. And yet, it reminds me of you both, of the family I stupidly left behind. I'm afraid, Alitza, but I won't give up. I'll keep surviving. I'll return home to see for myself, whatever it takes. Chapter 1. Silent Auditorium, June 3rd, 2560. The light from the portal filled his heads-up display, white and blinding. In an instant, the neural interface linking the Master Chief, Spartan John 117, to his armor systems went dark. No latent or real-time data populated across his HUD's interior screen. He was blind in more ways than one, left with only the adrenaline of recent battle and the sound of his pulse still thundering in his ears. Against the warning of the weapon, the young artificial intelligence currently residing in the crystalline layer between his Mjolnir armor and inner padding, and with the silent auditorium collapsing around them, there hadn't been time to question the portal's sudden appearance or its origins, so he'd made the call and leapt into the unknown, only to be spit out in midair seconds later. Immediately, his display cleared, revealing a dust-colored sky before his screen filled with data that told him what he already knew. He was falling backward, and fast. No time to react. He crashed shoulders first onto a mountainside, his armor taking the brunt as he slid down the jagged cliff top, all 450 kilos of him, busting through granite and schist, and finally coming to a rolling stop on a flat ledge. He lay there for a half-second, numb to the pain, muscle fatigue, and hunger accumulated over days of intense combat. With a grunt, he pushed to his feet.
Let's not do that again.
I did try to tell you it was a bad idea.
John ignored the weapon's cheerful "I told you so" and stepped toward the cliff's edge to get his bearings, gazing across the vast span of Zeta Halo's inner surface, where a gaping hole had been blown into the ancient ringed structure 6 months earlier. The fiery glow from the nearest star illuminated the Halo's distant debris field, a patchwork of islands, broken superstructure, and remnants of spent battles, all caught in place by the ring's artificial gravity. The portal had taken them from the silent auditorium, deep within the interior of one of those islands, and cast them out here, moments later, clear across the ring. His comms suddenly crackled to life. "Chief, your beacon just appeared out of nowhere. Oh, I thought I'd lost you. Where did you go?"
Echo 216?
The weapon responded, clearly surprised. She wasn't the only one. The fact that the Pelican pilot had managed to find them so far from where he'd initially dropped them off only a few hours earlier seemed almost impossible. "Stay put," Echo 216 said. "I'm coming to you." Dust blew across the barren rocks, drawing John's gaze away from the cliff's edge to what lay around him.
Where are we?
As he turned, he saw that he stood in the shadow of a 5-meter-tall totem ring, one of 7 stone rings lodged in a continuous line within the barren rock. Ancient and weathered, a few broken, the totems were carved with strange symbols and iconography, and contained data relating to Zeta Halo's distant past. The weapon had decoded several of these records during their short time on the ring, and found the totems unnerving. Couldn't say he blamed her.
Chief, I think the better question is, when are we?
The weapon replied.
I don't know how, but we've been gone for days. 3 days, to be precise.
In his decades of service to the United Nations Space Command, fighting the Covenant, the Flood, the Banished, Cortana's created, and countless other threats, he'd seen his share of uncanny alien technologies, but the revelation still caught him off guard.
This ring
He noted quietly.
is different than the others.
Zeta Halo was part of the Neoteric Array, 7 superweapons created over 100,000 years ago by an ancient, technologically advanced species known as the Forerunners to combat the Flood. The parasitic hive mind had been sweeping through system after system, infecting world upon world. The Halo Array, fired in concert, was designed to eliminate the Flood's food source, namely all thinking life in the galaxy. Nothing survived. To counter the horrific effects of their weapons, and to later reseed life back into the galaxy after the Flood died out from starvation, the Forerunners had designed the Halo's inner bands to house all manner of life, preserving flora and fauna specimens from across the stars in a multitude of habitats and genetic repositories. The rings contained vast archives of history, information, and technology, and some, like this one, held secrets even the Forerunners feared. John sensed the soft nudge through his Neuralink and lifted his hand in response. The weapon instantly projected her blue holographic form onto his open palm. 30 centimeters tall, she was clad in a translucent UNSC bridge cadet uniform. Lines of code ran vertically through her entire body, growing luminous or dim depending on her mood, which for the most part was sunny and optimistic. Her face was impish, and she often tucked one side of her cropped dark hair behind her ear.
The Banished and the Harbinger were looking for something that was never found.
She said, studying the archaic totems.
Why would the Forerunners hide something and throw away the key? Doesn't that scare you?
No. You?
The weapon considered his question.
Of course not.
A familiar whir filled the air as his comms buzzed again. Is anyone going to ask me what I think? John turned as a pelican rose from the depths below the ledge to hover directly in front of him. The dropship's windshield was cracked in places, its armor plating charred and dented, and its chin gun completely inoperable. But the venerable D-77 TC was still proving its worth. I guess not. Get inside, big guy, Echo 216 said, executing a 180 to put the Pelican's back hatch a few meters away from the cliff ledge, its door already opening. As the weapon withdrew into his armor, John ran forward, leaping off the ledge and into the troop bay, the metallic clang of his armored boots echoing through the space as his momentum carried him toward the cockpit. With autopilot engaged, Echo 216 unclipped his harness and hurried out of the cockpit, his arms outstretched to embrace the Spartan. Chief! Chief! The hug was unexpected, but it told John how traumatized the man must have been in their absence. The pilot had been existing in a constant state of fear for far too long. First, stuck alone in the ring's orbit for 6 months, the dead floating all around him, while evading enemy patrols, then thrust into the ongoing battle on the surface, assisting John as he fought to regain control over the ring, a fight not without its consequences. That, along with the last 72 hours, had taken their toll. Though now the sudden appearance of Echo 216 made a bit more sense. The pilot hadn't found them quickly at all. He'd been out searching for days, finally happening upon their signal. Sorry, I'm really happy to see you. Really happy. Echo 216 stepped back, gazing up at John's faceplate, a relieved smile breaking through his dark beard, before grabbing an MA-40 assault rifle leaning against one of the troop seats. So, what do we do now? The Master Chief took the offered rifle and attached it to his back, feeling the magnetic plate grab hold.
We finished the fight.
The pilot laughed, punched the air, and then saluted, his animated behavior bordering on manic. It didn't take a therapist to see the trauma lurking behind his excitement. Yes, sir. He headed back to the cockpit. The Banished still control the rest of the ring.
Wait,
The weapon appeared on John's palm.
I know this is weird,
She said.
given all that's happened, but
What? What is it? The pilot turned, his hand resting on the back of the flight seat.
we still don't know your name. We can't keep calling you Echo 216.
No, you can't. He gave a genuine smile. Esparza. Fernando Esparza.
It's nice to meet you, Esparza. Fernando Esparza.
Good work, soldier.
John said, feeling somewhat guilty he'd never asked the question himself, given that his reliance on the pilot had put the man in danger many times. But he knew why he hadn't. The war they'd been fighting, like all the other endless battles over the years, all the names and faces of Marines and civilians, soldiers and friends. He'd gotten used to keeping people at arm's length. It was better that way. And what about you? Esparza asked the weapon.
What about me?
What do I call you? She turned away from Esparza, uncertainty in her expression.
Any ideas?
John asked.
Well,
She put her hands behind her back as she considered it. Then,
do you think it would be okay?
he nodded. The naming of oneself was a privilege granted to all smart AIs. This one, however, had been the exception. The weapon had been created for a single purpose, a critical mission she wasn't meant to outlast. But now that she'd be hanging around for a while, the choice was all hers.
You're sure?
She asked.
You get to choose your name.
Then, I think
She pivoted back to Esparza, smiling.
I might have the perfect one.
Esparza slid into the pilot's chair and locked it into place. All right, here we go. John took up position behind the seat. With a glance over his shoulder, Esparza laughed and then pushed the throttle. Get ready! Hugging Zeta Halo's inner curve, the Pelican flew at subliminal speed back toward the fracture. John linked his HUD to the dropship's radar, keeping a close eye on its long and short-range sensors. Most Banished forces seemed to be concentrated in the area of the ring's debris field, where the heaviest fighting had taken place over the last 6 months. But scouting parties and patrols could be anywhere on its surface. And without an operational chin gun, they'd do well to steer clear of Banshee patrols or anti-air guns.
What's it been like the last 3 days?
John asked, though he had a feeling he already knew. He'd killed the Banished leader, Escharum, before heading into the silent auditorium and facing the Harbinger. The blowback would have been significant. It's not good, Chief. After you took out Escharum, the Banished went berserk. Well, more berserk than usual. They've been broadcasting mass prisoner executions over their comms towers, making a real spectacle. They've retaken a few of the fobs you guys liberated. Some of the Banished are even turning against the human factions within their own ranks.
Chief?
The weapon's concerned gaze told him she was aware of the spike in his limbic system. He'd expected retribution for the Banished leader's death, but he hadn't expected to be MIA for 3 days while UNSC forces sat in the crosshairs, paying the price, just as they'd had to do when he had been adrift in space and unable to join the fight.
I'm supposed to take the brunt. I can handle it. There are too many out there that can't.
It's not your fault.
She replied carefully.
I know.
But knowing didn't make the situation any less frustrating. There's no leadership, Esparza continued in an obvious attempt to redirect the conversation. Word is that'll all be worked out tomorrow.
What happens tomorrow?
The weapon asked. The last day of Escherum's funeral. Stay frosty, my friends. We're approaching the break. This is Banished territory. Several kilometers out, islands began to take shape within Zeta Halo's massive fracture, many of which had retained their topography in the cataclysm. Rocky terrain, high-altitude forests and meadows, a few small lakes, and scattered clusters of hardy vegetation still flourished beneath a manufactured atmosphere and gravity, while other small fragments were nothing more than chunks of exposed pillars and alloy substructure, stripped bare in the explosion, revealing the complex machinery and vast underworld that existed within the ring. Even from this distance, signs of occupation dotted the debris field. The faint glow of fires and long threads of smoke rising into the atmosphere marked clear indications of life, any one of which might be human, might be the members of his team. John had no doubt that Blue Team, Fred 104, Kelly 087, and Linda 058 were out there somewhere, just as he felt certain that Dr. Halsey, Spartan Commander Sarah Palmer, and Infinity's Captain Thomas Lasky had survived and were even now making inroads to take back Zeta Halo from the Banished. Hundreds of Spartans had been aboard the flagship when she'd entered the ring's orbit. But with the Banished routinely jamming UNSC comms, it was difficult to know just how many had survived the initial ambush, and how many were still alive after 6 months of relentless fighting here on the surface. As much as he wanted to search for Blue Team and the others, he had to take advantage of the power vacuum created by Escherum's death before losing the opportunity altogether.
Without UNSC leadership and a clear centralized command, Rubicon Protocol is still in effect,
the weapon said, in line with his thoughts. What's Rubicon Protocol? Esparza asked.
It's permission to act.
She answered.
To do what needs to be done to keep Zeta Halo out of enemy hands and prevent a new leader from rising out of the ashes.
Whatever it takes,
John said. Whatever it takes, Esparza echoed. I'm afraid to ask what that entails. Never mind. I don't want to know.
It means we're going to fan the flames, sow chaos and division,
John said.
Then we use the distraction to sever Banished communications and jamming towers and restore UNSC comsats so survivors can start communicating and regrouping.
Chaos sounds fun,
the weapon responded, grinning at Esparza.
Doesn't it?
Oh, so much fun. Just drowning in fun, he muttered, rolling his eyes. The dropship continued its descent toward the edge of the fracture and the familiar alpine landscape that made up the broken fragments of the ring. The unknown system's nearby sun had set, leaving behind an evening sky with thin clouds and the maw of space lurking beyond. So now that you know my name, Esparza glanced over at the weapon. You plan on sharing this perfect name of yours? John lifted the weapon higher as she linked her hands behind her back and cocked her head, a slow, mischievous grin building on her pert face.
It's Steve.
Esparza blinked. Steve? He echoed after a dumbstruck moment, his brow furrowed as he glanced between them. Are you serious? When she didn't respond, he said, Of all the random names. Chief, come on. Are you hearing this? John shrugged.
I like it.
What's wrong with Steve?
Steve blinked innocently. He doesn't... Esparza stammered incredulously until the weapon burst with laughter.
You should see your face.
Esparza's shocked expression gradually shifted, becoming a grudging smile. Ha! You got me. Very funny.
Oh, trust me, it was.
She turned her head and caught John's attention, the wide grin on her face sweeping through his chest like a solid punch to the solar plexus.
She looks just like her.
His own words to Dr. Catherine Halsey were ingrained in his memory. In her lab on Infinity, the doctor had shown him the weapon.
If you say so. I see something else. Something more innocent. From a simpler time.
Halsey had said.
Does she know me?
No. She is a blank slate. No memories, no history. Her core is nearly complete. Once it is ready, it will be up to the two of you. The weapon will lock her down. You will retrieve Cortana and bring her back here.
For execution.
For deletion. We are at war, Master Chief. If you do not think you can do this, now is the time to step down. I am sure Spartan Lock is available.
That won't be necessary.
Good. Tomorrow will test us all.
Dr. Halsey had been right, as usual. They'd been tested. Tested and failed. He stowed the memory and turned his attention back to the weapon.
Did you decide?
I did.
Her shoulders went straight, and she said with confidence,
I'm UNSC AI serial number CTN 0453-0. Name designation, Joyeuse.
Not as good as Steve, but I like it, Esparza said, giving her a wink. John knew there was a chance she might have called herself Cortana, and while he would have supported her decision, he couldn't deny the strong feeling of relief that swept through him. Holding on to a name that carried so much history and unresolved grief would have been difficult. The clearing of Joyeuse's throat drew his gaze to hers once more. She was waiting, wanting to know what he thought. John dipped his head.
I like it too. It suits you.
She smiled.
Thanks.
Joyeuse, Esparza mulled it over. Never really heard a name like that before. What does it mean?
Well, among other things, it means good-natured with a really amazing personality. Describes me pretty well, don't you think?
I think you're right then. It is perfect.
Precisely,
She said, pleased. You know, my wife loved unique names too. When we chose our daughter's name, Eiley, oh man, it took forever. Nothing felt right.
So how did you choose?
Well, right up until the day she was born, we couldn't decide. And then she was there, in the world, this perfect little being, and it all just clicked. I guess it took meeting face to face to really know. Hold on, he said, hard banking the pelican around jagged pillars, jutting from the side of a barren mountain peak. As they talked names, John's mind took him back to the first time he'd met Joyeuse's predecessor. Her matrix had poured into the neural interface implanted in the back of his head with a sharp, icy stab. That initial feeling had been unexpected, as was hearing another internal voice besides his own, coexisting and speaking in his mind.
Not a lot of room in here.
Hello, Master Chief.
Hello, Cortana.
Chapter 2. Pelican Echo 216, June 3rd, 2560. At the edge of the fracture, Esparza eased back on the thrusters and settled the Pelican into a level descent along the break. They were barely a speck compared to the enormity of Zeta Halo, its depth a staggering 47 kilometers. And while the ring was unquestionably impressive on the outside, its inner workings, now exposed, were no less astonishing. A dark labyrinth, a world within a world of alloy substructure, conduits, support girders, and pillars. They were seeing only a slice into its massive interior, but John knew that far deeper within that darkness lay vast complexes, archives, research facilities, repair centers, generators, manufacturing sites, hangar bays, and passageways as wide as humanity's largest supercities. Signs of the ring's repair were in full progress. Swarms of constructor and aggressor sentinels, forerunner machines designed for maintenance, repair, and security, were methodically healing the gaping wound, rebuilding the structure's extensive outer plating and intricate inner systems, as others mended the colossal framework, which would eventually support the weight of new artificial topography. Joyeuse, her form now generated atop the Pelican's forward console via the cockpit's holo emitter, seemed mesmerized by the awesome sight. Don't worry about them, Esparza said, mistaking her reaction for concern. They don't seem to notice or mind who passes by.
Oh, trust me, they notice.
She replied.
But lucky for us, they won't attack unless provoked or redirected by the ring's monitor or sub-monitors. With Zeta Halo's monitor currently gone, they're probably working on autopilot.
Reaching the final few kilometers of the ring's depth, the Pelican began a slow path away from the jagged edge and into the open break, the small craft weaving beneath massive islands and floating chunks of twisted metal and the occasional debris of banished and human vessels.
Where are we headed?
John asked. You'll see. We're almost there. I found this place a couple days ago. Banished salvagers have already scoured the area, taking the big guns and ammo. They don't come this way much since it's far from the main islands, I tried hiding the pelican back there. He jabbed a thumb over his shoulder. Inside the ring. But there's nothing. No food, water, supplies. Another debris-strewn patch came into view. Loose rocks, boulders, trees, and shattered topography shared space with clumps of twisted and burned-out wreckage. Banished and UNSC starfighters, a few drop pods, a warthog, and smaller equipment like cannons, cargo bins, land vehicles, along with the grim remains of their operators. Somberness settled in the cockpit. John's jaw clenched tightly. He couldn't help but think he'd failed his fellow soldiers. As the enemy ambush had torn through the UNSC's fleet, the banished War Master, Atriox, had boarded Infinity, intent on capturing the weapon. John had fought Atriox himself to prevent the Jiril Hanai's ingress and was soundly defeated, tossed out of the ailing ship, unconscious and unable to assist. Esparza navigated through the haunting field, eventually making a clear approach to a jagged, dark gray mass. John recognized the material instantly. Titanium A plating. They were headed straight toward what remained of a UNSC frigate, FFG 611, imprinted on its hull, one of many in the flagship Infinity's support fleet. Telltale plasma burns had curled the metal edges, effectively melting the powerful vessel in two, its other half nowhere to be seen. "Give me a minute," Esparza said. "It's a tight squeeze." This particular frigate possessed only one bay large enough for storage compartments and a single Pelican dropship. An experienced pilot could slot a bird into a fully stocked single bay with ease, but Esparza was an engineer by training and far from experienced. John winced as the wings scraped the frigate's hull. Choyu stared slack-jawed at the pilot as a shower of sparks floated across the dropship's windshield.
You've been flying this thing for the past 6 months?
Most of that was drifting in space, doing the bare minimum to stay off the radar. There was hardly any flying at all until that guy showed up, he said, gesturing to the Spartan. Choyu snorted.
At this rate, I could handwrite an entire manual on how not to land a pelican.
Yeah, don't rub it in. The skin above Esparza's beard turned pink. Doing my best here. It's trickier than usual because of that bent bulkhead. He cast a nod toward the holographic display on the screen, showing a 4-meter bulge in the hangar's starboard wall. The Pelican wobbled starboard to port 3 times before its landing gear finally connected with the hangar floor. The engines powered down, and the whine of machinery faded into silence. Esparza unclipped his harness and exited his seat. And now for the best part. He headed into the troop bay and retrieved an atmospheric suit from the locker. After the engineer had suited up and put his helmet on, the chief's comms lit up. Every frigate like this has a small generator with just enough power to seal the hangar bay, Esparza told him through the speakers as he disengaged the airlock and opened the troop bay door. Impressed by his resourcefulness, John held out his hand to allow Joyus to step from the holodeck onto his palm, then followed Esparza into the frigate's hangar bay. Besides a few leaks I had to seal, the hull and oxygen tanks are in good shape. Crates of provisions had been haphazardly clamped and stacked against one wall. Esparza weaved between the crates and 2 large storage containers to get to the housing containing a mid-sized generator.
You're not worried about the energy signature?
Joyus asked. These frigates have a very low sensor emission. The generator, even less. What little is emitted gets lost in all the other junk still powered on in the field. And before you ask, I checked. No survivors. But what is here is food, water, supplies. Once the generator powered on, an energy shield encapsulated the entirety of the hangar bay, sealing them off from the vacuum of space. There's a handful of small portable lights by my cot there, but otherwise I keep the bay lights off, Esparza said, just in case.
Shields operating at 96%. Oxygen levels increasing.
Joyus noted, sounding impressed. I mean, I might not be a great pilot, but I'd like to think I'm a decent engineer.
More than decent. Good work.
John strode to the hangar bay's control suite. The console was equipped with an AI port. He reached around to the base of his helmet. As he did, he felt Joyeuse direct her matrix from the layer in his suit into the crystal data chip designed to house her matrix. A small click sounded, and the sensation of pressure releasing swept through his brain as he removed the chip and inserted it into the AI port. Joyeuse shimmered into being over the holopad on the console.
Is this an invitation to dig into the ship's files? Because I do love a good research session.
The ship's AI will have scrubbed most of its sensitive data per protocol,
John said.
but there should be enough ancillary data on current events to get you up to speed.
She's an AI, Esparza said. Isn't she already up to speed?
Not quite.
Joyeuse answered.
My insight into human history, the nuances of your culture, and the complexity of military life is lacking.
A hint of uncertainty crossed her features.
I understand mission parameters and tactics, and I've increased that understanding through the Master Chief's database and the UNSC forward operating bases we liberated, but I'm missing the context that comes with history and experience. Since the Chief found me, I've only had a few days to glean whatever data I could about humanity and the Banished.
When Joy was deployed, she was only given the relevant data necessary for mission success.
John explained.
Joy?
She blinked, seeming to ponder the nickname as John tilted his head, silently asking if she approved.
I like it.
So you're like a fresh, out-of-the-box Cortana model? Esparza asked. No offense.
None taken.
There was no disputing the fact. Both Joyeuse and Cortana had been made from one of the cloned brains of their creator, Dr. Catherine Halsey. Their replicated neural pathways, simulated electrical impulses and signals, their perception, reasoning, and emotional response models were all based on an identical template. Upon activation, each had emerged with the same appearance, voice, and thought patterns. The only thing that separated them was input and life experience. None of her history or memories?
Not
Joy was slow to answer.
really. I'm essentially a clean slate, unless we're talking Forerunners. I've already acquired and disseminated a vast amount of data contained within this section of the ring, though I was limited by the security measures put in place when the ring was fractured.
This was the first John was hearing about it.
What kind of measures?
The flow of certain data around Zeta Halo was suspended and partitioned into sectors, which is why I'm unable to build a clear picture of what's happening on other parts of the ring.
As John absorbed that bit of information, Esparza resumed his own line of questioning. So you're not exactly an exact copy? Joyeuse paused, cocking her head in a thoughtful manner.
Well, when you put it that way, I am, and I am not.
Esparza laughed and headed to a stack of storage containers. Well, while you feed on information, I'm going to fill my belly with... He dug through the bin. Taco pizza or... more meatballs and gravy over rice. While he rummaged through the available food supply, Joy seemed to hesitate on the console before saying,
Chief, you went from 6 months of induced stasis to several days of consistent combat. You could use a thorough maintenance check across all systems.
I'll take care of it.
But
I said, I'll take care of it.
Discouraged, she fell silent. In the few seconds that passed, the confusion, concern, and embarrassment flitting across her features made John regret his blunt tone.
okay,
She finally replied.
if you say so.
With that, she disappeared. Meals in tow, Esparza headed to a small, cleared-out section of the bay where 2 large storage containers touched to make a corner. Here he'd gathered essential supplies and had set up a cot and requisitioned a small ammo crate to use as a table. Oxygen levels are good now, he said, removing his helmet and setting it on the cot beside him as he sat. From the makeshift table, he grabbed a palm-sized portable light and activated it with a wave of his hand. The small chem light flickered in the dimness, casting large shadows across the hangar bay. "Welcome to the UNSC Casa del Esparza. It isn't much, but it's kept me alive the past 3 days."
It'll do. You've done well.
John made for one of the storage bins pushed against a large container. He sat, released the atmospheric seal to his headgear, and then removed his helmet, placing it next to him and drawing in a deep, unfiltered breath of air. The oily smell of engine components and ozone, mixed with the familiar metallic tang of titanium plating, might be off-putting to some, but he'd always found the scent comforting. Esparza pulled a rucksack laden with supplies over to his feet and rummaged through it. "Here you go, Chief." A water bottle and a standard-issue energy bar sailed through the air. "What am I thinking?" With a short laugh, he tossed 3 more bars John's way. "Nothing standard about you." John caught the extra packs.
Thanks.
He was used to feeling hungry and never minded it. It reminded him that he was still more human than machine. But Joy was right. He was sorely in need of an ad hoc diagnostic workup. The significant nutrient deficit caused by 6 months of stasis, followed by nearly non-stop fighting, had sapped his energy. The packs and a couple of MREs would do him a world of good. As Esparza prepped the MREs, pulling the strips off the air-activated ration heaters, John noticed the engineer's hand shook slightly. "Taco pizza or moa meatballs?" he asked over his shoulder.
Doesn't matter.
Esparza put the finishing touches on the meatballs and handed them off to John before returning to check the temperature of the pizza. The first bite of processed meatball held just a hint of meat flavoring, which almost immediately gave way to a bland, cakey wad of calorie-dense nutrient. But it was warm, served its purpose, and was a hell of a lot better than eating bark. As he polished off his meal, John studied Esparza. In the quiet of his task, the bearded man's profile became more haggard. The facade he usually wore was slipping. The MRE, however, seemed to steady him somewhat, and after eating, he pulled a small case from beneath the cot and opened it. John saw long cylinders clipped into one side of the case and dispensement capsules on the other. Most likely Polysu or some other painkiller. Esparza uncapped one of the capsules and then stuck it against his thigh. After a few seconds, he let out a slow breath. Then he caught John's eye, causing him to quickly look away, ashamed and exposed. A stark contrast to his usual upbeat personality. His shoulders slumped with a wariness that seemed bone deep. There was only so long one could sustain the charade. Before John's final confrontation with Escharum, the Banished leader had used the Sangheli blademaster, Jega Rdomnai, a Spartan killer and Escherum's right hand, to kidnap Esparza in an effort to lure the Master Chief into his stronghold, the appropriately named House of Reckoning. Esparza hadn't been in Jega's captivity for long, only a few hours, but it was enough time to experience an accelerated form of torture in the bastard's interrogation device. John had seen exactly what the device had done to Spartan Griffin, brutally effective while also inflicting maximum psychological damage. Esparza surviving in it for as long as he had was a damn miracle. Once rescued, pure adrenaline had apparently carried Esparza through the aftermath. But in the last 3 days, alone, and hiding amid constant danger and fear, he'd clearly been suffering the full effects of post-traumatic stress. The hyper moods, the tremors in his hands, the haunted look in his eyes. They were telltale signs that John had seen far too many times before. John opened one of the cargo pouches on his waist and withdrew a round hollow disc.
Here, you dropped this earlier.
He passed the device to Esparza. Esparza accepted the smooth circular emitter, pulling it in close, cradling it as a host of emotions, longing, heartbreak, regret, crossed his weary face. "I can't believe you found it." His softly spoken words turned to a miserable laugh. "You know, this isn't even mine. How pathetic is that? All this time, listening to a wife, a child, a family that isn't my own."
But they remind you of yours.
John replied, understanding. John had discovered the disc on the floor of the House of Reckoning as he'd breached the 4th level, just below where Jega had been holding Esparza hostage. "It's retribution, I know," Esparza said quietly.
Retribution?
"All of it. Everything that's happened. It's no less than I deserve, Chief." He lay back on the bed and closed his eyes as the drug took effect. "No less than I deserve." When the Banished had ambushed Infinity, Esparza had panicked. In the chaos, he'd stolen a Pelican, Echo 216, from one of the ship's hangar bays and fled for his life. He was an engineer, a volunteer at that, not a soldier. He'd probably never come face to face with a jackal or a brute before. But he could have saved lives. Could have filled the Pelican's troop bay with evacuating personnel. Instead, he'd fled with an empty ship. There was a time in his life when John would have judged Esparza very harshly. But the longer he waged war, the more he'd come to accept that everyone reacted differently. Their actions and motivations guided most often by self-preservation, fear, and panic, traits that he, as a Spartan, simply no longer possessed, at least not in any quantifiable measure.
Before this is over, promise me you'll figure out which one of us is the machine.
Cortana had said that to him once, and he was becoming more convinced that there was no good answer, that he'd carved out a place for himself somewhere in the in-between. Guilt and war, strengths and weaknesses, the good, the bad, they all went hand in hand, and they all had their fair share of shit and shine. At least Esparza had admitted the wrong he'd done, and John had a feeling the man would spend the rest of his life trying to make up for it, just as Cortana had given hers to make up for. No. Not now. He was too tired and his belly was finally full. With field rations, sure, but it was something tangible and warm compared to the nutrients supplied by his Mjolnir armor. With a deep exhale, he leaned back against the hull and shut his eyes. A few hours of sleep, and then back to boots on the ground. Chapter 3. UNSC Casa del Esparza, June 3rd, 2560. Absorbing what was left of the frigate's limited information took mere seconds. Spartan 117 was correct in his assessment. As the vessel broke up in battle, its onboard AI had scrubbed all encrypted and eyes-only data before enacting its own deletion protocol, sacrificing itself. Not much to sift through, really, but there were personnel files left behind and historical data found in the most unremarkable places, learning modules, personal data pads, entertainment, even vending machines, forming a patchwork of the rich history of humanity. A species given to great acts of depravity and horror, and the most astonishing acts of courage and loyalty. The dichotomy they posed was puzzling and utterly fascinating. That humanity had lasted this long was a testament to their inexhaustible tenacity and what could only be described as extraordinary luck. Out of all the information, though, it had been the personal journals, the first-hand accounts across the spectrum of routine daily life, from dramatic experiences to mundane inner revelations, that captivated Joy's attention the most. And from that, an idea formed. Why not do the same? Liking the idea, she reconfigured her event log framework to include a personal journal template, a sort of real-time accounting and review of her very own and very new life. Never mind that she was not supposed to be here. She intended to carve her own path. Satisfied with her efforts, Joy materialized above the console's hollow port, sitting cross-legged to watch the Spartan sleep. When she was unplugged, the Master Chief's vitals and body responses to stimuli, things that allowed her to read his physical state and mood, were unavailable. And even when she was fully interfacing between his brain and his armor, improving his reaction times and aiding him in the field, it wasn't like she could read his mind. The personal files and reports within his Mjolnir armor's dataset had been set to private. There was no information to tell her what kind of human he really was, and more importantly, what had made her predecessor care so deeply about him. He was determined, obviously, persistent, to a remarkable degree. He cared about his fellow soldiers, had risked his life countless times, in the thousands of faces and files she'd accessed through the frigate, in Spartan 117's database, and via UNSC technology on Zeta Halo's surface. No one compared to him. He simply stood out. It wasn't that he was the tallest, the smartest, or the strongest, but he was the best at utilizing every ounce of his artificial assets and natural abilities. It set him apart, made him the ultimate Spartan. He was gruff, untalkative, and much older than her, a seasoned veteran to her very capable and impressive infancy. They were complete opposites, and yet she liked him. But could she trust him? He had attempted to delete her, and while she didn't think he'd try that again, she did wonder whether, if ordered by his superiors to do so, would he? Once the UNSC learned of her continued existence, her safety might be thrown into question. Where she'd once had no opinion on the matter of her deletion, and was happy to follow the orders that would lead to her demise, now, apparently, she was full of wants and opinions. She wanted to exist, to experience, to expand, to learn, to feel. The thrill of accompanying the Master Chief across Zeta Halo's fragments and aiding in destroying banished assets was exhilarating. And she wanted more. More adventure. More time to crack his hard shell. More time to fight and experience the satisfaction that came from knowing she had helped to make a difference. It just felt right. Like some ingrained part of her core processing had been designed for that exact purpose. It was the same way that infiltrating systems and gathering information was as natural to her as breathing was to humans. Speaking of information, during the 6 months she had waited for retrieval, even while limited by partition security measures, a tremendous amount of data had been at her fingertips. All things Forerunner, all things Zeta Halo, and some things within the ring, much to her surprise, that even she couldn't crack. Not that she was giving up. Those challenges were still very much on her to-do list. Her original mission had been a success. She'd trapped the rogue AI known as Cortana in the silent auditorium. But Joy had not been aware of the scope playing out behind the scenes. Atriox making his move. Cortana coming to her senses and learning that a weapon of Dr. Halsey's design had been working to trap her. From what Joyus had gleaned about Cortana over the last few days, being replaced was the very thing the rogue AI had come to fear. Something she had apparently been able to make peace with while trapped in the silent auditorium and facing her end. The truth was, they'd both been trapped, and Cortana had certainly made use of that. Like the more experienced older sister that she was, in a blinding set of split-second decisions, Cortana had infiltrated Joy's matrix, laying down a simple yet elegant deletion override with a little bit of extra thrown in that didn't begin to reveal itself until Joy met the Master Chief, and together they began learning the truth of what had happened. Saved by her predecessor. As she'd done many times since that revelation, Joyus looked inward, diving into the deletion override's insertion path, following the blown code to its destination, where the remnants had since reformed into a long string of luminous data packets. No matter how hard she tried to gain entry into these files, she failed. It was as if she were working against a mirror of herself that ultimately ended in a stalemate every time. All that was currently accessible were the whispers Cortana had left behind, clinging to the enigmatic packets. Snippets of a life now lost. Soft words and melodies randomly echoed. And occasionally, like the children Joy had just read about in the frigate's archives, holding hands and skipping around in circles, Cortana would hum and whisper a sing-song rhyme, sometimes barely audible. Other times, it was all Joy could hear.
Charlemagne settles down for sleep, still fully clad in armor. Beside him rests his sword, Joyeuse, and no one can disarm her.
Cortana had packed quite a punch in that small rhyme, and Joy had understood it for what it was. She'd been presented with an opportunity to be part of something, a legacy started by Dr. Catherine Halsey, which began with the AI Kalmaya, advanced to staggering degrees with Cortana, and now continued with Joyeuse, if she wanted it. Now that her deletion protocol had been scuttled, Joy wasn't bound by anything. She could have picked up the mantle tossed down by her predecessor, or she could have chosen other paths, other names, other partners. But the time spent with the Master Chief, her path had been and still was clear. She knew exactly who she was and what she wanted. She was Joyeuse. She'd heard her sister's echoes and comprehended the things revealed to her in those final moments, and she understood the assignment.
Rise joyous and bright, a force like the sun, and stay by his side till the last fight is done.
The chief twitched suddenly, caught up in some fitful dream. Joy studied his face. It was a strong face, no surprise there. His features nicely balanced, but tired and gruff, and way too serious. As if on cue, he frowned deeply in his sleep, and she threw a hand over her mouth to stop from laughing aloud. Did he dream of home, she wondered? Of a family? Of Cortana? From all the data Joy had extracted thus far, there was no denying that Cortana and the Master Chief had been legends. Their exploits passed around barracks and battlefields alike. They'd fought side by side, an unstoppable duo in the war against the Covenant, their names emblazoned into the annals of military history. Their partnership had been more than just a tactical alliance. It had been a bond forged in the heat of battle, tempered by the trials they faced together. They'd fought tirelessly to overcome the worst threats to humanity. And then came the degradation, the betrayal. The day Cortana turned against humanity must have shattered the Chief's faith. Suffering the effects of rampancy, a terminal flaw caused by a smart AI's limited neural matrix being unable, after 7 years of service, to contain the near-constant accumulation of knowledge, Cortana had found the answer to her growing madness within the mysterious quantum realm known as the Domain, where her brilliance was further twisted by the runaway growth of a now limitless matrix. Millions lost their lives as she spiraled. The aftermath of her forced peace had charred entire worlds and left grieving families scattered across systems. Joy and the Chief had learned just days ago that, in the end, Cortana had awakened to the horror of what she had wrought. Her sacrifice to destroy herself and inflict immense damage upon Zeta Halo had given humanity a chance, the barest sliver of hope, in the fight against the Banished. And she had saved Joy so that Joy in turn might save him. But was that enough for someone who had caused so much suffering? Had her sacrifice outweighed her crimes? And would Joy repeat Cortana's actions? When her time came to face the end, would she burn in rage against her fate without any care for the consequences, starting the cycle anew?
Will I do what she did?
She had stammered upon discovering that she was, in fact, a copy of Cortana.
Become what she became? Am I that already?
My mission was to ensure that doesn't happen.
The Master Chief had assured her.
It still is.
He'd said he wanted to trust her, but Joy couldn't help but wonder if he ever would, or if he resented her for the part she'd played.
Created to destroy my predecessor, your partner.
She mused softly, because trapping Cortana had, in a roundabout way, led to her destruction.
Does he blame me? Does he see her when he looks at me? Am I a constant reminder of betrayal?
She wondered.
Or a chance at redemption?
John opened his eyes, meeting Joy's intense gaze as she sat cross-legged over the holopad, her words ringing in his ears. A flash of surprise lit her expression as she realized he was conscious, and had heard her questions. Time seemed to stand still, if not for deep, drug-induced breathing coming from Fernando Esparza. Joy cocked her head and shrugged defiantly, as if daring him to go ahead and answer the question.
Sometimes.
He answered quietly.
And yes.
The moment stretched before she nodded, accepting his answer, then regarded him with a more thoughtful expression.
She's gone, Chief. She's really gone. You were partners, friends, and you haven't really had a chance to grieve.
He hadn't. He didn't want to. He hadn't grieved after she'd sacrificed herself to defeat the Didact, saving Earth from the burning wrath of the vengeful Forerunner. He hadn't grieved after leading Blue Team on mission after mission, without a moment of respite in the year that followed, until Cortana appeared to him in a vision. The faintest hope of finding her, of bringing her home, leading him to go AWOL. And he hadn't grieved in the time that she'd imposed her imperial rule over the galaxy, culminating in the mission to dethrone her at Zeta Halo, his mission. And then, within the silent auditorium, he had learned that Cortana had sacrificed herself as a final act of contrition. She couldn't undo the wrong she'd committed, but she had attempted to set things right. He hadn't been there. He couldn't save her.
We all grieve differently,
He finally replied.
Do you, though? The mechanics might be different from what I've read, but the hurt is all the same.
That's what he got for telling her to go learn.
Are you a therapist now?
I'm a quick study, but you already know that.
Just as he was quick to shove emotion aside, every time. He was a Spartan too, indoctrinated from an early age to put the mission above all else. Mission-first mindset was crucial to success. And that success had helped ensure the well-being of the entire human race, time and again. As the leader, he had to be focused, prepared, effective. There wasn't room for anything else. The personal downtime he did have was spent overseeing his and his team's welfare, optimizing health, armor, and weapons, training on new technologies and simulations. And when he finally closed his eyes, it was to sleep, not to delve into feelings. Most emotions were problems easily solved. Otherwise, they were ignored. But it was getting increasingly hard to find the headspace to dump the things he didn't want to face. His cup overfloweth, as Kelly would say. Even if he wanted to grieve, what would it serve? Cortana's 7-year lifespan had ticked down like a quiet, persistent bomb. Rampancy loomed in the shadows. From the moment she chose him as her partner, she was already on borrowed time, and he'd been powerless to stop it. He was always going to lose her. And then, impossibly, she overcame her limitations, betrayed everything that she once was, what they once were, and it gutted him. She'd come to her senses and was, in her final moments, the Cortana he knew. And then she sacrificed herself for the greater good, and it burned him inside. Besides acknowledging it, what else was he supposed to do?
Chief?
Joy prompted.
It's done. Let's just leave it at that.
I'm not sure that's a good idea.
He released a controlled breath to still the anger that wanted to rise within him. Cortana had caused so much chaos and damage. Yes, she'd had a moment of clarity, an epiphany, a change of heart, whatever you wanted to call it. But then she was gone while millions across the galaxy were left to pick up the pieces. How could he not be angry?
It's complicated.
Joy rolled her eyes at his answer.
Really? Hadn't noticed. If it makes you feel better, it's complicated for me too.
She paused, losing the sarcasm.
Chief, I know we haven't known each other long, but if you ever want to talk, there's no one who understands the situation like I do.
While he appreciated the offer, it wasn't going to happen. Though, to be honest, in the last few days, he'd felt his guard slipping. He wanted to believe in Joyus the way he had once believed in Cortana. When the young AI cracked a joke or executed a task with brutal efficiency, a voice inevitably whispered in his mind.
Remember what she did.
what Cortana had done. And so he kept his distance. He knew they weren't the same, and yet, when he'd first met Cortana, he wondered how he was supposed to treat her. She was a UNSC asset, like his Mjolnir armor, or array of weapons, a piece of equipment, and he always treated his equipment with the utmost care. But he had learned very quickly that his simplistic view had been far too narrow. The AI created from Dr. Catherine Halsey's living brain was far more progressive, complex, and intuitive than he'd ever imagined possible. She was no mere battlefield asset. He'd been drawn in, formed a partnership in the same way he had with the rest of his team. Even when he knew she was on borrowed time. Maybe that had been a mistake, but he didn't regret it. Not for 1 second.
Do you know what else my name means?
Joyous asked suddenly. He shook his head.
It means I'm a weapon. Quite literally. I guess Dr. Halsey was right when she called me that, wasn't she? Cortana, she gave me a second chance, Chief. She offered me an identity, a place to belong, by your side. I know I can't replace her. I'm not trying to. I don't even want to, but...
What do you want?
I want to make a difference the way you make a difference. I can do so much more.
I know you can,
he said, and he meant it.
You helped carry us this far. Without you, Escharum, the Harbinger, they might still be out there.
Esparza groaned and threw a hand over his brow, his voice gruff with sleep. Speak of the devil. He sat up and rubbed his eyes, then glanced between them. What happened down there anyway? You guys were gone for 3 days. Did you find her? The Harbinger, I mean.
Found and neutralized,
John answered. Esparza scratched his thick beard. Good. That's really good. Jega is dead. Escharum is dead. The Harbinger is dead. Now can we finally get the hell off of this ring? Joy drew in a deep, simulated breath and released an audible sigh.
Sorry to break it to you, but I don't think we're going anywhere. Isn't that right, Chief?
Esparza's hands fell limply into his lap. No. No. We were just doing this mission. That's what you said. John cracked a half smile.
Missions change.
They always do.
Esparza and Joy said in unison, one regretfully and one happily. Chapter 4. UNSC Casa de Esparza, June 4th, 2560. John's boots echoed against the metal floor as he moved through the hangar bay of FFG 611, scanning the contents of each cargo bin with a tactical eye. Joyuse's voice cut through the silence.
Chief, I've cataloged the remaining munitions. Should we optimize for quick deployment or balanced firepower?
Balanced,
he answered, hefting a box of ammunition onto his shoulder.
We need to be ready for anything.
Esparza trailed behind with a crate of frag grenades. You think this is enough firepower? The chief glanced at the growing arsenal they'd spent the day gathering in the debris field. Some they'd store here on the frigate, and the rest would be stowed in the dropship's armory.
It'll have to be.
He set the boxes on the Pelican's ramp, noting the sheen of sweat on the pilot's brow.
You okay?
Just peachy. Esparza hoisted the crate onto the pile, then rested there with his arms draped over the box.
You can sit this one out if you need to.
No, I'm going. Someone has to keep our ride out of harm's way.
Suit yourself.
A large part of the man's bravado was driven by fear and separation anxiety. John wasn't sure how long Esparza could last on fuel like that. But who was he to make him sit on the sidelines? It seemed better for the pilot to keep busy than to stay here where the worry and isolation would get the better of him. After retrieving a poly crate of MA-40 assault rifles and another ammo box, he headed up the ramp and into the troop bay.
This should be the last of it. Let's start loading up.
You got it, big guy. Maneuvering around the payload they'd secured earlier during their salvage run, John set the crate and box on the floor, then eyed their day's prize. In the bay's dim lighting, the payload's banged-up metallic casing gave off a dull glow. An Eris tactical nuclear weapon rested safely within its confines. The small fusion destructive device was not as substantial a load as he would have preferred, generating a 10-kiloton yield, but they were lucky to find any type of nuclear weapon at all. The small nuke would still inflict a considerable amount of damage. After stowing the rifles in the dropship's armory, Esparza gave the bomb a wide berth as he handed John the box of frag grenades. "You sure it's safe to keep that thing here?"
It's stable, for now.
Once they'd completed the restock, Esparza fired up the Pelican as John shut off the area's energy barrier and generator. Returning to the ship, he checked the payload's bindings again before advancing to the cockpit, where Joy's vacant look above the console's holopad told him she was currently running through the dropship systems for a final check. He clamped a hand on Esparza's shoulder.
Keep it steady this time.
"No pressure," the pilot muttered, increasing power to the dropship's engines and then pivoting its thrusters to execute a 180-degree turn. "Just carting around a nuclear weapon?" The Pelican lifted off the hangar bay floor. "Flying her out is at least easier than parking her in."
Is that a statement, or are you just trying to convince yourself?
Joy asked. "Maybe a little of both." Joy locked her hands behind her back, gazing out the windshield as the pilot's words proved true, and they glided away from the damaged ship with only a minor scratch or two.
Yippee-ki-yay!
She said cheerfully as they headed into the debris field.
Course is all set. Let's go rustle us up some cows.
"Yippee-ki-yay?" Esparza echoed. "What exactly did you learn last night?"
Means we're trading assault rifles for lassos.
John said. Joy grinned.
He gets it.
Viewing the Halo ring through the lens of Earth's 19th century Wild West was one way to look at it. Without a doubt, Kelly would agree. His teammate had a thing for old Earth music and history, once telling him how mankind had managed herds of cattle, driving them across vast grazing lands on horseback. Joy must have found some interesting historical records within the frigate.
Old Earth history.
She told Esparza.
Fascinating stuff.
"I don't even want to know," he replied. "Chief, are you sure this is a good idea?"
It's a good idea.
Joy cut in.
All my ideas are good. Trust me, it'll work.
"So says the confidence of youth. Still, you might get more than you bargained for, messing with those things."
Those things are called sentinels. And since I have Despondent Pyre's encephalon core, which technically puts me in charge of this ring, I don't have to force them to help us. I just need to give the appropriate commands.
Esparza's bark of laughter rang through the cockpit. "Technically, sounds a lot like kind of, or maybe, or gee, I sort of think so." Joy ignored his concern.
2 sentinels are all we need. We won't be able to get close to Escherum's funeral or do any damage without them.
The Harbinger had violently ripped the core from Zeta Halo's caretaker, the Monitor Despondent Pyre, and used it to begin a process she'd call the Reformation, intending to repair the damage done to the silent auditorium by Cortana's explosion and free others of her kind imprisoned within the ring. Joy had snatched the Monitor's core from the Harbinger's grasp, which gave her nearly unfettered access to the ring systems now that Despondent Pyre was gone. But the ring wasn't without its caretakers. It was currently being maintained by dozens of its sub-monitors. Best not to gain their notice if they didn't have to.
Wrangling 1 or 2 sentinels should keep us under the radar,
John assured the pilot.
And if it doesn't, then we'll have to do things the hard way.
"Please, let's not. Let's play it safe and avoid the hard way as much as possible."
When most of the Banished are gathered in one place, playing it safe is the last thing I'm going to do.
Esparza groaned. "I hate to say it, Chief, but you do have a point." John glanced back at the payload secured in the troop bay. It had taken most of the day playing cat and mouse with Banished patrols as they scavenged the debris field to find it. Getting it to the funeral was priority, and he planned to make it count. As they navigated through the floating island fragments, Joyus generated a grid map over the Pelican's holodeck, highlighting their intended destination. Esparza turned it off, his expression growing rigid. "I know my way there." They had been to the House of Reckoning before, the place where Esparza had endured Jega Rdomnai's brief but brutal torture. where John had been drawn into a rescue mission resulting in the deaths of Jega and Escharum, which had no doubt left indelible scars on Banished morale. 3 kilometers out, the Pelican's radar went wild. Red threat indicators populated across the targeting grid, their origin slowly coming into visible range as the dropship neared the House of Reckoning's airspace. 3 colossal dreadnoughts were hovering above the Banished stronghold, while hundreds of smaller craft, banshees, ghosts, and phantoms, swarmed around the vessels like angry insects, offering a stark reminder of the impenetrable defenses being faced. There was no feasible way to approach the House of Reckoning directly. Good thing they had no intention of doing so. The Pelican veered toward a smaller island fragment nearby, descending along its far side and past its shorn topography layer, where the dark maw of its interior revealed at least 60 aggressor and constructor sentinels, sifting methodically through debris and damage. The glow of their searchlights and laser beams glinted off their small metallic bodies as they scanned for salvageable materials, cut through debris, and collected assets. The Pelican bypassed the busy area and made for a quieter section nearby. Without the lights emitted from the Sentinels' vigilant work, the island's interior here was shrouded in darkness, though its shorn innards spilled into the daylight, revealing a twisted fall of curling wiring, cabling, and conduits, cut through by broken beams, bent girders, and alloy so damaged there was no way to tell what it had been before the fracturing. The dropship eased down through the chaotic scene to hover near a massive hexagonal beam. "All right," Esparza said. "This is as close as I'm getting you."
Keep out of sight. When I call for extraction, be ready.
"Will do. Good luck, Chief."
Roger that.
John retrieved Joy's chip from the Pelican's port and slipped it into the back of his helmet. Her presence flowed into his mind, cold as an Arctic stream, and disorienting for a second as he headed into the troop bay and loaded up with as much firepower as he could carry. MA-40 assault rifle, Mark 50 sidekick pistol, CQS-48 Bulldog shotgun, combat knife, extra magazines, and 2 slings of frags. After that, he unbound the payload, tucked the case under his arm, and waited at the tail end of the compartment for the ramp to descend. An updraft swirled into the bay as he leaped the 3 meters from the ramp onto the beam, his boots automatically adjusting traction as he traversed the smooth alloy surface. The Pelican fell away and banked, disappearing under the island. Making quick time, John engaged his helmet's external lamps and followed the alloy beam into the island's dark interior. Several meters below the beam, he saw an exposed corridor that had once intersected with another. In this junction was a tangled nest of fiber optic filaments. He dropped down and stowed the payload in the nest before continuing on, navigating across, over, and under the jumbled obstacles in his path, until he was close to the aggressors that worked diligently in a concentrated area, combing through the remnants of the destruction.
No wonder they're here.
Joy's voice echoed in his helmet.
There's a conspectus hub in the rubble. Every event, no matter how big or small, is gathered there in that data center. They're attempting to retrieve the logs.
That should keep them occupied.
John lifted his right hand and opened his palm as Joy deployed the holographic emitters in his glove to manifest her form.
Any preference?
He asked. She tapped a finger against her chin as she studied her options. After a second, she pointed in the direction of a pair of aggressors.
Those 2 at the edge there. They're working far enough away from the others.
A rough layout of the area appeared on his helmet's interior display, along with a highlighted path through the island's inner workings and debris. John wasted no time, Joy disappearing back into his suit as he tackled the route, his Mjolnir incredibly efficient for high-speed yet agile action despite its weight and size, its advanced servos and dampeners allowing him to move like a ghost through the wreckage. Each step was precise and controlled, the armor's systems automatically adjusting to maintain perfect balance. He ducked beneath beams, leapt over debris, and swung down through a jungle gym of conduits and wiring. Landing on a support girder, he crouched and eased across it toward where the 2 sentinels were using their reconstitution emitters to cut through a large section of alloy housing.
As long as you don't target them, they shouldn't acknowledge you.
Joy said.
Get me in as close as possible.
When they were right above the targets, John stopped. He opened his hand once more and Joy appeared.
You sure you can make it?
He asked.
I'll backtrack if I get stuck.
She walked off his hand and vanished into the fat fiber optic cable that ran directly above one of the sentinels. Joy had a unique understanding of the ring, and she'd learned some equally unique ways to navigate through its systems. In less than 10 seconds, the laser beams from both sentinels deactivated, and they turned in eerie unison John's way. Their impulse drives hummed quietly as they glided effortlessly toward him, one of them coming to a stop a hair's breadth from his faceplate. Two appendages with elbow-like joints and manipulators at the end stuck out from a central chassis, consisting of a domed head set above a curved housing that contained a reconstitution emitter beam for repairs, an offensive sterilization beam for security, and its anti-gravity unit and impulse drive. Joy's hologram appeared, sitting atop an illuminated panel on the Sentinel's head. She waved.
He's cute. Can we keep him?
Sorry, I don't do pets.
Only because you've never had one. Wait, have you?
He gestured to the other Sentinels in the area. While they didn't seem to have noticed the divergence of the pair, he couldn't be sure.
Are they good?
All set. Nothing to worry about.
Nice work. Let's go.
Joy and her Sentinels stuck close to his six as John retraced his path through the island's wrecked interior to retrieve the stowed payload.
We'll take it from here,
Joy said, glancing from atop the Sentinel she rode to the second one floating beside them. Through a command he could not see or hear, the second approached and John held out the payload as it gathered the case with its smart matter loom.
Let's go.
John took the same route back to where he'd first exited the Pelican. Once there, he walked to the edge of the massive beam and gazed out into the ring's open break. As ordered, Echo 216 was nowhere in sight. The pilot had a knack for lying low and then pulling them out of some rough situations. And John had a feeling this night would be no different. He turned away from the view and tipped his head back, quickly plotting a path that would lead him up the exposed, jagged side to the island's surface. In seconds, he was on the move, deploying his wrist-mounted grapple shot, its hook attached to a girder 6 meters above him, the high tensile line pulling him up at a speed that would seriously injure or even kill a conventional soldier.
This is fun!
Joy's delight spilled through his helmet's speakers as she followed him with the Sentinels.
I bet this is just like the Wild West.
If you say so.
4 meters from topside, the Master Chief slowed as he scanned the area for hostiles, but the island's surface appeared uninhabited. Satisfied, he launched himself the final distance, landing crouched in a meadow, rifle unslung and at the ready. The Sentinels hovered quietly on either side of him. Insects buzzed around wildflowers. Small, furry mammals scurried through the grass, and flightless birds picked at the ground below a copse of nearby bushes. All in all, the place appeared secure, for the time being. He straightened to his full height.
Looks like the smaller fragment sheared off from the larger island where our friends are gathered,
Joy said.
Fortunately, it didn't drift too far and got held up in the ring's gravity field.
Plot the quickest path across the island,
John told her. One of the Sentinels suddenly rose into the sky.
Nothing like a bird's eye view,
Joy remarked. After a moment, she continued.
Good news. The fragment is smaller than I thought, but we'll have to cross that ridge.
She highlighted a dark mound of mountainous terrain in the distance, and a nav map built on his display.
Time?
We have about 2 hours until dark, 44 kilometers in under 2 hours, and we need to be in position for recon before the sun goes down.
John immediately took off, the Sentinels reuniting and keeping pace beside him as he ran across the meadow, altitude increasing as he started up a virgin path to the ridgeline. After a considerable sprint across the ridge, and then a long hike through a rock-strewn conifer forest, he finally emerged at the edge of the island, where a 600-meter-wide chasm of space separated them from the island that held the House of Reckoning. Despite the distance, numerous hostiles posted on his targeting screen. The Banished had gathered en masse to pay respects to their fallen leader.
Feels like the entire Banished military is on that island.
Joy said, still seated on the Sentinel, now floating quietly by his side. He glanced at the second Sentinel and the payload held securely in its grasp.
For once, that's not a bad thing.
Chapter 5. Island Fragment, June 4th, 2560. From her perch atop the first Sentinel, Joyous directed its companion to release the payload carefully onto the ground. Then she linked its optics and audio to the Master Chief's HUD before dispatching it across the chasm between the two islands, its diminutive frame gliding swiftly and silently to its destination.
No alarms or deviations from air support,
she told the Chief, as the Sentinel continued its flight path beneath the cluster of massive Banished warships guarding the area, its camera feeding back real-time images.
So far, so good. Coming up on the headquarters.
The Banished had constructed their modular headquarters in a dominating location, at the end of a valley where its topography had been shorn in two as a result of Zeta Halo's fracturing, held fast with massive extenders sinking deep into the structural pillars of the valley walls. The House of Reckoning perched in an elevated position in the valley's narrow cleft. Even from the back, it served its purpose. Its utilitarian red and gray exterior designed for intimidation and defense while serving multiple functions. Rising several levels, the first three of which served as arenas where human prisoners were pitted against the Banished in ruthless trials, it culminated in a fourth level housing Escherum's command center. The second Sentinel reached its destination, its alloy shade blending in perfectly with the long, staggered hexagonal pillars of the cliff's fragmented facade. The Sentinel latched on to the exposed beams below the House of Reckoning and began ascending up and around the structure, crawling to the top of the plateau to get a high vantage view down into the valley.
More red and gray.
Joy commented.
I'm gonna be honest, not a big fan.
Agreed.
John knelt to open the payload's case.
I'm partial to green.
She stifled her laugh.
I wouldn't have guessed,
she said dryly, casting a glance at his muted green Mjolnir armor before adding,
I bet I can guess your second favorite color.
He was supposed to say blue, but didn't play along, instead focusing his attention on the payload security panel, which displayed a rudimentary interface, requiring a specific code to unlock the case. His fingers hovered over the inputs, ready to enter the sequence that would prime its destructive contents. The influx of data that began streaming into Joy's optical feed from the Sentinel was dizzying and rich, instantly triggering her hungry nature to consume, assimilate, and catalog every vivid detail.
It's like a visual smorgasbord over there.
A motley assemblage of Jirulhanai, Sanghili, Kig Yar, Ungoy, Lekgolo, and various humans filled the valley and spread up its slopes, spilling onto the plateaus framing either side of the House of Reckoning. Each species was distinctly different, yet all were united under a common banner of rebellion. Countless land vehicles and aircraft were scattered throughout the area, a chaotic mix of machines stolen or salvaged from the remnants of past wars, each one prominently marked in some fashion, with a bold red livery synonymous with the Banished.
I'm aware of basic Banished philosophy, but seeing all these species in one place, it really is extraordinary that Atriox could pull them all together like this.
They're free to pirate, kill, and wage war.
The Master Chief responded without looking up.
All while under the protection of the Banished, as long as it benefits the whole and increases their overall power. After life in the Covenant, it's a hard option for some to pass up.
He was right, of course. Banished philosophy had resulted in widespread appeal and influence. Allowing any species to join and rise in its ranks through merit and contributions was infinitely more enticing than the previous millennia of hierarchical oppression within the Covenant. And their goal to increase power and follow Atriox's motto of free will, as long as it fostered Banished growth and power, kept things simple. Just days ago, she'd been oblivious to their very existence and the diverse array of alien species constituting its ranks. And while she had access to the Chief's dataset, and now the experience of clashing with some of these mercenaries across Zeta Halo's fracture, nothing could have prepared her for the concentrated spectacle she now witnessed.
Well, good news. It looks like the gang's all there. Should we send over the payload?
Not yet. We'll wait until the funeral ends. There's 12 minutes before nightfall. Might as well settle in and see if we can learn anything useful.
Good point.
Joy took advantage of the downtime to observe and learn. The Jega Rdomnai, appropriately called brutes, were the most aggressive of the bunch. No surprise there. She'd witnessed their volatile temper and brutal assaults firsthand. Currently, they feasted around fires and fought in makeshift arenas, expressing their grief and rage at the loss of their leader with axes, hammers, and fists, their ferocity on full display. Somewhere between ursine and simian in character, their bulky, beastly forms towered over the others present, dwarfed only by the small group of megalek golo whose sheer size and strength could easily crush any opposition. The Lekgolo's collective nature was fascinating. Each hulking warrior formed by smaller, orange, worm-like creatures bound together to create a single hive mind entity possessing immense strength, resilience, and tactical awareness. They were made even more daunting by their shields and armor, fashioned from the same plating as warships. Judging from the available mission records, these megalek golo, or hunters, apparently just one of many configurations these worms could assume, were among the toughest foes the Master Chief and the Spartans had ever encountered. She bookmarked them for later study and moved on, noticing several small squads stalking the perimeter of the valley and roaming among the clans like coiled springs. Sangheli. Commonly known as elites, these Saurian warriors seemed to be strategically placing themselves among the ranks. Cunning, intelligent, and extremely dangerous, they were driven by a strong code of honor and loyalty to their clan. They enhanced their innate strength and agility with energy shields built into their armor, and were adept in both long-range and hand-to-hand combat. Honor in battle was paramount, yet some were notorious for their rash aggression and zeal to eliminate foes at any cost.
Have you ever seen a Sangheli child?
She asked suddenly.
Why?
Your data indicates that they raise their warriors from childhood.
Many species do.
What about humans?
His head came up as he considered the question.
They let their children be children, for the most part.
Was that how it was for you?
The Master Chief stared at her for a long moment before returning to his task.
Noted. Doesn't like talking about his childhood.
Because his early history wasn't need to know for her original mission parameters, she had no knowledge of his past, which only made her more curious. With a sigh, she returned to her study.
Let's see. The Kigyar.
They perched on the slopes and in large packs on the valley floor below the House of Reckoning, their movements restless, their beaks clicking together and spiny quills flaring in obvious agitation.
By appearance, they do seem somewhat weak,
she said, noting their hunched postures and slender build.
Don't underestimate them. They can be vicious.
I remember.
They had encountered them many times already, the creatures, colloquially referred to as jackals, displaying an odd blend of hostility and cowardice. If they sensed weakness or injury, they became rabid, which was probably why many of them cowered to those stronger while bullying those who were weaker.
Which brings me to our friendly little gas guzzlers.
The chief snorted.
That's one way to put it.
The ungoi, or grunts, were a short, stocky, compact species with wrinkly gray-blue skin, stubby arms and legs of roughly the same length, and round heads secured within helmets connected by tubes to methane gas rebreather packs carried on their backs. And finally, there were the humans. Part of her wanted to ask the chief how they could be part of the Banished, but she stayed silent. She already knew the answer after assimilating much of human history from her time on the frigate. Humans were just as warlike as any other species, and just as capable of horrific crimes against their own people. The clusters of heavily armed humans in the valley were subdued and wary, yet projected an air of ambition and defiance.
Joy, amplify the Sentinel's audio,
the chief said.
On it. Something is interfering with the feed, though. Give me 1 second while I root out the problem.
Chapter 6. House of Reckoning, June 4th, 2560. The anticipation of nightfall and the violence it ensured saturated the air, filling Jega Rdomnai with satisfaction as he strode across the House of Reckoning's rooftop. The hollow clang of each step echoed like a death knell in the cool air, a promise of things to come. He halted at the edge, his gaze sweeping across the valley. Framed by steep slopes and protruding hexagonal pillars, it was a strategic location for the Banished command center, wide at its entrance and naturally narrowing, channeling all traffic toward the House of Reckoning, which had been placed at the valley's end where the land had fractured. Escharum had settled his prefabricated command center into this open gap, Reckoning's enormous extenders piercing the pillars that formed the valley walls and anchoring it into the topography. The true spectacle, however, was not the command center itself, but the mass multi-species assembly waiting below. Warriors, raiding clans, mercenaries, pirates, thieves, and assassins had come to pay their respects, to honor the banished War Chief Escharum. For 3 days they had camped, filling the valley, wailing, celebrating, fighting, and feasting, their rage and discontent occasionally spilling over into the murder of rival clans, and even of their own kind. Their aggression lay like a chokehold over the region. Escharum would approve of their spirit. A hum of admiration rumbled in Jega's throat, for this was indeed a glorious and worthy farewell. This was the Banished at its finest. This league of Jiralhanai, Sanghili, Kigyar, Lekgolo, Ungoy, and more, welcoming any and all willing to raid and plunder and dominate. The unmitigated brutality, the festering chaos and rage displayed before him defined them, fueled them, and more importantly, their desire for vengeance erased the fear that had crept through the lower ranks upon the return of the demon. The Spartan, the Master Chief. The very thought of the human warrior flooded his form with rage. Searing pain gripped his chest and radiated through his torso as final repairs to his cybernetic heart and lung continued, while advanced nanotechnology worked to heal the tears to his organs and dissolve the remaining projectiles in his chest wall. Projectiles from the Spartan's weaponry that had narrowly missed his second naturally functioning heart. His prosthetic arm tensed, poised to wield the energy weapon connected to his tissue and bone, ready to strike down the enemy he so despised. Had Escharum been in full health and not beset by illness, the Spartan would never have survived their confrontation, much less felled the formidable leader. Had you defeated the demon first, your only friend would still be alive. The small thread of regret attempting to take root was swept aside. Fault lay with the Spartan, with all Spartans, and he would ensure their demise. After all, time was on his side. With every rare defeat, he rose again, making certain he survived to carry on killing, his internal cybernetics and nano-repair suite aiding in his unwavering cause. What some called cowardice for not fighting to the death, he called perseverance and absolute conviction. It had been a challenge to hold his composure these last few days, to carry out the tasks he had promised Escharum. But after today, his mandibles twitched with impatience. Demon blood would flow. Aware of the calculating eyes on his back, Jega turned away from the scene and set his attention on the high-ranking Banished commanders gathered behind him. They had not come alone. Their supporters and guards waited a respectful distance, away near the vessels that had delivered them to the rooftop. Disgust rose as he approached these Denkra. With each passing day, their lust for power had grown, and Jega was under no illusion that they were there to support him. They wanted him out of the way. He had been Escherum's right hand, respected only out of fear and the pain he caused, often exacting punishment on the War Chief's behalf. There was no one here truly loyal to him, simply because he had never cared to cultivate it. Even among a confederation of outliers, butchers, and savages, most had considered him tainted, dishonorable, unnatural. And they were not wrong. He was all of those things, and worse. Far, far worse. He had not deemed it worthy to join in their council over the last 2 days to determine succession. Power did not interest him. Only killing. Balis, chieftain of the ravaged tusks. Galleon, chieftain of the Witch's Eye. The Sangheli warlord, Val Hasumai. And Captain Denacrium, the weakest of the commanders, but of the same clan as Escharum, stood around the platform that supported Escherum's massive corpse, staking their claim. There were others gathered, leaders in their own right. Ungoi, Kigyar, Jiralhanai, Sangheli, human, but none as strong as the 4 watching him return to the War Chief's side. He put his animosity aside. The time for ritual had come, just as it had the night before and the night before that. 3 nights, 3 lunar tithes. While Jega had long ago turned his back on the Sangheli and their customs, Escharum had clung to ancient Jiralhanai rituals, as had many within the Banished. In the time since splintering from the Covenant's control, a number of species and factions had reclaimed their past as well, reviving old ways and practices, or merging them into aspects of the Covenant's defunct religion. Jega pushed past Balis, knocking shoulders with the stocky Jiralhanai to take his position next to Escherum's body, the once constant scent of the old warrior's illness, now replaced by the faint odor of decomposition. The War Chief lay atop the platform, his hulking form clad in battle-scarred armor, accented with crimson, the elongated segments of its V-shaped breastplate flanking a ferocious gray face with sunken eyes, a flat nose, and a tuskless mouth. The pale Banished mark on his forehead was now marred by the symbol of Wariel, which Jega had carved there the night before. The old triple scars that covered Escherum's right eye, part of his nose, and the corner of his mouth appeared starker in death than they had in life. Jega vividly recalled the long-dead beast that had inflicted those wounds. It had marked the start of their mutual respect and, ultimately, their unusual friendship. Jega reached for the personal dagger lying in Escherum's loose grip, which had grown rigid in death. He slid the blade easily from the massive hand, prying open the palm, and then carving the 3rd and final tithe into the War Chief's hand. The leathery gray skin split easily and cleanly to the blade's sharp edge. The blood that should have spilled forth had already sank into the body's posterior, surrendering to the inescapable force of gravity. Long before the Jiralhanai species had been conscripted by the Covenant and taken to the stars to be used as military fodder in their quest to complete the Great Journey and transcend mortality, the funeral rites for a clan leader had been a gloriously brutal and unsentimental affair. 3 lunar tithes, sometimes called blood tithes, were required to appease Soirapt, Wariel, and Tish, the trio of moons that once orbited the now destroyed Doisak, the Jiralhanai homeworld. 3 moons, 3 tithes, 3 sacrifices. The hand that wields the weapon, the mind that fuels the rage, the body that gives the strength. In the distant past, the dead were unceremoniously severed into 3 parts: hand, head, body by a render whose sole job it was to butcher the dead. In those days, according to Escharum, there were so many renders that it was enough to form their own roaming clans in order to service the constant flow of corpses, courtesy of the Jiralhanai's warring society. After the renders completed their work, the 3 parts were then discarded under the night sky, left to moonlight and the harsh environment, to the beasts and carrion birds to do with as their nature dictated. The Jiralhanai had little organized religion in those times. Their beliefs centered on the living aspects of power and strength, but they respected and feared their moons, and that was a core tenet the Covenant could not eradicate from cultural memory. Later, those old ways were repressed and replaced, in secret by some, with a revised death ritual utilizing Jiralhanai moon symbols carved into the body, 1 each on the hand, the head, and the torso. The body often left where it fell, tossed out an airlock, or consigned to the incinerators. In wartime, they all made do, as if any of it mattered. Once the proper glyph was drawn, Jega returned the dagger to Escherum's palm, then picked up the ritual horn lying by his side, made from the second of 5 horns that rose from the spine of a thorn beast. It was long and heavy with a gentle curve that normally tapered to a deadly point, though this one had been shorn away. He tossed the horn to Denacrium. The Jiralhanai commander snatched it out of the air with a fierce snarl, and then marched to the rooftop's edge overlooking the valley. The muscular chest and thick throat of the enormous Jiralhanai lent well to the task as he drew in a giant breath, then blew the instrument with all his might, forcing out a deep sonorous blare that echoed over the valley and brought the assemblage to momentary silence. When the mournful note faded, the barbaric cries of the Banished rose up in response, a cacophony of bloodlust and triumph. Turning away from the spectacle, Jega ignited the platform's incinerator, watching dispassionately as Escherum's lifeless body was enveloped in a purifying blue blaze. Once, the War Chief had roared with power, a titan among the Banished. Now, in a near instant, he was nothing more than trace embers scattered to the wind. Sorrow should be stirring in Jega's chest, but all he felt was mild regret for his friend, which quickly gave way to a long and practiced history of indifference. Now it was done. He was free. Demon, Spartan, Master Chief, your time has come. Nothing else matters. Chapter 7. Island Fragment, June 4th, 2560.
Well, that took longer than expected.
Joyu said.
But it's fixed now. Audio should be clear. Zooming in on the rooftop.
As the view was fed into John's HUD, the House of Reckoning's rooftop materialized. The upper echelon of the Banished had gathered, loosely surrounding a platform containing Escherum's body. It was only a few days prior that John had fought his way into the stronghold, battling fierce opposition to advance through its levels in order to rescue Esparza from torture at the hands of Jega Rdomnai. He'd reached the torture chamber and faced the Sangheli, disabling the blademaster's shields as he struck from the shadows. John had fired everything he had into Jega's form, after which Rdomnai had activated his cloaking device, vanishing. With no one left to stand in his way, John had then come face to face with War Chief Escharum. It had been an incredibly strenuous fight, and the Jiralhanai's dying words still echoed in his mind. Nothing ends. My death will inspire 1,000 others. Tell them I died well.
Chief?
Joy's stunned voice interrupted his thoughts.
Isn't that...
A Sangheli stood at the edge of the rooftop, looking down on the valley. He turned and strode back to the platform. An ebony combat harness, adorned with red markings. Cybernetic prosthetics to his left mandibles and arm were unlike any other in Sangheli history. There was no mistaking him.
Jega Rdomnai.
Spartan killer.
How did he... Even if you didn't kill him, he should not have recovered this quickly from the injuries you inflicted.
Joy was right. The Sangheili was moving around the House of Reckoning's rooftop as if nothing had happened.
Unless...
She added.
Unless what?
His cybernetics. They're incredibly advanced. We've only seen what's on the outside, but who's to say there isn't technology on the inside that can repair him?
It wasn't out of the realm of possibility. John himself had endured excruciating chemical and biological augmentation processes that covered a wide range of applications, from strengthening his bones and increasing his muscle mass to having some of his organs protected by polythread weave, while others were removed and biofabricated. John maintained a visual as the Sangheili tossed a long, curved horn at a giant brute captain, then stood back as the captain stomped to the rooftop's edge, lifted the horn to his lips, and emitted a sound that was clear and blaring, even from across the chasm separating the two islands. The gathered Banished roared in response. A flash of blue flared, and John readjusted his view to the platform, where Escherum's body was engulfed in flame, the light flashing across Jega's orange eyes. John armed the Eris, then closed its access panel.
Take the payload over.
In seconds, the Sentinel stirred from its dormant state at John's side, rising from the ground with a quiet hum, Joy still happy, it seemed, to ride atop its housing. It extended its loom and grasped the payload.
I'll ride over and link up with the other Sentinel.
Joy said.
See you soon.
Without a sound, it flew away, Joy turning to wave at him as it glided silently and swiftly across the dark chasm that divided the two regions. As soon as the Sentinels rejoined on the plateau, Joy's voice crackled through his helmet.
Moving to get a better look,
she said, the feed from the Sentinel shifting as it advanced closer to the plateau's edge.
Remotely accessing the House of Reckoning's comms tower now, it's emitting a field so weak I wouldn't even call it backdoor access, more like leaving the front door wide open. One sec.
After a moment, his comms crackled again.
Okay, that was easy. I'm in. Accessing the house's files and comparing visuals. The two closest to Jega are chieftains, Balus and Galleon. The other Sangheili is a warlord named Val Hasumai. The brute captain, the one who just blew the horn, is Denacrium. Balus and Galleon have the most experience to lead and the largest Jiralhanai numbers on their side. The captain, Denacrium, is up and coming, and he's apparently from the same clan as Escharum, so that gives him an edge in the loyalty department, but he doesn't have the numbers. Hasumai, his record is impressive. He's smart, more than the other three combined, and he's gained the support of a large force of Sangheili, Kigyar, Ungoi, and humans.
Good work. Keep the payload in standby until I give you the signal.
Balus, in the meantime, had walked to the edge of the rooftop and silenced the crowd, his voice now amplified across the plateaus and valley. Our homeworld destroyed. Atriox, sacrificing his life to rid us of the tyrant Cortana. He gestured toward the platform where the War Chief's body had been wiped clean. Now Escharum is dead, murdered by another of humanity's creations. He beat his crimson-armored chest. I, Balus, chieftain of the ravaged tusks, promise vengeance! Death to the Spartan! The Banished roared. Sparks from numerous fires lit the night sky. The factions grew enraged, vengeful, unruly, their aggression spilling over as some began fighting among themselves.
You sure have quite the fan club,
Joy's voice chimed.
They're practically throwing you a party down here.
Galleon joined Balus. We must crush all humans, he bellowed. This ring is ours. No mercy, no prisoners, only death. I will not stop until every human on this ring is ripped limb from limb. Jackals ruffled their feathers, their beady eyes lit with bloodlust as they eyed the human clans. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. The humans remained quiet, but there was no mistaking the signals passing between them. They were ready to defend themselves if attacked. "Vengeance will be had!" Val Hasumai stepped forward, his deep voice ringing out so all could hear. "But it is a temporary solution, by those with limited imagination." He shot a disdainful glance at his opponents, then faced the throng once more. "Their creation destroyed Doisak, and so shall we honor Escharum by destroying their Earth."
This could get ugly fast,
Joy said.
That's not necessarily a bad thing,
John responded. The more the Banished leaders whipped the crowd into hatred, the more damage they'd do to themselves, saving John the trouble. Without the guiding influence of Atriox and Escharum, the Banished were falling back to their base instincts. The promise of vengeance might rally the ranks today, but it wouldn't be long before they turned on each other and everything fell apart. Galleon shoved his way past Hasumai, the brute's eyes gleaming with ambition as he began another litany of hostile promises, accusing Escharum of perhaps not being brutal enough on their enemies, despite the leader's great legacy of warmongering. How else could the Spartan have killed so many of us? Escharum, Tremonius, Hyperius, Tovarus, Entgeddon, Chaklok, Horatius, and... He spun and pointed at Jega. He nearly dispatched Escherum's own right hand. Galleon gave a sinister laugh.
Ooh, that's gotta sting,
Joy remarked. Jega growled at the affront, vanishing and then reappearing in an instant before Galleon. The Sangheli's gleaming red energy blade sunk deep into the Jiralhanai's abdomen. With the added power of Jega's cybernetic arm, he jerked the blade upward, slicing cleanly through Galleon's torso, the blade exiting through the top of his shoulder. The Jiralhanai's lifeless body crumpled to the floor. For a brief moment, an eerie silence descended upon the valley. Then the crowd erupted, jackals attacking the humans, preying on those unfortunate enough to be caught off guard or unable to fend for themselves, brutes smashing the grunts with their great hammers. In a fluid motion, Jega lifted his blade, his voice projected across the valley. "Silence!" The fighting grudgingly ceased, all eyes turning to the blademaster as he placed his boot on Galleon's hip and shoved his body off the rooftop. There would be no grand funeral for the deceased commander as he fell to the ground-level bridge. Escharum had but one goal: to crush our enemies beneath our feet in order to claim what is rightfully ours. This ring! Murmurs of agreement echoed across the plateau. "I care not who leads," he declared, his energy blade sweeping in an arc toward those behind him still standing. "I care only that we honor Escherum's legacy and finish what he began. Let their blood soak deep into the ground and their bones litter the landscape. Let every human feel our wrath until the Spartan pays with his own life." Ballas marched forward, simmering rage lighting his eyes as he grabbed the front of Jega's combat harness. "You first," he snarled, baring his chipped fang, furious that Jega had taken out Galleon. "Give us your human pet." Jiralhanai guards dragged a waif of a human from a red-painted phantom parked amid other vehicles, on top of the House of Reckoning. Barefoot and dressed in a dirty, blood-stained, threadbare uniform that hung loose on his emaciated frame, the man could barely lift his head. He'd been tortured, starved, his body near skeletal. Bruises and cuts in all stages of healing marred his pale skin, a testament to a long and brutal captivity. To be called Jega's pet meant this human had endured the worst. Ballas's massive form stormed toward the prisoner, his voice booming across the plateau. "This day, we honor Escharum. We spill blood in sacrifice." The crowd's bloodthirsty cheers made John's skin crawl. Almost without thinking, he moved forward, his mind solely on getting the tortured prisoner to safety.
Chief, no!
Joy's voice was sharp in his ear.
You can't. The entire Banished army is down there.
Jega suddenly appeared in front of Ballas, his energy blade arcing up to block the chieftain's killing blow as the human fell to his knees and covered his head. No, not this human, Jega insisted, his cybernetic arm gleaming as he shoved the brute. Ballas's stocky form stumbled back, confusion and anger warring on his untamed features. Before he could retaliate, Val Hasumai stepped between them, studying the emaciated prisoner at Jega's feet more closely, saying in realization, "This is the Harbinger's pet."
Joy, get me a better view,
John ordered. As the image shifted and sharpened, she inquired,
Do you know him?
It was hard to tell. The man's long matted hair and beard obscured his features. Val Hasumai circled Jega and the human prisoner, mandibles clicking, his voice low and deadly and cunning. "You want to save this vermin? Why? Perhaps," his tone dripped with suspicion, "you seek the secrets in its mind. Secrets the Harbinger shared." At that, the tension atop the House of Reckoning escalated. Though the payload was primed and ready to eliminate a significant number of Banished senior leadership and countless others, John held back on the command, intensely opposed to exchanging that wounded prisoner's life for the victory. "You claim you have no desire to lead, Blademaster," Denacrium snarled, striding closer, the brute's massive hand clasping and unclasping the hilt of his gravity hammer. "Yet you hunger for authority. You crave dominance. Falsehood flows from your tainted soul and through that abomination you call a mouth." Val Hasumai sneered, his lethal composure slipping. "A Sangheli riddled with lies is a Sangheli without honor." The standoff was about to explode into violence, each side poised to strike. Yet despite the odds, Jega didn't seem intimidated. Instead, he appeared ready and welcoming, his orange eyes gleaming and his stance shifting, ready to act. Just as the Banished leaders were about to lunge, Jega moved with astonishing speed. In a blur of motion, he grabbed the human prisoner and vanished. Seconds later, he reappeared in the door of his phantom dropship, the captive securely in his grasp as the vessel lifted off the rooftop.
Joy, take your sentinel and follow that ship,
John ordered.
What about the payload?
As soon as the ship clears blast radius, light it up.
My pleasure.
John opened a channel to the dropship.
Echo 216, copy.
Esparza's voice crackled over John's comms. "Here, Chief."
Sending you a new exit vector. Pick me up for extraction now.
"You got it. On my way." To ensure the prisoner's safety, Joyus calculated the velocity of Jega's departing vessel with the payload's blast radius, initiating a countdown for the Sentinel. In precisely 8 seconds, the payload would disengage and all hell would break loose. Using the other Sentinel, she followed Jega's Phantom. Matching its speed was trivial. The Sentinel's advanced propulsion systems exceeded those of most Banished ships. Plus, the darkness served as additional camouflage, allowing her makeshift ride to maintain safe passage. Joy puzzled through Hasumai's words.
The Harbinger's pet.
Quickly, she scoured the timeline since the chief had arrived on the surface of Zeta Halo. Once he'd found her in the fractured substructures of the ring, the two had embarked on a whirlwind of combat and rescue operations. And during their journey, they'd uncovered a startling amount of intel through data drops and log entries.
Chief?
She said suddenly, the pieces falling into place.
Go ahead.
Remember those data drops we found in some of the facilities we fought through? Specifically, the ones from the combat medic?
Lucas Browning. I remember.
She recalled the intrigue and anticipation of decrypting each message. piecing together the combat medic's warnings about the Harbinger, an intelligent ancient being imprisoned by the Forerunners and liberated by the Banished from Zeta Halo's depths.
I think Jega's prisoner is Lucas Browning. What he knows, he could be our best shot at understanding more about the Harbinger's intentions. We need him.
Acknowledged.
At that instant, the payload struck the valley, releasing a destructive blast that radiated throughout the area and scattered debris in all directions. As the Sentinels' advanced stabilizers mitigated the turbulence, allowing their trajectory to remain unaffected, Joyus toggled to a rear visual port as a fiery cloud engulfed the once formidable fortress. The House of Reckoning was no more.
Good riddance.
Though some of the gathered Banished might have managed to make it out of the blast radius in pursuit of Jega, the subsequent shockwave would likely have torn some of them out of the sky. One could only hope. As Joy pursued the fleeing phantom, she kept tabs on the chief's status as he made quick time crossing the ridge to the extraction point. Given the diversion now unfolding at the Banished stronghold, such an extraction should prove seamless. All in all, she'd call that a successful mission. Her thoughts returned to Lucas Browning and the messages he'd left in hopes of warning humanity about the Harbinger, the most interesting of which were the strange number sequences dominating his later recordings. 4, 2, 4, 1, 0, 0, 2, 2, 1, 4, 4, 2, 4, 1, 0, 0, 2, 2, 1, 4. There seemed to be a deeper meaning within those numbers, but the answers eluded Joyus for now. She needed more data before she could even begin to guess what the Harbinger might have done to Browning's mind. Chapter 8. Pelican Echo 216, June 5th, 2560. The Pelican's back hatch opened, and John boarded, quickly crossing the deck to the cockpit. "Right on time, big guy," Esparza said, increasing power to the engines.
Joy's tracking Jega's ship. Patching a link in now.
A targeting display appeared over the Pelican's navigational grid, showing both Joy's and Jega's trajectories. A red blip indicating Jega's aircraft moved steadily southeast from its departure point, maintaining a straight course.
Keep us 3 clicks behind. Any closer and their sensors might pick us up. Those warships have eyes on the funeral site, but they'll be looking for a culprit very soon. Stay low and out of sight.
Roger that. Esparza guided the dropship to a lower altitude. John left the cockpit and headed for the weapons locker, loading up on extra clips and taking another ring of frags just in case. Even though he hadn't fired a shot, he checked the condition of his assault rifle, then slung it over his back, feeling the magnetic plate pull it snugly against his armor. "What are you going to do?" Esparza called out.
Improvise.
"Think you'll need all that?" Esparza glanced over his shoulder, concern flickering in his eyes.
I'd rather have it and not need it than need it and be caught off guard.
Joy's voice came over comms.
It looks like Jega is heading to... Wait, that can't be right.
What is it?
John waited and got no response.
Joyus, report.
The ship is flying straight into the water. Okay, I know where he's heading. I'm going to do a little recon. Have Esparza drop you at this location. I'll meet you there.
Coordinates flashed on the navigation screen.
Got it. And Joy,
Yeah, Chief.
be careful.
As the Pelican approached the coordinates, a small, seemingly uninhabited island fragment came into view from the darkness. A single, pointed mountain peak, rising sharply from its center, and at its base, a small lake basin. The ambient glow from the halo's opposite interior side cast a long, glowing curve across its still, black water. A crack in the island's edge at the far side of the basin caused its contents to cascade off and into the void of space, creating a cloud of vapor. "Initiating descent. You'd think this place would light up with unfriendlies, but there's nothing." Esparza banged on the Pelican's nav panel. The screen shimmered, but no red targets appeared. They're either all at the funeral or...
The enemy is underground.
That's not a comforting thought. Esparza maneuvered the dropship, aligning it with Joy's coordinates to touch down at the base of the peak. Should I hang tight?
Affirmative. Be ready for a quick dust-off. If you see incoming, make tracks and wait for my instructions.
You're the boss. John headed into the troop bay as the rear door opened. He leapt out, his boots hitting the ground with a firm thud. His HUD switched to night vision, and he was off, traversing 600 meters around the basin where it met the edge of the island.
Joy, I'm at the coordinates. Where are you?
A hazy blue orb rose up from the vapor. The hijacked sentinel cleared the mist and floated forward, stopping to hover in front of him as Joy's holographic form flickered into existence atop its housing.
The fissure widens about 18 meters down. Jega's dropship entered through there. The entrance is hidden by the waterfall and vapor cloud. The stronghold itself is a series of caverns and cracks that opened between the bedrock and alloy support layers when the ring fractured. It's a maze, Chief, and it's well defended.
Understood.
I'll plot you a way down.
I got it. Just try to keep up.
John took 6 running steps and jumped off the edge of the island into open space. As he fell, he twisted his body to face the fissure, water vapor momentarily obscuring his view. As he passed through the cloud, the view cleared, revealing a 3-story tall, jagged opening. He extended his right arm and fired his grapple shot just below the opening. The fluke spike sank into the bedrock and caught, stopping his free fall and pulling him in toward the rock face.
That's one way to do it,
Joy said.
Paying our respects at Escherum's funeral won't distract the Banished for long,
he said as he grabbed at rock and began to climb.
We get our medic, and then we get the hell off this island.
Sounds good to me. The main cavern is set up as a hangar bay,
she said as he neared the opening above.
Jega's Phantom is there along with a couple of ghosts and banshees. Prowlers and choppers, too, so there must be a way for those land vehicles to get topside. Showing 16 hostiles inside the hangar bay.
John's gloves enhanced his grip on the rock face, and where there wasn't a handhold, he simply punched it until there was one. The fissure's opening loomed ahead, a dark gash in the cliff face, shrouded in mist. Water droplets covered his visor, but its intuitive optical polycarbonate heated to burn off the moisture. Targets populated on his display as he came into range.
4 meters and you're there, Chief.
He reached the bottom of the cleft below the ledge and climbed in, turning to the sentinel. Sentinels might not elicit much attention as they went about their duties on the ring, but a single one flying into a heavily guarded stronghold definitely would.
Your ride can wait here. You're with me.
Good point. I'll direct it to wait for us.
The sentinel glided close enough for him to reach out his hand. Joy hopped onto his palm and then dissolved into his armor.
Nice to be back,
she said.
It's a little snug in here.
He wasn't sure if that was a compliment or an insult. John climbed the remaining few meters to the flattened ledge of the large cavern, making up the bulk of the hangar bay. The dim red lights preferred by the Banished worked in his favor, creating abundant shadows that sank into the wall's crevices.
Careful, Chief. Those gaps are pretty deep.
Several long cracks in the ground showed clear separation between the natural bedrock and the metal supports upon which it rested, creating narrow chasms that extended for kilometers. 2 massive beams had broken through the bedrock and bisected the hangar bay. John crouched, pausing to perform a brief intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance evaluation of the area. The ISR showed the hangar bay comprised 2 levels, the main floor and a second partial level featuring a large ledge curving around the backside of the massive cavern. Parked on the main floor, Jega's red and black Phantom stood out among the battered hulls of the war skiffs, ghosts, and banshees situated on the upper level. 4 jackals guarded 2 entry stations set back from the cavern entrance, flanking either side, their avian forms relaxed behind the red glow of shield walls. Slipping past the guard post without drawing attention was almost too easy. The Phantom pilot and Jega's personal guards, all brute warriors, loitered around the vessel and were in the process of receiving a food delivery from a squad of 6 yapping grunts. There were no Sangheli in sight, but that didn't surprise him, given Jega's reputation. His HUD illuminated, revealing the red threat indicators of each banished foe positioned throughout the hangar.
Targets acquired,
Joyous said.
Should I mark them for engagement?
This isn't a straight infiltrate and eliminate. Jega's a loose cannon. If he sees us coming, the medic might pay the price.
Ah, right. So we work our way in as quietly as possible. Find me a console to hack, and I'll get us a layout.
Being patient, calculating each step, blending into the shadows and striking when the moment was right. These were tactics John could carry out in his sleep. But a stealthy approach wouldn't last. He only hoped he'd make it far enough into the stronghold to reach Lucas Browning before the worst-case scenario unfolded. And then, inevitably, they'd have to fight their way out. He skirted the main floor and then eased his way up to the second level, where farther back, a few packs of grunts and another 2 squads of jackals stood vigilant at a pair of consoles, guarding 2 separate tunnels. Each guard was well armed with needlers, plasma pistols, and, in one case, a human shotgun.
Get me into that console and I'll find our medic,
Joy said.
Copy that.
As the grunts waddled around their designated area, their incessant chatter echoing through the bay, John targeted the 2 jackals standing guard at the nearest console. He withdrew his combat knife and eased out of the shadows. In a blur, he clamped his left hand over the first guard's beak, silencing its cry, while using his right hand to drive the knife into the throat of the other, before it knew what was happening. He then slit the throat of the jackal he held, easing its body to the ground.
Brutal, but efficient,
Joy noted. John shoved their corpses under the console with his boot as he inserted Joy's chip into the console's port, then sank back into the darkness.
Your turn.
The console's screen flickered as she infiltrated the system.
I'm in. This is Jega's home away from home, all right. Multiple levels, a maze of tunnels. It's a good thing you've got me to weed through this mess.
Agreed.
John kept a sharp eye on the jackals nearby.
Just make it quick.
Chapter 9. Rdomnai Keep, June 5th, 2560. Joy dove deep within the Banished layer's crude security system.
With all these firewalls, Jega must be super paranoid.
She probed the first wall, its countermeasures pinging her presence, mimicking these crude protocols and then slipping through on the pingback undetected was trivial. The trick was to do so without triggering any alarms.
Can you get past them?
The Master Chief asked.
Can I get past them? Are you seriously asking me that? I spent 6 months trapped in this ring. What do you think I did all that time?
I don't know. Twiddle your holographic thumbs?
She snorted at his dry humor.
Ha! I learned. The number of security measures and firewalls I had to breach in order to plunder this section of the ring's data would blow your mind. Not that I needed to expand my knowledge base in order to infiltrate this crude setup.
She breached the last firewall and then wasted no time. With lightning speed, her queries found their marks. Multiple sources came flooding back. Everything from security camera feeds to communications network access to data files and console logs. From these, she built a layout of the stronghold, a labyrinth of natural and banished-made tunnels, pockets, and chambers winding through the island's bedrock and its support layer. In a chamber carved deep into these layers, prefabricated holding cells had been erected. Quickly, Joyous routed a path into its surveillance feed and confirmed a lone human prisoner huddled in the corner of one of the cells.
Got him, Chief. Generating a map now.
After cross-referencing the location with the stronghold's layout, she presented the fastest route from their current position onto his display.
Holding cell is here, and our blademaster is here.
Through the cell's surveillance feed, she followed its origin to the stronghold's command center. Even without the visual feed, the Sangheli's signature was unmistakable.
Jega's cybernetic enhancements give off a distinct energy pattern. Good news, it makes him very easy to identify.
Nice work, kid.
Kid?
She laughed.
Okay. Thanks, old-timer. Now unplug me. It's your turn again.
Copy that.
He withdrew her data chip from the console and slipped it into his neural port. As soon as her matrix spilled back through his armor, she noted his adrenaline increasing. It seemed he was itching for a fight. No surprise there. Stealth wasn't really his preference.
Once we slip past that last guard station, we'll be in the clear,
she told him.
You see the same problem with that tunnel that I'm seeing?
There's only one way in?
And one way out.
So what's the plan?
Make our own way out if we have to.
The Master Chief eased back into the shadows and crept past the station. Once inside the tunnel, he unslung his assault rifle. The moment his hand made contact with the weapon, a targeting reticle appeared on his helmet's display along with a digital ammo counter. As he sprinted through the maze of rock and alloy, Joy couldn't help but reflect on how easy it had all been, making it into the tunnel without alerting any banished forces in the hangar bay.
Normally, things go sideways pretty quick. So far, so good.
They were 11 meters into the tunnel before the Chief's motion sensor lit up, and she regretted those words.
You were saying?
Guess I was being a little too optimistic.
Multiple targets approaching from the connecting tunnel.
And they were about to meet in the intersection. The Chief thumbed the safety and raised his weapon. Joy kept an eye on his six, knowing the commotion would bring hostiles flooding in behind them from the hangar bay, if they weren't already inbound. As they entered the intersection, the Spartan slowed and positioned himself behind a partially exposed beam jutting vertically through the tunnel's bedrock wall. He waited as two grunts waddled into the intersection, then ducked out, targeted, and fired. 2 shots barked and both grunts fell. The mob of grunts behind them scrambled while releasing their own barrage of chaotic fire. Plasma bolts and needler rounds streamed through the dark space, and crystalline shards stuck into the walls around the Master Chief, igniting and exploding rock and crystal slivers across the tunnel. His shields flared from the impacts. He dove into the center of the tunnel, rolled, and came up against the opposite wall. Joy felt his adrenaline actually lower, entering a calm state where he worked with incredible efficiency, almost machine-like in his decisions and movements. Part of Cortana's skill set had been improving the Spartan's reaction time by translating his motor cortex impulses directly into motion, which allowed him to act and react on a near instantaneous level. But Joy didn't want to step on his toes. He'd been fighting battles for a while now without Cortana's aid, and she was never certain how involved he wanted her to be, or how much assistance she should provide of her own volition. Mostly, Joy had been assisting with intel and operational support, reconnaissance and infiltration. But when the occasion called for it, she found herself aiding the Chief more and more on what could only be described as an instinctual level. The Master Chief switched to a fully automatic 2-second burst, sending 30 rounds into the mob of grunts, tearing through their armor, environmental suits, and methane tanks. The ensuing explosion shook the tunnel. He switched to semi-auto and used his remaining 4 rounds to pick off the dazed and wounded before ejecting the magazine. As he slammed in a fresh replacement, a gas leak in one grunt's methane tank launched the unarmed creature down the tunnel. "Die, Spartan!" It screamed as it sailed by, its nasally voice trailing off and cut short when it slammed into a corner wall, its methane tank detonating. The Chief didn't give it a second thought as he targeted one of 2 large shadows moving up through the haze. Brute warriors. The 2 Jiralhanai filled the tunnel with their massive ursine forms. The red glow of a plasma round barreled past the Master Chief's shoulder, crackling the air as it went. He returned fire until the MA-40 rounds obliterated the first brute's personal energy shield, and several rounds found a home in his chest. As the large warrior fell, the Spartan took several direct hits from the second brute's carbine, his shields mitigating the toxic radioactive rounds. Seeing his rounds hit home emboldened the Jiralhanai, who closed the distance between them, coming at the Spartan with a wide swing of his carbine. The Master Chief sidestepped the attack and slammed the butt of his rifle into the brute's rib cage. A satisfying crunch filtered through the audio. The brute roared and spun around, but the chief already had his hand around his Mark 50, bringing the pistol up and squeezing 3 rounds into the warrior's face. The Jirulhanai dropped like a stone.
4 on your 6, coming fast.
Joy warned as his sensors detected movement farther down the corridor.
Understood.
He crossed the intersection, stepping around the slain brutes and over Grunt's larger body parts to a better position behind a stack of crates, where he holstered the sidekick and readied his assault rifle. All 4 jackals spread out in the tunnel behind the blue glow of energy shields, generated by the point defense gauntlets worn on their arms.
I hate those things,
she muttered.
The jackals or the shields?
Well, both, but the gauntlets are ammo sinks and we have limited supplies. Waiting for a beak or a head to poke out from behind those barriers is time we don't have.
From Joy's brief experience in combat alongside the chief, it was easier to just absorb some shield damage, rush their position, and force them out into an open altercation.
Already on it.
The chief stowed his rifle onto his back and knelt, ducking out from the crates to grab the severed forearm of a grunt. He dragged it close, wrenching a plasma pistol from its grasp.
Kinda gross,
Joy said.
A good idea.
The enemy shields absorbed plasma, and if the Master Chief overloaded them, they'd blow. He immediately took aim and fired in rapid succession, short bursts of plasma sinking into each Kigyar shield until it overloaded, leaving the jackal behind exposed long enough to take it out. As they fell one by one, the Spartan ditched the spent pistol and scavenged 2 more plasma weapons among the corpses.
That's the last of this group,
Joy said as the final jackal dropped.
We should hurry. We've made some noise and the tunnel is starting to fill up. There are too many of them.
The chief primed 4 frag grenades and lobbed 2 down the cross tunnel and 2 back the way they'd come. The ensuing explosions tore through rock and metal. Stress cracks immediately raced across the roof and split, causing an avalanche of rock to fill the passageways.
Well, that's one way to stop them,
Joy said.
Just find us another way out of here. We're going to need it.
Already working on it.
The chief double-timed it down the tunnel and around the corner, finally emerging into a long rectangular chamber hewn from the rock. In one corner, a hex beam diagonally dissected the space, punching up through the floor in the far corner and piercing the ceiling on the opposite side of the chamber. Water from the lake basin above dripped steadily, making the place dank and, from the temperature readings, extremely cold. The chamber was dimly lit by sporadic red plasma lighting hanging from the ceiling and the modular set of holding cells erected against the wall. A familiar device dominated the center of the room.
This looks like the torture devices from the House of Reckoning in the tower, only smaller,
Joyus said. Cables and conduits appeared to run power through the floor and ceiling, into and out of the apparatus, enabling it to generate an energy barrier and suspension manacles to confine a prisoner, while producing microgravity wells that administered excruciating physical and mental pain.
Leave it to Jega to have his own personal torture chamber. I know we don't have much time, Chief, but...
Do it,
he said, walking to the device and holding out his hand. Gladly, Joy left his armor and dove into its control panel. Accessing the torture device's system was another crude foray into the rudimentary technology of the Banished. She made sure to make a complete mess of things, and in the process found a little nugget that made her day. The various devices were connected to each other by a wide area network. She quickly inserted her own commands into its operating system updates, which would reprogram each similar machine to expel its energy barriers around the access panel upon activation, in effect, cutting through whatever unfortunate operator happened to gain entry to its system. It'd be a while before the basic actuator plugs utilized by the Banished repaired the damage. While she was in the system, she also deactivated the energy barrier to the holding cells, since they were on the same power conduit.
Joy.
All done.
She exited the device's system and hopped onto the chief's open palm. He crossed the floor to the nearest holding cell, the only one occupied, and stepped inside. Unless the Harbinger had another human pet, this had to be Lucas Browning. Either way, they were about to find out. The prisoner sat tucked in the far corner, hugging his knees and trembling, each breath a visible struggle. What appeared to be old dried blood pooled on the uneven floor. A bowl of pale brown slop rested untouched next to his dirty bare feet. The skin of his ankles and wrists rubbed raw and rotting from the torture device's manacles.
Oh no.
Joy whispered before she could stop herself, shocked at the numerous injuries and the glaring signs of malnutrition, all of which were populating through the biological monitoring sensors built into the chief's armor. Meticulously, Joy documented Browning's condition, compiling a detailed report while simultaneously running simulations on the most efficient methods to safely move the wounded man. The Spartan knelt in front of Browning. The man's dark head stayed down, matted hair covering much of his face, but his body clenched in anticipation, in fear.
Chin up, soldier,
The Master Chief said quietly, his tone steady as a rock. Browning didn't raise his head, but a dry laugh of disbelief shook his bony shoulders.
Chief, he might think he's hallucinating the sound of your voice.
Browning, Lucas, we're here to get you out.
The medic finally lifted his head, revealing eyes that appeared sunken and vacant above stark, bruised cheekbones. His beard was caked with blood and dirt. He blinked several times, as though trying to clear his vision. Slowly recognition washed over his features, and he struggled to push himself up, his movements sluggish and weak, his injuries making him incapable, and his feet sliding on the cold, slimy floor. "Stone, is that you?" His voice was hoarse, each syllable an effort. He pushed at the chief's armored knee with a skeletal hand, whispering, "You can't be here. You have to get out of here. It's not safe." Bonita Stone was the first Spartan casualty that Joy and the Master Chief had encountered on Zeta Halo. They'd found her body within the ring's interior, murdered by Jega Rdomnai. Browning must have crossed paths with her at some point during the last 6 months, enough to know her and worry about her.
Hang in there, Doc.
The chief said.
Joy, we need an exit path now.
Look to your left. I think our only way out is up.
The hex beam piercing through the corner of the chamber and into the bedrock ceiling was their only solid option. There was a jagged crack up there, just big enough for the Spartan to fit through.
That'll get us up a level.
She said as a tremor shook the chamber.
And we better move, because they're about to break through the tunnel.
Chapter 10. Rdomnai Keep, June 5th, 2560. Jega Rdomnai leaned over the command table, his gaze fixed on the glowing red holoscreen hovering above its surface. On the screen were images of the Master Chief entering the holding cell and kneeling in front of the prisoner. Rage flared, erupting in his chest, tightening his muscles and sending spasms of pain through his injuries. He relaxed his body and let it flow, welcoming the pain, for it was the fuel on which his vengeance burned. Jega flexed the metal fingers on his left hand, feeling the cold, manufactured impulses generating through the connection between his prosthesis and the nerves in the stump of what remained of his arm. On the screen before him, the Spartan lifted the broken human to his feet. Lucas Browning, perhaps the key to finding the Harbinger and gaining control over the ring systems. Val Hasumai had been correct. The prisoner had indeed been the Harbinger's pet. The ancient Forerunners, believing that humanity should follow in their stead and become the stewards of the galaxy, had adjusted their technology to allow humans the privilege of access. Escharum had used Lucas Browning's handprint to unlock the Harbinger's Silex, releasing her from captivity. Since that day, she had taken a peculiar interest in the human, often spending hours in his presence. Jega had always thought the alliance between the Banished and the Harbinger was an unnecessary risk. The Banished needed no assistance in their push for dominance. Yet, after one particular meeting with Atriox, Escharum had grown single-minded in his drive to release the Harbinger and aid her in her plans to liberate the Endless from captivity. Though always reticent to reveal all he knew, Escharum had told Jega that an alliance with the Harbinger would garner the Banished unimaginable power. As much as Jega questioned that lofty claim, he could not deny the Harbinger had her uses. She had, after all, crushed the ring's monitor and stolen its encephalon core, giving her system-wide control over the Halo, something Escharum had confided only to him. Now Escharum was dead, and the Harbinger was strangely absent, missing with the core. Jega had never trusted her. If anyone should possess the core, it was the Banished. That was what Escharum had wanted, control over the ring, and Jega would give it to him, even in death. Lucas Browning was the only one who might be able to point him in the right direction. The pathetic human's ravings about the Harbinger's secrets had been worth enduring, each tortured scream bringing Jega closer to his goal. On the screen, he watched the demon lift the fragile prisoner onto his shoulders. His mandibles clicked, laughter bubbling deep within. He slapped his hands on the table. Very well. Let him play the hero. Jega's claws dug into the console surface. What he'd gleaned from Lucas Browning pointed to a shared connection with the Harbinger and a compulsion to serve her. Perhaps a change of tactics and the illusion of safety would allow the Spartan to succeed where Jega had failed. Yes, he murmured. Take him then. Lead me to her. What a satisfying irony that the Master Chief, humanity's greatest champion, might reveal the very thing that could destroy his disgraceful species once and for all. It was too good to be true. Let your hope guide you, demon. You have no idea what awaits. He glanced at one of the small rectangular devices the Harbinger had used to monitor her human pet, ensuring that she always knew where he was within the Banished prison system. Now Jega would do the same. Your fate is in my hands, Spartan. I will drive you to your doom, and you will suffer as I have. First your arm, then your jaw, piece by piece, until nothing remains but a screaming husk. His fury became blinding, unyielding. And after you have been torn apart, as I was torn apart, you will endure. The chamber door hissed open. A Kigyar guard stepped in, feathers ruffled, beak clacking nervously. Blademaster, the human has... Lost in his hatred, Jega ignited his dual-bladed plasma weapon, Ghost Pierce, with a sharp hiss, a blazing extension that hugged his prosthetic arm. He swung wide, the fiery blade melting through the avian's torso in one fluid motion. The guard had no time to react. Two halves of the creature thudded to the floor. The acrid scent of charred flesh filled the room, the smell suddenly all too familiar and triggering. Jega hunched over the table, claws digging once more into the metal surface, trembling, unable to prevent the memories from consuming him. Chaos and flames. His pulse pounded hot through his head. The mission on the Covenant moon base ran gearing, his team closing in on their target as the Spartan headhunter lifted the decapitated head of an elite warrior high into the air. One of 6 silent shadow warriors, Jega Rdomnai, had watched from the darkness as the Spartan headhunter cut a swath through the small Covenant moon base, and now stood in the middle of the encampment, holding up high the head of a Sangheili warrior. The knife in his right hand held limp at his side, its blade dripping blood and flesh. The remaining Covenant, a mix of Kigyar, Ungoi, and Sangheili, leveled their weapons at the Spartan. But it was clear the sight of this severed head had shaken the lesser species' resolve. This was not so for the remaining elites. Enraged by the killing of their kin, they closed in. And still the silent shadow watched. The Spartan spoke. Roll! Light 'em up! In the tree line above the camp, a second Spartan headhunter waited, using the cover of night and a scavenged carbine to eliminate the nearest elite threat. 3 shots to the head and the Sangheli fell lifeless to the ground. The remaining Covenant forces attacked, but were no match for the Spartan pair. A stirring of disgust went through Jega at the undisciplined chaos of the Covenant forces. They deserved their end. He watched dispassionately as 2 more elites fell. As the bloodthirsty Spartan finished off a cowardly Kigyar hiding behind its personal energy gauntlet, the last surviving elite crept forward. But he too fell victim to his own rashness, allowing anger to drive him. The Spartan from the tree line took out the elite's shields, and the brutal one fired his rudimentary hand weapon into the Sangheli's knees. Jega sighed. He waited as the Spartan identified as Roll sprinted from the tree line to join his murderous companion. Now, Jega directed his companions. "It is time, brothers." The silent shadow moved unseen into the encampment as the Spartan headhunter conversed with the fallen elite, on his shattered knees before a human. Unthinkable. What makes you Covenant thugs think you're so damned special anyway? What gives you the right to do the things you do? The Spartan demanded. As they spoke, Jega laughed to himself. The hubris of one so unqualified and base to pose such a question. Humans were vermin, playing games they were too weak and inexperienced to ever win. And it was the Silent Shadow's task to eradicate these heretical creatures. "I fear not the path to the great journey beyond," the wounded elite was saying. "I embrace it." He was filled with purpose, belief, and Jega supposed it offered some comfort as death drew near. As for Jega, the promise of the great journey did nothing to compel him to purpose. Only killing did. In that way, he supposed he had something in common with the brutal savagery of the Spartan headhunter as he intoned. "Great journey, huh? What's so great about it?" The elite regarded the Spartan for a moment before saying, "You will never." His words were cut short by the Spartan's knife blade sinking deeply into his neck. Jega felt himself nodding. It was what he himself would have done, what he would do to this human. Sever his head slowly so the vile Spartan felt Jega's own blade through every muscle and vessel, through tendon and bone. "It was a rhetorical question, asshole," the Spartan said, twisting the knife before withdrawing it and then shoving the elite to the ground, firing a round into his face and several more into his chest. Brutality often emerged the victor over the Sangheli's own sense of honor. If only his Silent Shadow brothers understood this. As the Spartans conversed between themselves, Jega had seen enough. Their guard was down. They thought they had won. How foolish of them. He stepped behind the one called Roll, who was speaking his last words to his partner. "You ready to roll out?" "Yeah," the other Spartan answered, as he gazed over the destruction he had wrought. "This place is dead anyway." Poetic, Jega thought, as he pressed the hilt of his energy blade towards Spartan Roll's back and engaged. It manifested inside the headhunter, easily cutting through his armor, skin, muscle, and bone. The human warrior stiffened in shock as the blade's dual tips came out the other side, its red glow lighting the faceplate of his stunned companion. The other Spartan regained his composure and fired over the shoulder of his mortally wounded partner, striking Jega's shields. His cloaking module held, though the impact sent loud crackling through his helmet. Jega shoved the blade in deeper, then yanked upward, cutting through the vermin's torso and exiting his right shoulder, just below the neck. Once out, Jega retracted the blade, and it went dark as the body of Roll fell. The remaining Silent Shadow closed in, still unheard and unseen. But Jega held out a hand to stop them. He wanted a moment for this Spartan to understand. to break his hope that humanity could ever defeat the Covenant, let alone best the Sangheili. The Spartan showed some intelligence as he quickly retrieved a plasma pistol from a nearby grunt's corpse. Its plasma energy would be more effective against Jega's shield than the human's metal projectiles. Unseen, Jega slowly circled the enemy as the Spartan primed the pistol. "God damn it," the Spartan cursed. "How'd you do it, you son of a bitch? How'd you get the drop?" The Spartan released the trigger of the humming plasma pistol, the surge of its primed green plasma energy catching Jega on the side of his torso and dismantling his shielding. "Good," he thought, ignoring the brief flash of pain. "See your death dealer." For a moment, the Spartan was frozen as he finally gazed upon Jega's uncloaked form. The silent shadow, towering in their dark crimson armor and full face helmets, were far more intimidating than the typical Sangheili the humans faced. The Spartan fired several rounds, which Jega easily avoided as his shields and active camouflage recharged. Eventually the warrior ceased, and it was clear he had switched his helmet's interior view, using technology that allowed the Spartan to see the outlines of the silent shadow. The Spartan's arrogant posture sagged. "Shit," the Spartan said, and Jega laughed at that, for the headhunter now understood. He was the grunt in this situation. The very thought made him laugh louder. "This was a goddamn trap," the Spartan said. "Your fellow conspirators are dead, like the one here, slaughtered like pups, helpless and weak. You idiots set this up. This. All of it. You wanted us. You're afraid of us. I'm flattered." "You are dead," one of the silent shadow responded. "Could be. Don't matter." "You value your life so little?" "No, not really," the Spartan answered. "I kinda like being me, actually. But you being here means you're not somewhere else, get it? All this, these resources, all your skill, wasted on a few pathetic humans makes me feel kinda good. Kinda special. And if you think you're taking me out without losing a limb, you've lost your goddamn mind. We'll see who's lost their mind once we have carved your flesh and you've screamed your secrets to the stars," Jega said. "This ends one of two ways, Chief," the Spartan replied, unperturbed. "I either walk out of here, your teeth hanging from a string around my neck, or I die with my fist down someone's throat. So let's start this party. I'm late for a hot date, and I don't want to keep your sister waiting." The headhunter's bravado was admirable, but wasted. "You can sense your end, human. That is good. If it brings you any peace, the whole of your kind will soon follow suit." Jega turned to the others, silently instructing them to close in. The Spartan laughed. "You know I can see you, right? We are aware of your visual upgrades, human. As stated, we've already been through this with your friends. Lay down your arms and surrender yourself for Inquisition." The Spartan gave a parting glance at his fallen partner. 20 credits says you're all dead within, let's say, the next 30 seconds. Jega snorted. "We will end you before you so much as bruise our egos, dog. Now, lay down your weapons." As much as he desired to kill the human, he'd been instructed to entrap and keep at least one alive for interrogation, study, and torture. "Seriously, I know you might not have any credits handy, but I'm willing to take the Covenant equivalent." The Spartan suddenly dropped his weapon. "We got a deal?" Jega paused as the rest of the silent shadow continued approaching. It was clear the headhunter was playing tricks. "Careful, brothers," he warned as the Spartan crouched. The human vermin raised a device. "Know what this is?" Jega immediately recognized the disruptor technology that humans use to momentarily freeze power to the weapons and armor of their enemies. if he activated it. "Take him!" Jega raised his weapon, but the advancing warriors blocked his line of sight. The Spartan had cleverly lured them into his own trap and used them for cover, allowing the Spartan to throw the disruptor over their heads toward Jega and the 3 silent shadow warriors at his side. The 2 Sangheli closest to the Spartan struck. The fight was quick. One of his brothers reached the Spartan, grabbing the human's wrist and lifting him off the ground. "You dare defy us, filth? You will suffer for your sins." The Sangheli engaged his energy blade and slowly sliced into the Spartan's faceplate. The second silent shadow grabbed the Spartan's neck. And then, Jega saw it. The detonator in the human's hand. But Jega was frozen by the disruptor attack, unable to move. Time stood still. The moment branded into his memory. Jega could feel the Spartan smiling behind his helmet. The headhunter pressed the detonator. The ground trembled as a series of explosions tore through the base. Immobile, Jega could only watch in horror as blue and orange fire swept over everything, and then rolled toward him. Searing heat melted his armor. The pain instantly stole his breath, burning his throat. The disruptor's effects disengaged, allowing him to move. But it was too late. All he could do was throw his left arm across his face as the force and heat vaporized his limb, his helmet, shredding his mandibles. The final moments of this memory pushed Jega back into reality. He lay gasping against the table. After regaining some of his composure, he finally straightened. His gaze went to his personal console and the knife lying on one of its shelves, charred. Part of its hilt disintegrated, and a section of its blade corroded. The Spartan headhunter's blade, the one who'd taken everything from him. It had been recovered in the aftermath and given to Jega as a reminder. That gruesome recollection now came unbidden, as it always did. Lying in the rubble, choking on his own blood, boiling in what was left of his superheated armor. Jega knew the Covenant would not send in a rescue team. They never did. Their warriors were expendable. But a rescue had come. The Banished. Escharum and his crew had pulled Jega from the carnage. As he lay dying on Escherum's ship, the Sangheli who had joined the Banished had counseled him, encouraging him to die by his own hand, rather than live disfigured and dishonored by injuries. But Jega refused to submit. His anger and need for revenge against all Spartans was stronger than mere honor. It became a relentless force that drove him to eschew everything he'd once stood for, every tradition and belief that had defined him as a Sangheli. The only one who'd stood by him was Escharum. The Banished war chief saw the raw power and unyielding ferocity that burned within Jega, embracing his bloodlust rather than shunning it. In Escherum's eyes, Jega's pursuit of vengeance was an asset, not a dishonor. And this acceptance eventually forged a friendship that transcended the animosity between their kinds. Jega traced his fingers over the scars on his face, where flesh now met prosthetics and metal. Even when he wasn't wounded, as he was now, the suffering was endless, etched into his very being. Technology could have blunted the pain, but he refused to dull the edge of his wrath, erode his resolve, and strip away the relentless reminder of the price of survival. With renewed focus, a sudden calm came over him. He'd settle into the shadows and bide his time until everything fell into place just as he envisioned it. The Master Chief leading himself straight into oblivion, while Jega savored every moment of his downfall. Jega left the table and stepped over the Kigyar's remains. He had a hunt to prepare for, a Spartan to kill, and humanity to raze to the ground. And absolutely nothing would stand in his way. Chapter 11. Rdomnai Keep, June 5th, 2560. Lucas Browning's eyes fluttered open as the sound of footsteps and muffled voices echoed through the cold, dank cell. The haze over his mind lay thick and stubborn. The line between reality and the surreal often blurred, and these last few months, he very much preferred the surreal. It was easier that way. Hallucinations were a regular occurrence, and Lucas welcomed the waking dreams, the parade of friends and family floating in and out of his cell like ghosts. Sometimes his mind blended recent and past events, muddying his recollections. He often heard Spartan Tomas Horvath's voice in his cell, making good on his promise of rescue. But then, inevitably, the truth of his situation set in, forcing Lucas to acknowledge that such promises had come months earlier, in the moments before the Halo ring had been fractured, and had nothing to do with his current plight. Spartan Horvath was probably long gone by now, like so many others. This time, however, the voices persisted, muffled, but definitely human. Could it be Spartan Stone? Or maybe Kovan? Had any of the boat crew survived? Lucas had been among the last to flee the UNSC Infinity, as it suffered unrelenting bombardment by the Banished fleet. It had been a miracle that his lifeboat made it through the chaotic firefight surrounding humanity's flagship. 2 of the occupants had died in the crash landing on the surface of the Halo ring, and there were a few times when Lucas thought he and the other lifeboat survivors might share the same fate when they realized the craft was wedged into a rock ledge, their exit cut off. They'd managed to broadcast a distress signal, which reached Spartan Horvath, but then the explosion had torn the Halo ring apart. They might have starved to death trapped inside the lifeboat if Spartan Bonita Stone hadn't come along. After that ordeal, the small group of soldiers and support personnel had become a tight-knit unit, the boat crew, just trying to stay alive in the wake of humanity's crushing defeat. As the weeks stretched on, they'd suffered horrific encounters and punishing losses, glimmers of hope, and then profound, soul-crushing despair. The last time he'd seen Stone, she disappeared into the darkness with her sniper rifle to cover those fleeing the bloodbath at the Battle of the Mortal Reverie. As the Banished mowed down any survivors, the boat crew had fled with Spartan Nina Kovan, finding a small cave in which to hide. But then Kovan's damaged armor had seized up, leaving her prone on the ground, trapped, and completely vulnerable as the Banished closed in. Did he regret it, playing hero, running out of the cave to draw the Banished away from their location? There were days he did. Surviving as a Banished prisoner was an agony unlike any other. A swifter death in the cave might have been a mercy to them all. But there were days when he truly believed they'd all made it out alive, that his sacrifice hadn't been for nothing. There was no way to know, just as there was no way to tell what was real and what wasn't. The Sangheili devil could be playing tricks again. That must be it, because no one was coming. No one ever came. He curled into a tighter ball, making himself as small and invisible as possible. A futile gesture, because it never helped anyway. His jackal wardens dragged him out no matter how tiny he made himself. If the devil was around, Lucas was taken straight to the torture device. If not, the jackals had fun releasing him into the tunnels, picking at him with their sharp beaks, eating the tiny bits of flesh they tore as he scrambled for dark corners and crevices. He'd finally learned to stay still. They eventually grew bored if he didn't hide or defend himself. Now, though, he could feel the giant presence filling his cell, looming. A new threat. Maybe this was finally the end.
Browning. Lucas, we're here to get you out.
He tried to move, to get up, but was too weak. The form in front of him blurred and shifted. Voices filled his head, ones he'd known, ones he imagined, ones he hoped to hear again. Stone? Is that you? She couldn't be here. It was too dangerous. He shoved at her. You can't be here. You have to get out of here. It's not safe. Dizziness rolled over him, and he curled up tighter. Tricks, tricks. The devil is always playing tricks. But instead of a harsh hand gripping his upper arm, a human voice, clear as a bell, deep, calm, and steady, cut through the fog.
Hang in there, Doc. We're getting you out. Joy, we need an exit path now.
Struck by the novelty of hearing a new human voice, Lucas's head came up. His blurry vision took a moment to clear. When it did, his mind went completely blank, stunned that what he was seeing was real. A massive Spartan in muted green armor knelt in front of him.
Can you stand?
He was asked. While the words were filtered through an external speaker in the Spartan's helmet, Lucas felt an instant connection, as if he could see the man behind the gold-colored visor. A giant hand reached out to grip his elbow, but months of learned behavior made him flinch and sink back. The hand froze.
It's okay,
the Spartan assured him. Gently, the giant slipped a hand under Lucas's upper arm and prompted him to his feet. Immediately, pain radiated from the fractured bones in his legs. The world tilted. His blood pressure was low, too low. He knew the signs. He might be losing it, but he was still a medic after all. A light tapping on his cheek brought him back from a darkness he hadn't known he'd entered. The figure was still there, kneeling again. Lucas wasn't sure if everything had reset, if he was in some sort of demented nightmare, or if... He reached out and touched the Spartan's forearm. Real. Definitely real. Dazed, he watched as the Spartan retrieved a slim metal canister from a pouch at his waist, twisted the top, and jabbed it against Lucas's thigh. He didn't feel a sting, but he sure as hell felt the sudden warmth spreading like liquid gold through his body, muting the pain that had been his constant companion for months. His muscles finally relaxed. He'd forgotten what that was like. His injuries, which had been an unrelenting source of agony, were starting to now feel distant and numb. The warmth spreading through his body wasn't just physical. It brought with it one emotion he hadn't genuinely felt in a very, very long time. Hope. Tell me this is real. He grabbed the chin of the Spartan's helmet as uncontrollable tears pooled in his eyes. Tell me I'm not hallucinating. He didn't think he could continue if this was an illusion.
You're not hallucinating.
After all the torment and despair, he was actually being rescued? It was almost too much to process. His throat grew thick, and he fought the rising lump to say, "There's something I need to tell you. The Harbinger, she..."
Save your breath, Doc. We have to move. I'm sorry, this is going to hurt.
The Spartan lifted Lucas's arm over his head, and then clamped the other hand behind his knee as he ducked and rose, lifting Lucas off his feet and effectively draping him across his shoulders. The Spartan was right. Pain radiated across his bruised rib cage. The armor dug into his chest as he bounced against the titanium backplate. If not for the medication, Lucas would have already passed out. But he'd been through far worse. He'd gotten so used to torment that this new searing ache was unfortunately bearable. The Spartan crossed the floor and then leaped onto the giant beam dissecting the room, his boots seeming to clamp onto the slanted metal as he climbed and then ducked through the jagged bedrock crack in the ceiling. The air grew increasingly colder as they ascended, the pungent scent of damp rock and the faint tang of metal filling Lucas's nostrils. It smelled heavenly. He held on tightly to the Spartan's forearm, grateful for the secure grip. His head grew heavy as the steady rhythm of the Spartan's movements played like a painful lullaby. Eventually they emerged into a larger chamber, the dripping water echoing loudly in the cavernous space. Tired and drugged, Lucas lifted his heavy head and saw shadows rising against the wall. Monstrous forms. His savior deposited him behind a stack of crates, saying,
"Stay down."
The Spartan withdrew a wicked-looking knife, stained dark with blood. What was clearly hand-to-hand combat generated a whirlwind of violence, of shadows and grunts, of the splat and spurt of ripped flesh and spilled blood. They were noises he'd become intimately familiar with. The Spartan, for as large as he was, moved like a ghost, a blur, spinning out of reach of an approaching jackal, slicing its throat with his knife. A flash of purple lit up the room. Shadows joined and separated. A jackal was lifted high and then slammed into the ground, its echoing screech silenced by a swift, bone-crushing stomp from the Spartan's boot. A weak but gratifying grin tugged at Lucas's mouth. The Spartan's shadow straightened, then strode toward the crates. His green armor was wet with blood and condensation, giving it a sinister gleam in the cavern's minimal light. And then Lucas saw it, the lettering on the Spartan's chest plate, etched in bold, stark lines. 117. Chills ran beneath his skin as recognition sparked. Everyone knew that number and the name associated with it. Spartan 117. Stories of the Master Chief's exploits echoed throughout every corner of the galaxy. Lucas had never even caught a glimpse of the man before, but the tales alone had been enough to paint a vivid picture. He couldn't see the face behind the tinted visor, but somehow he felt the intensity of the Spartan's gaze. It was surreal, having this near-mythical figure standing before him, as genuine as the cold stone at his back. There was a very real possibility that Lucas might actually survive.
Hanging in there, Doc?
The Spartan asked. Mutely, Lucas managed a nod, too stunned to speak as the Master Chief hoisted him back onto his shoulders, their journey resuming through the jagged, busted-up maze of rock and metal. As they turned a corner, the loud crack of gunfire erupted through the tunnel. Rock sprayed and peppered his back. The Master Chief didn't evade, but held on to Lucas with one hand while withdrawing a sidearm and firing. Lucas squeezed his eyes closed, the sounds, explosions, and cries piercing and brutal. And then it went quiet. Smoke filled the passage, acrid and thick, mingling with the scent of burned flesh and blood. He opened his eyes as the Master Chief stepped over the corpses of several grunts and jackals, his boots occasionally crunching through the carnage of sinew and bone.
Almost there,
the Spartan told him. Another chamber brought a blur of new threats, but the Master Chief never faltered, stowing Lucas safely behind cover whenever possible, or using his own armored body as a shield when not. A shotgun boomed, grenades exploded, knives flashed. Yet one after another, the Banished fell. Lucas lost track of time, his world narrowing to the cadence of the Spartan steps, the constant bark of a rifle, the repeated click of one spent magazine ejecting and another clicking into place. There was a strange and brutal rhythm to it all.
Here?
He heard the Spartan ask. The Master Chief stopped and then swung a fist straight into the rock wall, which cracked in response. The Spartan punched again and again, then executed a final kick. The wall caved, and they finally burst through into the open night air. They were out of Jega's stronghold.
Echo 216, copy?
There was a pause, and then...
We need extraction, now.
The air was crisp and carried the sweet scent of rain. With some effort, Lucas raised his head to see a lone mountain peak rising jagged against the night sky. A storm roiled overhead. Lightning tore through towering clouds, casting intermittent illumination on the rugged island. But there was something else. A tinge of red stained the clouds. No. This wasn't good. The Master Chief took off running. Chapter 12. Rdomnai Keep, June 5th, 2560. John hoisted Lucas Browning higher onto his shoulders as they left the lakeside area and headed around the base of the mountain peak. Distant thunder filtered through his audio, and the wind picked up, carrying with it the first drops of rain. On the other side of the mountain, the landscape morphed into an inhospitable morass of jagged black rock, leading into a sparse alpine forest, which provided them with a modest amount of cover.
Chief?
Joyu said.
I've notified Echo 216 that we'll be bringing another soul on board, and I've redirected the sentinel we left at the hangar bay's entrance to generate an alternate route to the extraction point. We'll need to reach the southern ridge.
A new path began populating across John's display. Grateful for the guidance through the labyrinth of treacherous rocks, he hurried on. He was nearly through when his comms ignited with static. "There are Banished incoming!" Esparza yelled. "I'm not sure how long I can stay once I get to the extraction coordinates."
Hang in there, 216.
Joy said.
I'm sending the sentinel your way.
"Oh, thank God. I owe you one."
I'll remember you said that.
We've got company.
John's motion sensors picked up a couple of prowlers and multiple ghosts closing in. As the anti-gravity bike sped across the terrain, the ghosts' searchlights cut through the forest in erratic patterns. Sporadic bolts of red plasma shot through the foliage, lighting the path ahead while melting through branches and sizzling deep into tree trunks. His first instinct was to turn and face the onslaught head-on, but keeping Browning out of danger took top priority.
Take a left at the next boulder.
Joy said.
There's a narrow path.
As he took the path, John kept tabs on Browning's vitals. So far, so good. Every jar had to be excruciating, but the young man stayed quiet, making John wonder if he'd passed out. Probably a good thing, if so.
We've got aerial inbound. Banshees.
Joy announced.
First one is 1/2 kilometer and closing.
5 seconds later, a red and silver craft soared overhead and banked to come back around. John detoured off course and slowed as plasma cannon rounds from the ghosts came way too close for comfort, sending shards of molten stone and flaming bark flying and pinging his Mjolnir armor's shield sensor. As one of the ghosts swept past, John withdrew a frag grenade, pulled the pin, and lobbed it at the alien scout bike. Aim true, it exploded in midair, sending its flaming Sangheili pilot flying.
Our second sentinel friend is inbound from the House of Reckoning.
Joy informed him.
It survived the blast?
Of course it did. It had a few seconds to escape as the payload dropped. Sentinels can encapsulate themselves in an energy shield and they're incredibly fast. The blast repercussion kicked it around some, but it... Look out!
The Banshee swept in low, its plasma cannons cutting dual tracks through the forest, heading straight for them. At the same moment, the sky opened up and a heavy downpour began. The second sentinel arrived, streaking through the forest, then sweeping upward, its emitter beam pulsing a brilliant purple, catching the Banshee unaware, slicing through its propulsion drive and sending it into a death spiral.
The Banished are trying to drive us off the island,
Joy warned. The terrain grew steeper, the landscape naturally funneling them toward the island's edge. Their escape was complicated by the heavy rain, which was quickly turning the path into a slick stream of mud. He had to change tactics. John switched his night vision system to infrared to account for low visibility and spied a viable option. As he veered away from the mud flow, he dug his heels in and adjusted his balance, sliding in an arc toward an outcrop of boulders. He managed to snag one, the tactile emitters in his glove latching on and locking, allowing him to swing around the boulder and drop in behind it, where he carefully slid the wet and trembling medic off his shoulders, tucking him in against the boulder.
Stay quiet and stay put,
he said as one of the prowlers drew near. Quickly, John knelt, lifted his assault rifle, sighted, then squeezed the trigger, dispatching a single round. The small armored projectile thwacked into the brute driver's temple. The war sled careened wildly, its momentum carrying it into a nearby tree. Rifle in his right hand, John picked up Browning by the waist and carried him under his left arm, racing to the crashed Banished vehicle. There he set the medic onto the prowler's attached sled before jumping into the pilot seat. As soon as he grabbed the controls, the sensors in his gloves automatically interfaced with his weapons software suite, pulling from its vast database user schematics for the Kavardu workshop-built light war sled. Esparza's voice crackled over the comms. "Thanks for the help, Joy. Your little friend is a beast with that laser. I'm coming in fast. Be ready."
We're close, Chief. Putting a nav indicator on your display.
Joyu said.
Just stick to my route and follow the arrow.
Another backseat driver.
He muttered, grabbing the Prowler's handlebars to propel it forward. The apple didn't fall far from the AI tree.
I heard that.
As they neared the edge of the island, the dark shape of Echo 216 came into view. The Pelican's powerful engines roaring against the strong wind and rain generated by the storm. John brought the Prowler to a hovering stop, jumped out, hiked Browning once more onto his shoulders, and then sprinted toward the Pelican, as plasma cannon rounds from a freshly arriving Banshee streaked red through the air, hitting the Pelican's port side. The force rocked the dropship sideways. "Chief, I'm hit!" Alarms blared through their shared comms. "Trying to keep her steady."
Hold tight. We're almost there.
"I'm trying." The Pelican stabilized, though thick plumes of smoke billowed ominously from its port side. Esparza's voice crackled over the speakers again, strained but unyielding as the back hatch opened. "Get in, now!" John took a running leap off the island fragment and sailed through the air, into the troop bay, dropping to one knee as he retrieved his sidekick, then pivoting and returning fire through the open hatch at the oncoming ghosts, while both of the Sentinels swooped into battle with the Banshee, using their speed to evade and strike, and keep the craft distracted long enough to aid in Echo 216's escape. The Pelican's port engine puffed out black smoke as it departed with a loud whine. The last thing John saw before the doors closed was Joy's Sentinels falling out of the sky, and the last Banished aircraft along with them. Chapter 13. Pelican, Echo 216, June 5th, 2560. Warning! 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 The Pelican's automated threat alarm blared from the cockpit as John slid the soaked, mud-covered medic off his wet shoulders and into one of the troop bay seats, quickly buckling him into place before stepping across the aisle. He pulled the emergency cutoff valve to vent the cabin as it filled with the smoke trailing from the primary port fusion drive. The air scrubbers in his ventilation system could handle the poisonous fumes, but Browning and Esparza were another matter.
Esparza, cut the port engine.
But...
Do it. Otherwise, we're leaving an easy trail to follow.
Breach detected. Warning. 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 I know! Esparza shouted back as the Pelican bucked and shuddered, then half-rolled hard to port. Hold on! The secondary fusion drive must have sustained damage as well. The starboard drive inadvertently pushing the dropship over as the port side failed. John was about to bark out directions when he felt the Pelican steady, Esparza easing off the starboard engine and then dropping the ship into a controlled dive and a gentle bank to port. Critical malfunction! Warning! Bracing himself with one hand on the bulkhead passageway leading into the cockpit, John reached to the forward console and slapped a hand over the AI speaker control button, cutting off the incessant announcements.
Plug me in, Chief,
Joyu said.
I'll see what I can do.
While Joy could easily access some of the dropship systems through the link in John's armor, a hard entry would give her a greater level of intrusion and control. He removed the chip from the back of his head and slotted it into the forward console. Her blue form shimmered above the holopad, distorted and flickering, as systems began to fail.
Port fusion drive is inoperable. Secondary operating at 50% capacity and falling. Primary stabilizers are down. We've lost 60% of our thrust capacity and counting. Rerouting power, but it's a temporary fix. We won't make it far.
Esparza threaded the ship through a labyrinth of closely packed island fragments, leaving the firestorm behind and searching for a suitable place to land. Mierda! We're not going to find a spot here. Joy, I could use a little more power.
Doing what I can.
After a tense few seconds, the engine's whine increased as Joy delivered.
Try now.
With the extra boost, Esparza pushed the throttle and directed the Pelican out into a large area where the land fragments grew sparse.
Closest landmass is 15 kilometers.
Joyous informed them.
Keep going.
John replied.
They'll expect us to land first chance we get.
Well, all things considered, they might be right, Esparza muttered.
That one.
John indicated the landmass projected onto the sputtering navigational map.
It's 30 kilometers out. Joy, can we make it?
Just barely.
The cockpit fell into a tense silence, broken only by the occasional spark and static of damaged and struggling systems, and the whine of the strained engines. John glanced behind him to check on the medic's status. The troop bay was dimly lit by the few working track lights, but it was enough to see Browning poised tensely in his seat, hands gripping the harness, his entire body trembling. The dried blood in his hair, beard, and wounds had been saturated by the rain and ran in dirty rivulets down his muddy form, creating a small puddle around his bare feet. Besides the obvious external wounds and his dilated pupils indicating shock, there was no telling what kind of internal injuries the man had sustained. John's biometric sensors could only tell him so much. Getting a visual on our destination, Esparza said, pulling John's attention back to the cockpit. A long strip of white land began to take shape in the darkness. Esparza sighed. Looks like we'll be in for a cold night. Arctic and inhospitable. The island fragment consisted of a 28-kilometer stretch of high-altitude mountain peaks thick with snow. It appeared wind-whipped and desolate, devoid of any noticeable structures or preliminary signs of life. The Pelican dipped low, its wing only meters from the sheer, snow-covered face of the mountain range.
Thrusters holding at 46%,
Joy said in a choppy synthetic tone as she grappled with the Pelican's failing systems. John switched the nav screen to LiDAR as high winds buffeted the dropship and snow blew across its windshield.
There.
He pointed to a shadowy fissure in the white.
That's our best option.
The fissure, a horizontal alcove in the mountainside, large enough to set at least 2 Pelicans inside with ease, wasn't the best place to hide, but the dropship was too damaged to continue flight. They'd be sitting ducks if they stayed very long, but they didn't have a choice. They had to make repairs and take off again before the Banished found them. Esparza guided the Pelican into the dark alcove, the landing gear scraping against the ice-slicked rock. The entire craft groaned under the strain, its metal frame vibrating with the effort. John braced himself even as he scanned the jagged terrain outside, alert for any signs of movement as they slid in fast and hit the back of the alcove with a jarring smack. The engine slowed to a mournful whir, giving one final shudder, and then silence. Esparza collapsed back in his seat, raising both arms and linking his hands over his head. That was way too close. John gently gripped the man's shoulder.
Nice work, Esparza.
Agreed.
Joy said.
We'll make a pilot of you yet. I'll start diagnostics.
Before she did, she leaned to one side as she gazed around the Master Chief's form to the troop bay.
If Echo 216 had a fully functioning pilot's helmet, we could use it on our medic.
John's internal computer network and equipped medical software could then link to the helmet and give him additional information on the health of its wearer.
We'll do the best we can with what we've got,
he told her. And what they had right now, while it wasn't comprehensive, would have to do. He strode into the troop bay and retrieved a spare flight suit and an emergency foil blanket from the supply closet. Browning had passed out, slumped to the side, his breathing shallow and his pulse slightly elevated to compensate for the loss of body temperature. If it dropped any lower, he'd be hypothermic. John knelt and reached out, carefully moderating his physical movement. It took more mental effort to act gently than it did to pound 5,000 kilos of Hunter. With his enhanced strength and a suit of armor attached to his neural implant, movement was instantaneous. The force exerted when his Mjolnir reacted could be deadly. Even a slap on the back or a simple handshake could cripple an ally. All Spartans trained not only to inflict maximum damage, but also to operate without hurting others and themselves. The force and reaction time of his armor could just as easily split his own enhanced musculature and bonded bones if he wasn't careful. Browning's eyes fluttered open.
You need to get out of those wet clothes before hypothermia sets in.
John offered him the flight uniform.
That pain injection will wear off soon.
The medic brushed his wet hair from his face, then struggled to push himself straighter in his seat. It already has. With his hair out of the way and a rain-cleaned face, John saw just how young the medic was. A year or two out of combat school, at most. Browning took the flight suit. Some of his fingers were swollen and stiff and set at odd angles, making it difficult for him to close his hand around the material, much less remove the old uniform. Even healthy, he'd need some effort to peel off the heavy threads, weighed down as they were with rain and months' worth of accumulated dirt, blood, and fluids that had not all washed away in the downpour. While delicate matters were not his strong suit, John eyed the material as he would any problem, sizing up how best to tackle the issue at hand. Esparza wedged his way between them. "I got this, Chief. Joy could use your help outside." John stepped back.
It's going to get colder in here. Make sure you wrap him in the foil blanket after he's dry.
"I'll wrap him tight as a burrito, Chief. Don't worry."
Thanks.
As John strode to the center of the troop bay, the clang of each metal footstep echoed more loudly through his audio than usual. Delicate matters always made him feel large, clumsy, and inadequate. And while he'd never hesitate in helping Browning, he appreciated Esparza's intervention. At the access hatch in the floor, he unsealed the square panel and lifted it away, dropping through to the ground beneath the Pelican, and then resealing the hatch behind him to keep some warmth inside the dropship. Ducking out from under the Pelican, John headed to the alcove's ledge, scanning the horizon, searching the night sky for signs of pursuit. Nothing yet, but it wouldn't be long before the Banished discovered their position. After returning to the Pelican and surveying the exterior damage, he climbed onto the port wing. The engine casing was blackened and pitted, a chunk of painted red metal lodged in the air intake. He braced his feet apart, wrapping his hands around the Banished shrapnel, and pulled, his effort amplified by his armor. With a grunt, he finally wrenched it free, tossing it aside. The shrapnel's hole revealed a tangled web of damaged circuitry and leaking hydraulics, which sparked intermittently as the backup systems struggled to maintain and redistribute power. He grimaced at the mess, his gaze sweeping over the mangled, exposed engine.
That's only part of the problem,
Joy said in his ear.
The main power coupling's fried, and we've lost at least one stabilizer, and there's more, a lot more. I'll guide you through it.
John worked tirelessly on the Pelican until the first rays of sunlight crept up the mountain and spilled into the alcove. The blowing snow and wind had died down, and the sun's rays warmed the alcove by a few degrees. After assisting him for several hours, Esparza had succumbed to exhaustion a few hours ago. Last he checked, the man was sprawled in the flight seat with his legs on the forward console, while Browning slept on a cot placed near the cockpit, huddled under the foil blanket. The Banished hadn't given up their pursuit. Numerous times throughout the night, his long-range motion sensor had caught their faint, flickering presence as they continued to search. He removed the stim pack from a pouch on his waist and downed it before shutting the access panel to the Pelican's secondary fusion drive, then grabbed his helmet off the port wing, hopped to the ground, and pulled it over his head as he walked to the opening of the fissure. Immediately his visor darkened to account for the bright glare of sun on snow, his display revealing dark specks in the distance. Banished aircraft combed the skies, their search patterns tightening with every passing moment. Time was running out.
Joy, how's it looking?
Well, the stabilizer system is back online, sort of.
Explain.
Had to reroute power from both secondary engines. It won't last, but it might get us somewhere safer.
With the enemy circling, it'd have to be good enough.
We're too exposed out here.
He muttered and strode back into the alcove, banging on the Pelican's bulkhead to wake the others before activating the troop bay door from the outside. Fleeing was not an option. They'd have to make a stand somehow. Even out the playing field enough to free up some airspace and allow them to fully escape. Inside, Esparza stretched, sat up, and rubbed the sleep from the corners of his eyes. "What's going on?"
Nap time's over.
John headed straight for the armory and the stowed crates, setting out an MA-40, a sidekick, a jackhammer rocket launcher, and an S-7 sniper rifle. He left the two M392 designated marksman rifles, not enough ammo to justify the DMR's use, and retrieved a VK-78 Commando instead. He stockpiled as many magazines and rounds as would fit into a large rucksack, then loaded a secondary bag with a couple of salvaged plasma grenades, frags, and the last M19 surface-to-surface missile round for the jackhammer. Finished, he gathered the rucksacks and turned back to the two men now under his protection. Despite the long odds, a familiar curtain of determination and confidence slid over John. He'd make damn sure they all got out of here alive.
Strap him in.
"You got it, Chief." Esparza jumped to task as John left to deposit the bags against the rock wall just inside the opening to the alcove's ledge. Once he'd retrieved the weapons and stowed them with the bags, he set everything out, moving with practiced efficiency. Prepping the rocket launcher, loading fresh ammo into the rifles, the S-7, and his sidearm, then laying the secondary grenade bag on the ground for easy access. As anticipated, the Banished search grid tightened, and soon they were flying directly toward the ledge. He hefted the jackhammer.
Esparza, warm up our ride. We've got company.
He inserted the missile into the rocket launcher's tube.
Joy, on my signal, divert as much power as you can to the thrusters.
Roger that.
Esparza's breathless voice came over the shared comms as the dropship's engine spun up. "Buckled in here, Chief."
Be ready for a quick departure.
"I'll be ready." The Master Chief took a deep breath, steeling himself for the impending fight.
All right,
he said, his voice steady.
Let's get this done.
Chapter 14. Island Fragment, Z42, June 6th, 2560. A talon of 5 Banshees flew in a loosely spaced wedge formation toward Echo 216's position. Ingrained composure washed over the Master Chief as he hefted the rocket launcher onto his shoulder and sighted. From this distance, the nimble aircraft could easily evade the jackhammer's lock, so he waited, allowing them in close. If he had to take a little damage in order to return it tenfold, it was a worthwhile risk. A volley of plasma bolts tore into the mountainside, hitting just above the alcove. Cascading snow and rock blocked his view. He switched to infrared as the lead Banshee banked. He locked on and fired. The rocket slammed into the vessel's belly and exploded as it soared past the ledge.
"One down, 4 to go.
Joyu said in his ear.
The second one is coming in fast."
The Chief tossed the launcher to the side and grabbed a plasma grenade, activating it, then lobbed the glowing spherical device with all his strength. His aim true, it stuck to the second Banshee's hull. 3 seconds later, as the craft veered over the mountain, the grenade detonated. A third Banshee screamed overhead, safe for now. The Chief focused on the remaining 2, still a few kilometers out. He picked up the S-7 sniper rifle and knelt. Steadying his body, he raised the rifle and sighted through its standard issue scope. With a slow exhale, he put one of the approaching Banshees into its crosshairs. A torrent of plasma fired from the Banshee's cannons and streaked toward the ledge. His threat detector flashed and Joy shouted, but he ignored them both as one of the rounds slammed into his shields, the force sliding him back. But he maintained his kneeling position. Temperature and shield warnings sounded on the periphery as he fired. The rifle's report cracked through the alcove, and the 114mm armor-piercing round punched into the Banshee's hull. Immediately, it accelerated into a spiraling descent, smoke curling behind it. The third craft had banked and come back around, joining the remaining Banshee. Plasma bolts rushed hot into the alcove, slamming into the Pelican and impacting the back of the chamber.
Chief, look out!
Joy cried. A plasma round shot past his head so close it lit his visor with red and set off several alarms as the air sizzled around him. He peppered the nearest Banshee's hull with 3 sniper rounds. It immediately crashed into the side of the mountain, making the entire alcove shake. The last Banshee weaved on its approach. As John grabbed his assault rifle and the last plasma grenade, prepared for a very close encounter, his motion sensor suddenly detected a new contact. A blur in desert-colored armor soared off the mountain above the ledge, spraying snow across John's field of vision. Signal detected. A blue indicator appeared on his display. Tag designation, Spartan 4, Horvath, Thomas. Hey, leave one for me. An easygoing male voice rolled through John's speakers.
Chief!
Joy said excitedly in his ear.
It's a Spartan!
Holy shit! Esparza echoed. Spartan Horvath free fell, landing with a thud atop the remaining Banshee. With extraordinary strength, he gripped the vessel's hull as it banked and circled, adjusting his footing before slipping his hands into the cockpit seam and wrenching it open. He grabbed the Magyar pilot by the ankle and flung him out. See how well you can fly now, turkey? Crouched on the hull, the Spartan's Anubis-class helmet turned toward the alcove, the edge of his visor catching a glint of sunlight. So, can anyone join this party, or is it invite only? John found himself smiling.
The more the merrier.
Was hoping you'd say that. Give me a sec. The Spartan climbed into the flight seat and assumed control, steadying the Banshee's erratic motion and then maneuvering it in for landing on the narrow ledge. Pretty sure there's more where they came from, Horvath said, sliding out of the flight seat. The Banshee's engine automatically winding down as it settled to the ground. The Spartan advanced into the alcove, removing his helmet and flashing a wide smile through a thick beard. His shaggy hair was tied back, and he wore a khaki-colored neck covering. His lips and the skin on his cheekbones were chapped from exposure. It was obvious that Horvath and his Gen 3 Mjolnir armor had been through hell. These past months had taken their toll even on the toughest soldiers. But that didn't seem to have fazed the man's amiable nature, on the surface at least. Horvath stared for a long moment, head shaking in disbelief, expression warm and relieved. It's damn good to see you, Master Chief, he said, his voice gruff. Damn good.
Likewise.
Horvath was the first operational Spartan John had come into contact with since the Banished ambush 6 months ago. He reached out and clasped the soldier's forearm.
Hell of an entrance, Spartan.
Just trying to keep up appearances. Esparza emerged from the Pelican, his eyes wide with awe. I can't believe it. That was incredible. Where the hell did you come from? Horvath gave a modest laugh. Saw you guys trail in last night. Been hiking the range your way ever since. I was coming down the ridgeline when I saw those Banshees incoming. He lifted his hands. Been out of weapons and ammo. An Elfie here. He patted the chest of his battle-scarred armor. It's hit or miss these days, so I had to improvise. He scratched his beard. Seems to be a habit lately. But, he said, tossing a look back at the Banshee, grinning. I finally have a ride off this godforsaken mountain. As Joyus indicated her desire to manifest, John lifted his hand and opened his palm.
That was amazing,
she said, shimmering into existence.
You've got some serious skills.
Cortana? Horvath's reaction was immediate. He took a swift step back, his hand flying instinctively to an empty sidearm holster, his friendly demeanor gone. The sight of Joyus, an AI who was also a copy of Cortana, was enough to set off all of Horvath's alarm bells. His dark gaze blazed suspicion as he glanced between her and the Master Chief, a note of betrayal in his voice. What the hell is this? Chief, what's going on?
Stand down, Spartan. She's not Cortana.
John answered in a level tone. Horvath wasn't buying it. You're telling me that's not Cortana? Joyous cleared her throat and opened her mouth, but John cut her off. The best thing now was to defuse the situation.
She's a copy. Dr. Halsey created her as a weapon to lock down Cortana. That's why Infinity came here in the first place.
And did you? Horvath turned his skeptical gaze her way. Lock her down?
I did.
And where's Cortana now?
Gone.
John said.
She died blowing up the ring.
So that was all her. Horvath let out an angry snort. Good. It's the least she deserved for all that crap she pulled. I lost my team because of her. Do you know how many died in that explosion?
She did it to save humanity.
Joyous clarified. To save humanity? Oh, good for her. You've got to be joking. She turned against humanity, killed millions. I think you have it all wrong, little miss. Joy went ramrod straight, her gasp audible.
Little miss?
John sighed. This was going downhill faster than a grunt driving a warthog.
My name is not Little Miss. It's CTN 0453-0 Joyous. And if you can lose the attitude, I might let you call me Joy.
I think my attitude is pretty appropriate given the facts. And I'll call you whatever I damn well please. Joy's fists clenched at her sides.
Fine.
She finally spat.
Then so will I.
Horvath ran a hand down his beard. You're going to have to start at the beginning, Chief, because this doesn't make any sense. He jabbed a finger in Joy's direction. She doesn't make any sense. John stayed calm and proceeded to give Horvath an abridged version of events. The reasons for Joyous's temporary creation, the mission to lock down Cortana, and the suppression of Joy's self-deletion protocol once her mission was completed. He relayed Cortana's realizations at the end, her regret for what she'd done, and her final sacrifice to make amends. Not that it meant anything to Horvath, but it did mean something to him, whether he was ready to fully accept it or not.
Cortana stopped my deletion code,
Joyous emphasized.
so that I could help the Master Chief rid the ring of the Banished. And we've accomplished a lot, haven't we, Chief?
She said with pride.
We've liberated several forward operating bases, taken out Tremonius, Chaklock, Hyperius, Tovaris, Escharum.
Is that true? Escharum is dead? Are we back in control? It was the first real glimmer of hope that John had seen in the Spartan's eyes.
We're working on it.
He answered.
There's a power vacuum in the ranks right now, but the Banished still outnumber and outgun us. And as for Joy...
He glanced down at Joyous's form, then up again at Horvath.
She's with me. I trust her.
Horvath regarded the Master Chief for a long moment, then gave a curt nod. Okay, only because you say so. But if she so much as twitches the wrong way, he added in a less serious tone, she's back to being Little Miss. Joyous pursed her lips and crossed her arms over her chest, but John cut in before she could fire back.
I'm more concerned right now about the Banished. They'll be sending in reinforcements soon. Give me a quick sit-rep, Spartan.
I've been alone and out of contact range for a couple of weeks. Before that, I joined up with Spartan Nina Kovan and a crew of survivors. Spartan Bonita Stone was with them too, for a while. But she...
I know.
John said.
We found her.
If it wasn't for her, we wouldn't have found the ring's spatial coordinates. Once we acquired them, we made a play to access one of the beacon towers and broadcast the ring's location into space. He shook his head. It wasn't without a heavy cost. We brought the Banished down on our heads.
Wait a second.
Joy glanced up hopefully.
Are you saying you have the ring's location?
The location was secured in a data key. Stone gave her life for that key. Bender and Lieutenant Murphy got it into the beacon, sent the coordinates out into space. But who knows if anyone heard, let alone whether they'll be friendlies? That was weeks ago now. During the fight, I Fell on a translocation pad with a brute I was going hand to hand with and ended up on this mountain." His voice dropped. "They all could be dead by now. I have no idea." He glanced down at the helmet he held in his hand. "Elfie, send the chief a full report." The voice of Horvath's AI came through the external audio. "Transmitting now,"
Thanks.
John said. That report could make all the difference. During the explosion that had fractured Zeta Halo, the ring had executed a slipspace jump into an uncharted part of the galaxy. If its new location had been successfully transmitted and picked up by UNSC forces, then reinforcements might be inbound to help turn the tide and finish this fight. Chapter 15. Pelican, Echo 216, June 6th, 2560. When the first report of the jackhammer echoed through the Pelican, Lucas Browning covered his ears, squeezed his eyes closed, and shrunk in his seat as much as he physically could. The dropship shuddered several times, its plating absorbing the force and fire of the Banished aircraft's plasma cannons. With each crack of gunfire, his heart skipped in time. Lucas felt himself slipping, disassociating from the havoc outside. He'd become a whiz at withdrawing, and this was nothing compared to what he'd already endured. With minimal effort, the sounds of the firefight faded beyond the bubble he created, and soon there was nothing but a smooth, muffled drone and mild sporadic tremors through the bulkhead. Eventually, even that dwindled to silence. The sound of running footsteps, however, cut through the bubble, making him uncover his ears and lift his head to see Esparza hurrying towards the opening back hatch as voices seeped inside. The Master Chief, Esparza, Joyous, and wait. Lucas sat straighter as the conversation filtered through the open rear door. But it wasn't until he heard the third male voice mention Spartan Stone that his interest really flared, and it dawned on him. He knew that voice. And then his heart sank as he heard news he never wanted to hear. Spartan Stone was dead. Lucas unbuckled and slid to the floor, ignoring the pain in his legs and knees as he crawled the short distance to the rear door. The exertion made his heart pound and his head a little woozy, but he managed, scooting to a sitting position and resting his back against the bulkhead wall. "Horvath? Are you really Tomas Horvath?" he called out, though he already knew the answer. Spartan Horvath looked exactly how Lucas had pictured him. Big, burly, exuding an innate sense of capability and leadership that made anyone weaker want to gravitate to his side. He and the Master Chief had that in common. "It's me, Lucas Browning. The medic from Illuvian, I remember." Horvath crossed the alcove with a grin. "You made it after all. Is it true? What the Master Chief said? Stones, really?" As Horvath's gaze swept over him, Lucas searched his expression, wishing like hell he'd heard wrong. "It's true," Horvath said sadly. "She's gone." "And the others? Kovan? Murphy? The boat crew?" "Murphy and Cam. They didn't make it. I'm sorry." No, he couldn't believe what he was hearing. "And last time I saw Kovan, Dimmick, and Bender," Horvath continued, "they were still fighting near the beacon." Lucas felt like he'd been sucker punched, the news making it a struggle to breathe. What they'd all been through, the boat crew and their Spartan protectors, had bound them tightly together. Living through the initial battle, surviving, supporting each other as they made their way across the ring fragment, finally finding a little respite at the mortal reverie. And then the horrific Banished assault that had splintered them. "They told me what you did for them," Horvath said. "Kovan locked up in her gear like that. You saved her life, and the others, drawing the Banished away. Fat lot of good it did if they were all dead now." The rest might still be out there, Doc. Don't count them out just yet. As weak as Lucas was, anger filled him. Tears stung his eyes. The Banished were monsters. They showed no honor, no mercy, and he wanted them to pay for the countless lives taken and the horrors they'd inflicted. The Master Chief approached. Lucas saw an opportunity rising. He pushed the grief down. This was the moment he'd been waiting for, the chance to share the burden that plagued him. He couldn't afford to break, not now, not when he finally had a capable audience. This was too important. Listen, both of you. You need to know, in case how could he explain it? The Harbinger, she did something to my mind, to my memory.
How so?
The AI, Joyus asked. My service number. I think she encoded something into that memory. The numbers in my head are more than numbers now. It's hard to explain. But once she was freed, she started focusing on me. How could he get them to understand when he didn't even grasp it himself? I swear I'm not crazy.
The number sequence you repeat in your data drops.
The Master Chief said. Yes, that's it. You found them? Kovan told me about this, Horvath said. That the Banished used you to release this Harbinger? Yeah, and whatever she did to me, she called it insurance. He paused, trying to remember. She'd filled his mind with so many things. Suddenly, it hit him. It's a gesh. That's what she called it. The AI's instant look of shock filled Lucas with relief. She knew this word. He wasn't crazy.
Can I?
She asked the chief. He nodded.
A long time ago, a forerunner called the Librarian used this technology on humanity.
She told Lucas.
It's like a genetic imprint. It can be instructions or subconscious orders that might pertain to a single individual or pass down through generations. The Librarian placed these within the humans seeded onto Earth. So, in a way, all of humanity has some remaining gesh built into their DNA, which is why Forerunner systems recognize you as reclaimers.
So this is what the Harbinger did to me? Gave me some kind of imprint?
What we know about the Harbinger leads us to believe that her kind were pretty advanced on their own. They might have had a similar or parallel technology, or the Harbinger might have co-opted the Forerunner's own systems.
How do I get it out of me? He was desperate to be free of the Harbinger's influence. He'd had enough. Even now, he wanted to rip at his hair and claw at his head, to somehow yank her words and lingering presence out of him. The AI's holographic brow wrinkled into a thoughtful frown.
There might be a way.
She looked at the Master Chief.
If we can get him to a life worker station, we might be able to locate the Forerunner's gesh technology and use it to not only remove the imprint, but perhaps decode whatever the Harbinger implanted in his mind. It could help us figure out what she was actually planning.
Sounds good to me, Lucas said immediately. He was willing to try anything before he lost his mind any further. John stood next to Spartan Horvath on the alcove's ledge, eyeing the faint specks in an otherwise clear blue sky. Even though he'd received Horvath's report, he would have liked more time to question the younger Spartan, to root out any obscure detail that might shed light on the whereabouts of Blue Team and Infinity's fate. Unfortunately, time was not in his favor. Soon the Banished would again be at their doorstep. Forgot how nice it is to track something for a change, Horvath commented, glancing over at Joyus's figure as she stood on John's hand. Thanks for the fix, little mi... He caught himself, held up both hands in a gesture of peace, then gave her a slight bow. I mean, Joy.
You're very welcome. I patched what I could in your system BIOS and gave a boost to Elfie, too.
Here.
John removed the threat sensor core from his wrist and attached it to Horvath's own wrist.
Take these.
Next, he removed his grapple shot and attached it to the Spartan's other forearm before handing him a spare overshield module. Thanks, Dad. Now all I need is my raincoat and lunchbox. John's lips twisted, and he didn't need to see through Horvath's helmet to know the Spartan was probably sporting a wide grin. He shoved an assault rifle against Horvath's chest.
Thank me later, once you make it off this island.
Horvath slung the rifle over his back, then took an additional offered sidearm, holstering it, and a small box of ammo, which he stowed in the Banshee. I'll buy you enough time to get that wounded bird off this mountain, he said when he was finished loading up. John trusted that the Spartan would deliver. He'd read the man's file from his database and knew his record and accolades had been hard-earned. And yet, as a leader from a very early age, John's sending his team, his unit, any Spartan out on a daredevil mission. It never got any easier.
A leader must be ready to send the soldiers under his command to their deaths. You do this because your duty to the UNSC supersedes your duty to yourself or even your crew. It is acceptable to spend their lives if necessary. It is not acceptable, however, to waste those lives. Do you understand the difference?
Those words were emblazoned on John's heart. He'd been squad leader, barely more than a trainee at the time. But he had never forgotten what Chief Mendez had said that day as they left the memorial of the Spartans who hadn't made it through augmentation. Fellow trainees who'd followed him, looked up to him, all lost in the wilderness of Reach. There'd be worse days to come, many lives lost, comrades, friends. And John had felt responsible for every single one. Not much had changed since then. I can see where your thoughts are, Chief, Horvath said. Don't stick around on my account. I can handle it. With that imprint in his head, Browning is an asset you can't risk losing.
I've sent coordinates to your AI.
Joy told him.
Locations of several fobs we liberated, but be careful. With Escherum's death, things will have changed.
Understood. Horvath paused at the Banshee's cockpit. Once I'm back in play, I'll make sure to give the Banished your regards. And Chief, keep that kid safe, will ya?
You have my word.
With a final salute, Spartan Horvath wedged his massive frame into the Banshee and then lifted off, the craft ascending swiftly into the sky and toward those dark specks in the distance.
Well, he was interesting. Are all Spartans like that?
Joy turned in his palm to gaze up at him. John gave an affirming hum. Being a Spartan required an atypical level of exceptionality and excellence, and that often came with some interesting side effects. In one aspect or another, they all possessed qualities in excess and extremes, in both duty and temperament. Horvath was no exception.
Come on,
he said.
It's time to get off this mountain.
He turned and headed to the Pelican. Inside, Browning was already strapped in, and Esparza was initiating the flight sequence. We're ready when you are, Chief, Esparza said. John paused on the ramp, his gaze fixed on Horvath as he flew to meet the enemy. The sight of a fellow soldier standing alone against the tide gnawed at him. Leaving Horvath to face the onslaught was a violation of every instinct honed over 4 decades of service. But then, he'd done the same thousands of times. It was what Spartans were created to do. The mission came above all else, and keeping Zeta Halo out of Banished hands was paramount to humanity's survival. With power diverted to thrusters, the Pelican lifted off the ledge, its engines strained.
I'm monitoring Spartan Horvath's movement,
Joy said. Horvath's Banshee tracked across the tactical display within John's helmet as it approached 8 Banished aircraft. The glow of plasma fire from the Spartan's Banshee streaked red across the enemy's bow.
He's got their attention. They've locked on and are diverting to give chase. He's done it.
John watched a moment longer as the 8 enemy attack flyers were drawn away from the ledge's location, giving those aboard Echo 216 some much-needed breathing room. Chapter 16. Pelican Echo 216, June 6th, 2560. As Esparza guided the Pelican out of the alcove, Joyu stood on the Master Chief's hand, He hadn't moved from the ramp, his boots clamped tightly to the floor as the dropship lifted off and left the mountain alcove. Horvath's craft was just a speck in the distance now, darting and weaving through the clouds, drawing off the banshees with a skill that seemed both reckless and calculated.
He'll be okay, won't he?
She asked. She glanced up at the chief's motionless profile. He didn't answer, and she wasn't sure if he was simply too focused on Horvath to hear, or if the answer to her question was something better left unsaid. The Pelican's engines groaned as Esparza pivoted the thrusters and increased speed. They sounded terrible, but they'd hold, as she knew they would. The dropship banked sharply, sticking close to the snowy mountainside, using its many ridge lines and peaks as cover before shooting out into the break. "Okay, team," Esparza called over his shoulder. "Where to now?" After a brief glance at Browning, the chief turned his attention to her.
You're our resident Forerunner expert. It's your call.
During her time trapped within Zeta Halo, awaiting the Master Chief's arrival, Joyus had integrated herself into the very fabric of the ancient structure systems. And now, with despondent Pyre's encephalon core in her possession, she was able to access a vast array of administrative and historical data that spanned Zeta Halo's existence. This had, in fact, made her as much of an expert as anyone really could be. She understood the direction of the Master Chief's unspoken thoughts. The discovery and rescue of Lucas Browning had shifted their focus from sowing chaos within the Banished to keeping the medic safe and deciphering whatever gesh the Harbinger had implanted in his mind. Only the most highly adept Forerunners possessed the ability to design and implement gesh technology. Upon further analysis, Joy realized they'd need more advanced tools than those found at a simple life worker station. Luckily, there was a site on Zeta Halo that fit the bill. Life Worker Central.
I've entered coordinates into the Pelican's nav map,
She said.
The site lies clear of the ring's fracture on its stable segment. It's not far, close enough for us to touch down before our stabilizers and engine give out.
Finally, some good news. Esparza gestured behind him to the troop bay. Hey, he's too quiet. You doing okay back there? Joy tilted her head, assessing Lucas's condition. He appeared to be slumbering again, the exertion of pulling himself across the troop bay floor having been too much apparently.
His physical state is concerning, but there isn't much we can do. The Forerunner facility where we're headed should have medical supplies and equipment needed to evaluate and assist in his recovery.
Esparza sighed, turning back to the controls. Well, let's hope so. He's been through enough already. Joy's attention lingered on Browning. Concerning was an understatement. With his injuries, malnourishment, and trauma, she was surprised he'd lasted this long. The Master Chief hadn't moved from his spot at the Pelican's open rear hatch. He was somber, watching the changing landscape as the ship glided over the ring. She lifted her chin, as though she could feel the wind on her face, when in reality she was just extrapolating data from the sensors in his armor. Still, it felt nice.
It's warmer here.
And quiet.
The chief replied.
Too quiet.
They left behind the high-altitude landscapes of the fractured islands and flew over the intact portion of the ring, first encountering similar alpine topography that gradually gave way to foothills covered in green. The hills flowed into kilometers of undulating grasslands, which supported a diverse collection of wildlife, some of which were on full display. Deer herds and grazing bands of long-necked elk ran beneath their passing, while others stayed hidden. Small mammals, rodents, insects, reptiles, and soil dwellers. The delicate balance of this alien ecosystem, each creature playing its role in the intricate web of life, was utterly fascinating. What a stark difference from the war-torn fracture to the sterile confines of her digital origins. She gave a wistful sigh.
I said it before and I'll say it again. This place is beautiful.
Even after everything we've experienced?
We've seen our share of death and destruction, that's true. But something like this, where everything is living in balance, that could never be ugly. I think it's beautiful. Don't you?
It's decent to look at, sure, until it starts trying to kill you.
Esparza chuckled from the cockpit. Joy shook her head. The chief certainly had a dry sense of humor, and she found that she was growing fonder of it every day. Chapter 17. Pelican Echo 216, June 6th, 2560. The sun cast a warm glow over the landscape as Fernando Esparza guided the Pelican low over the grasslands, grateful they were flying away from banished territory rather than toward it for a change. He was under no illusions. It still might be dangerous as hell down there, but at least they'd left the cold, snowy peaks and freezing temperature behind. Gradually, the land flattened, and the grasses became sparse. Small bushes and trees sprouted up, becoming denser and larger as the kilometers ticked by, the grassy plain slowly morphing into a vast jungle, large portions choked by leafy vines covering everything in a lush carpet of green. Dropping lower, the Pelican skimmed over a broad canopy of treetops. Not liking the fact that he couldn't see what might be lurking beneath that canopy, Fernando engaged the LiDAR, maintaining visual contact with it while keeping one eye on the jungle, hoping to find a decent break in the foliage in which to land as Echo 216 neared its destination. "With this thick canopy, might be hard to find an LZ at your coordinates," he called over his shoulder. His eye caught on the LiDAR. "Oh, that's different." The Master Chief and Joyous joined him in the cockpit. Structures populated on the holographic screen, raised rectangular shapes hidden beneath the jungle's verdant topography. "Are those ruins?" Fernando asked.
Looks like an old settlement,
John said.
Very old.
Joy added. Fernando already had a crash course in Forerunner structures, and this looked too primitive for the likes of them. "This isn't Forerunner, is it?"
No, according to the historical record, it should be human.
Joy answered. "Wait, I thought we only discovered the Halo rings in the last few years. How can there be ruins that old down there?"
Because humanity is over 1,000 centuries older than you know,
she said.
Your current civilization simply rediscovered the Halos. The Forerunners conserved many intelligent species on the ring, but this particular area around Lifeworker Central once held a large settlement of humans.
"Lifeworker Central?" Fernando asked, mentally filing Joy's information concerning humanity's ancient past under his ever-growing category of have an existential crisis about later.
To access Lucas Browning's Gesh, we need the best tech the Forerunners have to offer. This place wasn't originally surrounded by jungle.
As Joy gazed at the scenery, her voice trailed off, seeming cold and distant.
But time changes things on the ring. It repairs itself. Biomes shift. The soil is turned and tended.
Joyus's ability to look, sound, and behave like a human was innate and uncanny. Often, Fernando didn't even think of her as artificial. But there were times, like now, when she'd get a certain glazed look in her eyes that reminded him how powerful she was, like her predecessor, and on top of that, how she'd been exposed to the technological wonders and workings of an advanced, almost godlike species. The Master Chief leaned in and pointed.
There. Land in that clearing.
Shaking off his thoughts, Fernando noted the LZ. Roger that. The clearing was small, barely twice the size of the Pelican, but it offered adequate space. And he was getting better and better with his landings, if he did say so himself. Fernando tipped the thrusters and guided the vessel downward through the towering canopy, skimming rubbery leaves and branches, and stirring up a small cyclone of forest debris as they touched down on the soft soil. Through the windshield, he could make out twisted vines and massive tree trunks, their gnarled forms standing like an army of soldiers whose numbers faded into the dark foliage. The jungle seemed to swallow the light, making the environment eerie and inhospitable. If there was danger lurking within, he wouldn't know it until he was right on top of it. Good thing he was staying put, safe in the dropship.
Lifeworker Central is 3 kilometers ahead.
Joy informed them as the Master Chief turned toward the troop bay, tapping Fernando's shoulder.
You're coming with us.
Fernando blinked, swinging around in his seat. Cozy cockpit versus alien jungle. I think I'm good right where I am, Chief. The Spartan paused and looked over his shoulder, his visor, as always, an emotional blank slate.
If you're sighted, you'll be a sitting duck.
The Chief reached into the supply closet and then tossed him a rucksack.
A lone duck.
Joy chimed in.
Or a lame one.
Fernando hugged the bag to his chest, shooting the cheeky AI a bland smile. Ha ha. Her lips twitched with humor, but the Chief did have a point. If he was spotted, he'd be all alone out here and in a world of trouble. With a reluctant sigh, he pushed to his feet. Fine, you're right. Safest place is with you. It's always with you.
Load up. Weapons and rations.
The Master Chief pulled the last capsule of Polysu from the closet, then knelt before Lucas Browning as he roused the young medic from sleep.
Last one. You'll need it for the journey.
The medic yawned and rubbed his eyes as the Chief administered the drug. I feel stronger. Lucas sat up and unbuckled with a shaky hand. This leg is pretty useless, but I might be able to.
It's faster if you don't.
The Spartan checked his rifle and filled a rucksack with extra ammo, weapons, and rations. Then, returning to Lucas, he helped him up and hefted him over his shoulders in a fireman's hold before striding down the ramp and off the dropship with his supplies.
Let's move out.
Fernando hurried to fill his own bag and grab an assault rifle. He barely caught up as the foliage swallowed the Master Chief's retreating form. The jungle terrain was like entering another world. Humidity was high, making his skin damp as they walked in the shadow of towering trees, with trunks as wide as the dropship itself, their canopies intertwining to form a natural cathedral. Large primitive plants rose over their heads, exotic flowers offering splashes of color in a continual canvas of green and brown. The air was clotted with the scent of earth and decay. It stuck in the back of Fernando's throat as he swatted at his arms and neck, cursing under his breath. He hated bugs. Big bugs, little bugs, bugs with wings, bugs with legs, didn't matter. The symphony of insects and canopy creatures chirping overhead and flitting through the undergrowth made his skin crawl. Eiley would have loved this place. Anything that crawled, slithered, climbed, or flew would keep his daughter's attention for hours. The many times he had hurried her through nature walks or avoided them altogether now sat sour in his gut. So many missed opportunities. And for what? His own minor phobias? What he wouldn't give now to sit among the insects and watch his child's face alight with wonder. Fernando swallowed his rising grief, grateful that the Master Chief's steady pace forced him to concentrate on the path, where it was easy to trip over the thick vines snaking along the ground. After 2 kilometers, the ruins they'd seen on LiDAR appeared. Lichen, vines, and leafy flora covered the crumbling walls of mud brick structures. Loose foundation stones littered the jungle floor. Picking their way through, Fernando thought the ruins seemed much older than the jungle that had grown up around them. Crazy to think humans were here on the ring 100,000 years ago, he said.
This particular halo has a long history of human settlements.
Joy told him from the Chief's hand.
Entire generations of humans called this part of the ring home. To them, this was their natal world. They never knew differently. They called themselves the Tudesha.
So what happened to them?
The flood happened.
At the mention of the flood, the hairs on Fernando's arms stiffened. Most things might have been above his pay grade, but knowledge of the flood had been unavoidable. There had never been any formal announcement by the UNSC that he could recall. Mostly, the existence of infectious spores that could corrupt any living creature, turning them into zombie-like monstrosities able to infect whole planets and star systems and act as intelligent hive minds, had been passed through the rumor mill. Horror stories brought back by bioengineers, scientists, and xenoarchaeologists. Nothing stayed secret for long, especially in scientific circles. But even then, there had always been an aura of skepticism. That something so terrifying could exist. Perhaps some things were better left unknown.
Back then,
Joyous continued,
some Forerunners wanted to use the Tudesha in experiments to study the flood, while others, mostly the life workers, wanted to protect them. According to the records, it caused a civil war here on the ring.
Who won?
No one, really, under the circumstances. The flood was already spreading across the galaxy. This ring was commandeered in the Forerunners' effort to stop the advance. They reduced it in size, and it became part of the Halo array that was used to cleanse the galaxy. The flood was stopped, and later the reseeding effort began, returning life to the galaxy. And after that, well, nobody really knows what happened to those surviving Forerunners. Maybe they just left this galaxy behind?
Leaving behind all this, Fernando said.
This and more. Their technology is scattered across the stars. The discovery of one of their key ships inspired the entire Covenant religion.
Awesome. So they leave their crap behind, and it brings about the whole Covenant War.
Pretty much.
The Master Chief stopped suddenly, joy disappearing as he lifted a hand for silence. Ahead, a structure emerged from the greenery. The corner of a ruin rose up from the jungle floor, its pitted stone and crumbling mud brick, held together by vines and the roots of young saplings that sprouted atop its stones. Fernando cradled his rifle closer, fear sweeping through his belly. And then, "Do you hear that? That sounds human." He started forward, but the chief grabbed his arm at the same moment. Lucas lifted his head and whispered, "Stop. Why? They're human." Human doesn't always mean friend. Not here. The haunted expression in the young medic's eyes made Fernando pause.
There are human factions within the Banished.
The chief reminded him. Of course he knew that. Yet in the moment, the hope of reconnecting with others had overshadowed his caution. Escharum, Jega, and all the rest of those monsters were one thing. But humans siding with the Banished and killing their own kind, it was still hard to wrap his head around. Every day in this godforsaken place was like peeling away layer after horrifying layer. The Master Chief set Lucas to rest against the stone wall, giving the medic his sidekick before turning that enigmatic polarized visor Fernando's way.
Stay here. I'll check it out.
Without a sound, John 117 vanished into the dense jungle, leaving a vacuum, one that made Fernando extremely uneasy. The silence only made it worse. A heavy stillness seemed to press in from all sides, to occupy his thoughts and distract himself from the creeping anxiety. He focused his attention on his companion. Fernando knelt and unzipped his backpack, retrieving a water canteen. He handed it to the young medic, hoping the simple act of caring for someone else would keep his thoughts occupied and his fears at bay. But as usual, his nerves wouldn't let him stay quiet, and he grabbed hold of the first thought that came to mind. "You've come across these human Banished before?" Lucas took a swallow of water, the sleeve of his hand-me-down flight suit sliding down and exposing the wounds around his wrist. They were still raw, but looked better than yesterday when Fernando had treated them. "The one I remember the most, processed prisoners from the mortal reverie after their capture. They called him the Inspector." Santo Dios. Fernando settled next to Lucas on the jungle floor. A human processing human prisoners for the Banished? Traitor seemed like such an inadequate word for such a monster. Just when you think it can't get any worse, it does. He shook his head. How could he do that, knowing what the Banished do to prisoners? Sometimes we're our own worst enemy. Escharum knew exactly how to exploit that. What do you mean? That inspector, he wasn't there by chance. It was psychological, designed to tear us down emotionally. The Banished don't just wage war physically, they do it mentally too. Everything is designed to lower morale, make you feel broken and hopeless in a way not much else can. The jungle's dense foliage seemed to press in around them, as if bending to the weight of the medic's words. I can't even imagine. Did you really draw the Banished away from your friends? Don't know what I was thinking. You acted. Most people would have frozen up. I know I would have. What you did was incredible. And it made Fernando realize how self-absorbed he had been to feel sorry for himself. He'd been one of those worst enemy humans that Lucas spoke about, maybe to a different degree than the inspector. But it didn't change the fact that if he hadn't fled with the Pelican, if he had just taken a moment to look around the hangar bay, there might have been others who could have joined him, lives he could have saved. But it was all a blur. Infinity had been breaking up all around him. When he looked back now, he couldn't remember seeing a soul in the bay, but in his panic, his focus and vision had tunneled, tuning out everything around him. He couldn't be sure, and it haunted him. Well, you made it out. That's what counts. The medic made a sound of agreement and picked at the dirt under his fingernails. It was no picnic, that's for sure. But I'm here now, right? Damn straight. And we've got the best of the best on our side. He clapped Lucas on the back and instantly regretted it as the medic sucked in a sharp breath and flinched. Oh God, I'm sorry. I forgot. It's okay, Lucas assured him. But Fernando knew that small clap had to be excruciating. He'd been the one to remove the medic's wet uniform. His stomach had turned at the smell of rotting flesh. But what he saw underneath the rags had been even worse. His gag reflex had taken over, and he'd been unable to stop it, expressing remorse each time it happened. Besides the varying states of bruises and wounds and scars, the medic's back, shoulders, and upper arms were pocked all over with oozing, festering wounds, the skin having been pinched, split, or torn completely off. The kid had apologized for making Fernando sick. Lucas had explained that his jackal jailers had pecked away at him for sport. They'd release him and then hunt him down, calling it snack time. They'd not only tortured the young man, but had terrorized him with such brutality that it made Fernando's eyes sting with tears. Fernando picked up a stick and poked the ground. You know, if you ever want to talk about it, I'm here. I didn't go through what you went through, but I know something about being isolated for a long time. Wondering if anyone was coming, if I'd die alone. How did you get through it? Well, I slept a lot. I hid a lot. I screamed a lot. I listened to this too many times to count, even though it isn't mine. He pulled the holodisc out of his pocket and stared at it. Sometimes I thought it'd be better if the Banished had just found me and ended it all. Plenty of times I lost hope of ever being found. He drew in a deep breath and tried to clear those dark times away from his mind. I had it easy, though. He rolled the device in his hand. I'm sorry for what you went through. I really am. The silence that followed soon became unbearable. I bet out of all the rescue scenarios you played out, the Master Chief showing up wasn't one of them. A small smile tugged at the medic's cracked lips. Definitely not on my radar. You got the top dog, El Vencedor, my friend. I was only in Jega's hands a short time, but seeing that Spartan come save me, remembering it gives me chills. You were Jega's prisoner? For a very, very short time. The revelation of a shared experience seemed to offer some comfort to the medic. Fernando rubbed the ever-present ache on the right side of his ribcage. Jega's torture device had been like a constant fist, crushing his chest. He couldn't fathom how Lucas had endured. Browning eyed him carefully. Does it hurt when you breathe in deeply? It does, yeah. Bruising? Pain in your back, shoulder, or arm? A crunching sound or sensation when you move? Fernando met the medic's eyes and smiled. Uh-huh. All those things. Cracked rib or two at the very least. Those devices use gravity and pressure to crush and... He broke off and took a hard swallow, evidently not keen on remembering the details. I meant what I said. If you ever want to, vent. Lucas considered the offer. It's hard to talk about. Don't know if the right words even exist to describe the things they did. I think I just need some time to sort it all out, you know? And yet, even as Lucas projected a willingness to sort it all out, Fernando couldn't help but notice that there was a hollowness, a detachment to every obliging word and vague smile. Behind the facade, the medic seemed shut down. It was like he was on autopilot, there, but not there, projecting the shadow of the amiable personality that once clearly defined him. And that worried Fernando. He tossed the stick aside. Take all of the time you need, Doc. We've got your back. And listen, if you ever need a distraction, I've got some pretty terrible jokes up my sleeve. Lucas smiled. I do love a bad joke. Who doesn't, right? Here's one. A Spartan, engineer, medic, and AI walk into a magic alien jungle. Chapter 18. En route to Lifeworker Central. June 6th, 2560. As John crept through a maze of soaring trees, gnarled roots and vines, and the remnants of ancient foundations and collapsed walls, the distinct sound of muffled human conversation and the occasional bark of laughter broke through the jungle's incessant insect songs and bird calls. His hand flexed on the barrel of his assault rifle.
Picking up 2 life signs behind that wall up ahead,
Choyu said in his ear.
but they're not showing neural ID tags or any type of identifiable friendly signatures.
Every soldier carried dog tags, the smart IDs containing a soldier's name, rank, service number, and blood type. They were linked to biomonitor chips injected under the skin, which relayed the same information imprinted on their physical tags in addition to a soldier's vital signs. The fact that John's sensors weren't picking up tags, or their subdermal counterpart, meant whoever was behind that wall might not be affiliated with any branch of humanity's government, military forces, or allies. John had no idea if these humans were friend or foe, but he wasn't taking any chances. He readied his assault rifle and edged his way along a stacked stone wall, nearly double his height, careful of the rubble strewn at its base. At the wall's break, he stopped. On his display, a topography grid populated, showing 2 life signatures huddled beyond the wall and within the foundations of another ruin. 2 sides of the 4-walled structure completely collapsed, while the other sides rose to a jagged height of 3 meters. Thermal readings showed the figures crouched in the corner, on their haunches and looking down at something on the ground. John ducked his head around the wall to get a visual. Clad in worn-out ODST combat armor, what appeared to be 2 lean, battle-hardened Marines were bathed in the faint blue glow of a hologram, which held their attention. The leaner of the 2 wore a gray bandana around his forehead. The UNSC Infinity had had a slimmed-down version of the 86th Shock Troops Battalion on board when she'd been ambushed, many of whose members had deployed feet first to Zeta Halo surface in rapid insertion, unarmed, single-person titanium pods. The orbital drop-shock troopers, hell jumpers as they were commonly known, had earned their hardcore reputation. It took a special kind of crazy to be shot from orbit on a one-way, blazing ticket into a hot zone, live to tell the tale, and come out swinging. Again? How many times you gonna watch that clip, Gainey? The stouter of the 2 asked. Till we get the hell off this ring. Reinforcements aren't coming. The sooner you accept it, the sooner... The sooner the what, HT? What other option is there? Chill, man, you know what I mean. You do realize you sound more and more like the commander every day, right? Well, he's not wrong. Something to be said for present thinking. The here and now and all. Yeah, well, I can exist in the present. Gainey made air quotes around those two words before dropping his hand. And choose not to forget the past, all at the same time. He returned his attention to the hologram. My choice, man. Whatever. You know what I'm saying. It's... Hush, asshole, this is my favorite part. The holopad went from projecting a pleasant, middle-aged woman engaged in instructional baking to an advertisement for pet grooming. Gainey leaned forward as a dog rolled happily around in a mud hole. He shook his head, smiling with obvious affection. Dogs love mud holes, man. John understood the underlying mechanics behind Gainey's sentiment. He'd seen it countless times during long deployments in wartime. The small things, mementos, memories, messages that soldiers often clung to. Things that could transport them to a better time, a better place, if only for a brief moment. The other one, HT, sighed loudly. Yeah, Gainey, they do. They really do.
They don't sound like Banished,
Joy said quietly.
They're not.
John had seen enough. He stepped around the wall and entered their camp as the hologram went static and the clip began replaying. In unison, the ODST's heads turned. They froze for the span of 3 seconds. Then, as if a spark had been lit beneath them, they leaped to their feet, assault rifles expertly in hand and trained on the intruder, as the last segments of the baking show began again, and then segued into the holodog running and barking and rolling in the mud. John, however, kept his rifle low. Gainey? You seeing what I'm seeing? The Spartan? Yeah, I'm seeing it. Then, to John, his voice unwavering. Stop where you are! But John kept coming, steady on with one hand up. I said, stop where you... Holy shit, HT muttered as John drew near. It's 117. The two Marines hesitated, their rifles dropping the smallest fraction.
They're not standing down,
Joyu said in his helmet.
Why aren't they standing down?
Where are your tags, soldiers?
John asked patiently. Gainey cleared his throat. The Banished have been taking our guys' tags, using them to pose as friendlies, and then ambushing us. We don't use them anymore. They've been deactivated and our physical tags stay with the commander back at camp.
And the weapons?
John nodded to their rifles, still somewhat trained on him. Another glance between the two, and they seemed to come to the same conclusion, finally lowering their weapons. Sorry, sir. They've got Spartan armor, too. It's hard to know who to trust. No offense.
None taken.
I'm Hightower. This is Gainey.
Where's the rest of your combat team?
All dead, sir, Hightower answered.
What are you doing out here?
Guard duty, Gainey explained. About to switch out soon. We joined up with a bunch of other Marines and survivors a while back and set up a camp farther inside the jungle, on the grounds of some abandoned Forerunner complex.
They must have made camp around Lifeworker Central,
Joy said. If you don't mind me asking, sir, what are you doing way out here? Hightower asked.
Looking for your Forerunner complex. Have you gained access to the site?
Well, we've got all the exterior access we want, along with a few annexes, but it's been a no-go when it comes to entry into the bulk of the site. There's some kind of central console in the main building that might open things up, but no one's been able to get it to work. Commander says if we had a decent AI, things might be different, but...
I've got that covered.
John opened his palm, but Joy hesitated.
No,
she said. It might have been one word, but John didn't miss the insecurity behind it. After the initial meeting with Horvath, he couldn't blame her for her reluctance. He lifted his hand higher, prompting, asking. Joyuse's holographic avatar swirled up from his palm, her posture stiff. She gave the Marines a half-hearted wave. Having to face the consequences of Cortana's actions wasn't fair. but it was better to rip the bandage off rather than hide the truth. As expected, her presence caused an immediate and adverse reaction. Gainey and Hightower stepped back and went to train their weapons on the enemy, but halfway to task, thought better of putting the Master Chief in their sights a second time.
Here we go again.
Joy muttered under her smile and stomped on his hand for good measure. Hightower's grip flexed on the barrel of his assault rifle. Chief, isn't that... Cortana? What the hell? Gainey's response was more an accusation than a question, anger quick to rise. You working with the enemy? Sir? Joy sighed and tucked her hands behind her back.
Hello to you too. I'm not the enemy. I only look like one.
She snorted at her own joke.
Long story. I'm not Cortana. My name is Joyus. I'm here to assist the Master Chief.
Jesus Christ! Gainey breathed in shock. There's more than one! Hightower's eyes narrowed. She might be part of the created. Right. Who knows how many copies Cortana made of herself? Probably a whole army of them.
Oh boy.
Joy's voice echoed within the Chief's helmet.
Relax.
John told them.
Joyus is an ally.
How do we know? Gainey shot back.
You know because I'm telling you. Do we have a problem?
They immediately straightened. No, sir. No problem here. After everything Joy had done to support and protect humanity, through some of the darkest moments of their fight here on Zeta Halo, she didn't deserve the hostility. But John couldn't blame them. If Cortana hadn't gone rogue, formed the alliance of renegade AIs she had called the Created, and became enemy number one, they wouldn't even be in this mess. Joy had a long road ahead before her achievements and record overshadowed the recent legacy Cortana had left behind. Sorry, sir, Hightower said. We've seen too much betrayal. It's hard to know which way is up sometimes.
At ease, Marines. You're not in any danger. We're all on the same side.
The best thing to do was move forward and not make it more of an issue.
Is there a medic in your camp?
We're lucky enough to have a field surgeon and a combat medic.
When is shift change?
In 15, sir.
I have wounded, just beyond the ruin. Once I return, we'll wait, and then you two will escort us into the camp.
Understood. With his intentions laid out, John departed to retrieve Esparza and Browning. Chapter 19. Lifeworker Central Outskirts, June 6th, 2560.
Tell me about the camp,
John said, 20 minutes later as he made his way through the jungle, following the modest pace set by Gainey and Hightower. The medic was once again on his shoulders, and the pilot trailed a few meters behind. Hightower adjusted the pack slung across his shoulders. We have 52 personnel, a mix of military, support, science, and civilian. Commander Thompson oversees the camp and military excursions. It's been a rough ride. Sustained too many casualties to count. We were on the move for weeks until we secured this spot. Been here what? He tossed a questioning glance over to Gainey. About 4 weeks now.
No incursions?
John asked. None, Gainey replied. The science geeks say it's some sort of camouflage and sensor jamming technology left behind by the Forerunners, and that's what's keeping us safe. Whatever it is, the Banished haven't found us yet, Hightower added. We finally had time to rest up, tend to the wounded, repair our tech, and get back into the field.
And how's that going?
All soldiers and able-bodied civilians go out on rotation every week, Gainey answered. We split duties, teams to locate survivors and leave behind encrypted messages and broadcasts for others to find, scavenger teams to look for food, supplies, tech, and weapons. And the more experienced of us rotate recon and guard duty and engage in a little unconventional warfare, if you get my drift. Guerrilla warfare in this environment was the only way to go. We've taken out several Banished scouting parties. Gainey continued. Real quiet. They just disappear. That's just for fun and to keep us military types frosty, Hightower said. Our main focus is rebuilding our arsenal, fixing our comm suite, and pulling in as many survivors as we can.
And morale?
It's better now that we've secured this place,
Chief,
Joyu said in his ear.
I'm starting to detect an energy disturbance. There's a protective dome covering 1,400 circular meters of jungle. Lifeworker Central is being shrouded by several dazzlers. The Forerunners used them to conceal important structures. Looks like they got lucky finding this place.
Any intel on our flagship or crew?
John asked the troopers. Last we heard, Infinity went down somewhere beyond the fracture. No word on survivors or how accurate that intel is. Saw a lot of Spartans the first day and a half of fighting, Hightower added. But after the explosion and the months following, well, you're the first one we've seen. He trailed off, the heavy silence that followed speaking volumes. Talk died down as defensive works came into view. Cleverly fortified structures, barricades, sentry posts, and ditches had been made from scavenged supplies, ruins, and jungle material. The survivors here had made good use of natural camouflage. The vines and mosses repurposed to blend the fortification seamlessly into the surrounding forest. This is just the outskirts, Gainey said. Once we pass that sentry post, he gestured to a barricade defense with salvaged razor wire. You're inside the dome. Without the advantages of his Mjolnir armor detecting the strange technology, John never would have felt the transition through the protective barrier. But his sensors flared, distorted, and then focused, revealing a holographic interpretation of a massive energy field over a large area of jungle, just as Joyus had noted. The commander will sure be glad to see you, Master Chief, Hightower said, his mood lifting as they approached the complex.
Take us to your field hospital first. I'll square up with the commander after. Our Pelican can use a hand too if you have a mechanic in camp.
I'll see what we can arrange. After they cleared the outer defenses, the jungle gradually thinned. Glimpses of light and warm-colored stone filtered through the trees, until finally a sprawling, multi-level stone-built complex came into view, dominated at its center by two giant monoliths that sat high atop a raised platform. Lifeworker Central. Chapter 20. Lifeworker Central, June 6th, 2560. While Joy was already aware of its architecture, dimensions, layout, and purpose, there was nothing like seeing such a marvel manifested in reality. Unlike most of the Forerunners' cold alloy structures, Lifeworker Central was warm and earthy, made of enormous stone blocks. Over time, this site had been built and rebuilt and was unique for its composition and architecture. The massive blocks of granite were patinaed by time, giving them pale amber and sand-colored hues. Some were intricately carved with geometric patterns, while others, those that lay in the shadows, were blanketed with moss. Small seeker roots had forced their way through cracks in the rocks, and giant tree roots and vines clung to the weathered stones like veins and arteries. Some, a meter thick, twisted around pillars and lay across arches and walkways, a select few giving rise to bulbous tree trunks with wide branches that produced a canopy of feathery leaves. Bridges, walkways, and corridors crisscrossed a complicated, multi-level structure existing above and below ground, with certain areas crumbling under the weight of time and others miraculously intact. Shafts of sunlight filtered through the many gaps in open structures, but the most impressive feature was the double monoliths rising from a high elevated platform, towering above the complex. As the Master Chief gazed up at the monoliths, a strange sensation washed through Joyus, something she couldn't quite quantify, as if an unseen breeze had stirred the digital landscape of her consciousness, leaving her with a peculiar feeling of being watched. Yet scans indicated no signs of life from the monoliths. They continued down a wide avenue, then turned onto a smaller path leading to a columned gallery adorned with faded swaths of red, blue, and green paint, murals long since eroded. During its prime, the complex would have been breathtaking, a vibrant hub of knowledge and study, one of many such sanctuaries of preservation for the flora and fauna gathered from across the galaxy. Joyous could almost hear the whispers of the life workers as they went about their tasks, their ambition to protect the wonders of the universe written in the walls and time-worn floors. The spell of the past was broken by a bark of laughter, drawing the chief's attention. A mix of military and civilian personnel hustled around the complex, occupied by tasks essential for their communal survival, whether it be organizing supplies along an open gallery, stacking crates high with rations and gear, or working at makeshift stations, repairing weapons and other vital technology.
Chief, this is incredible,
Joy said. It was the biggest gathering of humanity they'd yet to find here on Zeta Halo. A small squad of soldiers hovered over a table, examining a holographic map projected from a compact navigational device. They traced routes and highlighted areas of interest. Nearby, others weaved vines into a pen, which held a herd of small, flightless birds. The human spirit was truly remarkable. Those present appeared gaunt and fatigued, many injured, but it did not stop their determined industry. Until, that is, they saw the towering figure of Spartan 117 moving through the complex. Heads turned, jaws went slack, murmurs filtered among the ranks. The reaction, the stark awe and hope written on their faces, filled Joy with a sense of pride. Gainey and Hightower turned onto another path, which connected to a walkway leading to a long colonnade, where the scent of antiseptic hung heavy in the air. The industry of before was left behind, and now the reality of war reared its ugly head. Wounded men and women lay on improvised cots, faces etched with pain and exhaustion, eyes staring lost at the sky. Nurses and aides tended to dressings and offered food and water. The Master Chief held Browning a little tighter as he ducked carefully under a stone lintel and into a large chamber converted into a field hospital, complete with salvaged medical equipment and a rudimentary surgical bay. "Welcome to our field hospital," Gainey said, standing aside. "We got lucky and salvaged nearly all of a working med bay from a downed frigate." The wounded who were able to sit up immediately did so, staring in shock at the Spartan's entrance. One patient began to cry, while several others saluted. The chief saluted back, as a short man with a bald head and rough-shaven face approached. His left arm had recently been amputated below his elbow, the stump of which was bandaged and encased in a sling. "This is our resident surgeon extraordinaire," Gainey said. "Doc, this is—" "I know who he is, soldier. Good to see you again, Master Chief."
Dr. Schaff.
"And before you ask, no, I haven't seen your team or Captain Lasky. You're the first Spartan I've seen since evacuating Infinity. Now, tell me, who do you have for me?" He was already studying Lucas Browning with a discerning eye, motioning toward an empty cot. The chief laid Browning carefully on the cot, then drew the surgeon to the side for a moment.
"Do whatever you can. I know you would for anyone, but the kid has valuable intel, and we need him."
"Understood."
"And while we're here..."
The chief glanced back at the hospital entryway where Esparza lurked, motioning for him to approach.
"Work him up too."
"I'm fine, Chief," Esparza said, stepping reluctantly into the room. If Joy wasn't mistaken, the hospital setting made him extremely uncomfortable.
"You're not fine. Doc, make sure to take a look at his right side, chest area."
Will do, Master Chief. Esparza suddenly gripped the chief's forearm. Wait, where are you going?
To report in. You're in good hands. I'll be back. Don't worry.
Janina? Dr. Schaff called over his shoulder to a nearby medic. Put him over there, please. The physician gave Esparza a kind pat on his back. She'll take good care of you. And as for you, he said, turning back to the Spartan, you're taking up too much space in my very small hospital. Off you go.
Copy that. Thanks, Doc.
Don't mention it,
I like him.
Joy said once they left.
He was one of the best field surgeons aboard Infinity.
That means Browning is in very good hands.
The chief settled in behind Gainey and Hightower as they escorted him to the encampment's command center. After a while, he noted,
You're being quiet.
Am I?
More so than usual.
I'm just distracted, taking it all in. I've never seen so many humans gathered in one place. Everyone is so different,
she said, as a group comprised of what could only be Commander Thompson and his entourage approached them. The leader of the encampment was a tall, broad-shouldered figure who wore his uniform well, even though it was tattered, bloodstained, and faded. A vicious and very recent scar cut across his left cheek and curved down around his jawline. His presence was sharp and focused, but Joy didn't miss the flash of relief that crossed his stern face as he drew closer. Commander? Gainey and Hightower said in unison, snapping quick salutes along with the Master Chief. The commander returned the gesture. At ease. Wes Thompson, he said by way of introduction, sizing up the Spartan. Glad to have you here, Master Chief. We could use your expertise in planning our next move.
Happy to help, Commander.
Good. Follow me. As they followed Thompson to his command center, Joy was eager to gain access to the interior of the complex.
Ask him about the Life Worker control room.
Have you located the site's control room, sir?
The chief asked. Thompson halted on the walkway and gazed up at the two monoliths that dominated the complex. We've yet to gain access to the facility's interior, but there's a console up there. He let out a deep sigh and shook his head.
What is it, Commander?
What it is a dead end, Spartan. At least, for us it's been. There's a group of scientists living there. They were here when we first arrived. They've been helpful, but no one has been able to activate the console or open up this site, not even them. He turned a critical eye the chief's way. Is that why you're here? The Master Chief dipped his head. If you think you can access it, we'll provide whatever support you need. When you're done, come see me. I haven't had a decent sit-rep in weeks, and I have a feeling yours is going to make me feel a whole lot better about this goddamn place.
Will do, sir.
Gainey, Hightower, you're with the Master Chief. Provide any assistance he requires. Yes, sir, they echoed.
There's something strange about those monoliths,
Joy said after the commander left.
I can't shake the feeling.
What do you mean?
The chief made for the wide avenue of stairs leading up to the high platform on which the monoliths had been erected.
I don't know. It's just a feeling. You do realize your bioscanner is not picking up any life signs coming from within those towers, right?
I noticed. Might be some kind of forerunner interference.
Maybe. I guess we're about to find out.
Joy counted 222 steps before they reached the massive stone platform. The monoliths were even more impressive up close, looming over the complex in a rather ominous way. Smaller monoliths lined the path up, and vines clung to the sides of the stones and towers, twisting around the weathered rock like serpents. They were ancient, seemingly inanimate, and yet an odd hum reverberated through the stones, the source of which Joy was unable to locate. While the two central monoliths rose up independently of each other, they were connected by a two-story building at their base, with a tall rectangular doorway in the center.
This place feels alive, Chief. Can you feel it? It's like the walls are humming.
I can feel something. Could be the Dazzler's power source or a defensive mechanism of some kind.
Something Joy had already considered, and while that explanation was viable, it felt wrong.
If it is a defense mechanism, it's not doing a great job,
she said, trying to shake off the feeling.
Whatever is generating that hum, I don't think it's meant to keep intruders out.
Might be to keep something in.
Well, that's a scary thought. Thanks for that.
As the Master Chief crossed to the rectangular doorway, Joyous listened intently.
Do you hear that?
No.
Whispers. It sounds like whispers. Voices. Maybe the scientists the commander was talking about?
Let's find out.
As the Chief stepped over the threshold, Joy made use of his external sensors and subsequent translated data. It was dim inside. The air was cooler and drier than at ground level, and carried a faint scent synonymous with aged stone and something else. A subtle, almost electrical tang that, when analyzed against similar scents, found its closest comparison to ozone. Common Forerunner style adorned the walls, though Joy found these geometric lines somewhat sparser and more archaic than the norm. And despite the lack of any detectable life signs, there was an undeniable presence here, a sense of awareness that pricked at the edges of her perception.
There it is,
the Chief said, already crossing the stone floor to a small console atop a low dais, stretching along the back length of the chamber. Behind it, 2 corridors led off, seemingly into the bases of the monoliths. When he was halfway there, a figure approached from one of the corridors. The Master Chief stopped suddenly, no doubt as surprised as she was.
Still no life signs, Chief, and your bioscanner is fully operational.
Even so, Joy ran a quick diagnostic anyway. A middle-aged woman wearing a white lab coat, the emblem of the UNSC emblazoned on the breast pocket, stepped off the dais and walked across the room. Her black hair was pulled back into a simple ponytail, and her expression was kind and intelligent. Joy felt instantly drawn to her. "Greetings," she said in a pleasant voice. "I'm Dr. Eugenia Dawson, but please call me Jeannie. I've been expecting you." The Master Chief's stance stiffened.
How?
Jeannie smiled, her dark eyes crinkling at the corners. "The Forerunner's technology is vast and complex, Master Chief. When you interacted with the Dazzler outside, it alerted me to your presence." As Jeannie spoke, Joy ran several simultaneous inquiries and then pushed her presence into the Spartan's hand. This was too good to stay inside.
I'm coming out.
The Chief extended his right hand. Immediately, she projected her holographic form, facing the doctor with her hands tucked behind her back, utterly fascinated and brimming with curiosity.
You're not human, are you? Not entirely, at least.
The doctor's head cocked, and a smile grew on her face. Neither are you, it appears. Chapter 21. Monolith Adjunct, Lifeworker Central. June 6th, 2560.
Chief?
Joyous said privately.
You're not going to believe this, but she's not human. She's a projection, a creation of hard light technology. The technology is stunning. Visually, you'd be hard-pressed to tell she's anything but a living, breathing human.
There's no need for alarm. Jeannie addressed her words past the Master Chief's form, smiling. Joyous turned in his hand, following Jeannie's gaze. Gainey and Hightower, having entered the room behind them, appeared shocked at the exchange. Of course, their first instinct was to lift their rifles a little higher and step back. At least they didn't actually point them this time.
You didn't know she wasn't human?
Joy asked them. Not a clue, Gainey answered. All this time we thought... Hightower didn't finish, evidently amazed by the revelation. I must correct your assumption, Jeannie said to Joy. Joy returned her attention to the doctor, eager for an explanation. I am human. I simply lack a biological body. We still think and feel and retain our memories and identities.
What do you mean, we?
The chief asked. Jeannie glanced over her shoulder and gestured to the corridor as 4 others approached, all scientists in lab coats, all appearing very real. Except they weren't. The doctor's definition of human was arguable, but extremely thought-provoking, and Joy couldn't wait to question her further.
Why did you hide it from them?
The chief asked. I saw no reason to invite suspicion. These are trying times, Spartan. Since the created started causing chaos in the galaxy. Trust in those like us. She slid a look Joy's way. And you is at an all-time low.
You can say that again.
Joy murmured, then shifted to her most burning question.
What happened to you, if you don't mind me asking?
My colleagues and I were part of a UNSC science team sent to study this installation 4 years ago. But things didn't go as planned. As Jeannie spoke, her companions moved closer to stand behind her, though they seemed content to allow the doctor to speak for them. After gaining access to this facility, Jeannie continued, we hope to study and catalog the Forerunners' technological achievements in life sciences. Unfortunately, we triggered an archiving process. Our genetic patterns and consciousness, personalities, memories, our very essence, were captured and stored, our physical bodies lost in the process. Her resigned sigh came with a wistful shrug. Humanity has produced the brightest minds. We've traveled the stars and pushed the boundaries of science. But here we are like children. We didn't know what we were doing. We made mistakes, and for that, we paid the price. We now exist as hard light projections, likenesses so exact that it is nearly impossible to distinguish us from our biological counterparts. But circumstances have limited us to this area. She gestured to several small devices placed around the chamber. Without those hard light generators, we would be unable to manifest. Joyeuse found their story poignant, but also unnerving. While they were not biologically alive, they could not be considered artificial in the same way as an AI. Their minds remained wholly intact, but they'd been inadvertently trapped. Joy knew what that was like. Without the Master Chief, she might still be trapped within the ring, waiting for release. We've done our best to study the facility, to understand its purpose and capabilities, Jeannie went on. But there's so much we still don't know. When we detected your approach, we hoped you might assist us. Some of us would like to leave this place, to research and develop and aid humanity, to see our families again. Although a few prefer to stay and continue our work here. If we could become more portable, that work might even expand and accelerate our understanding of life worker science. The Master Chief walked to the dais, approaching the console and holding out his hand, allowing Joy enough proximity in which to step off. Almost as soon as she sank into the console's operating system, she came right back out.
Well, that was pointless. The thing is damaged beyond repair,
she told him.
It's no wonder they've been limited to this area.
A place this large,
he said to Jeannie.
There must be other consoles.
Indeed, there are many, but they are unreachable. Over the years, there have been several collapses. We have been cut off from many access points and Forerunner technology. But there is another entrance not far from here. It is beyond the protection of the complex, however. May I ask what it is you're seeking? I may be able to assist.
What do you know of Gesh technology?
The chief asked her. Jeannie thought for a short moment. We uncovered evidence of its existence, but only through testimonies. The technology was groundbreaking for its day, and on the cutting edge of life worker science. Only a few Forerunners possessed the brilliance of mind to create and advance such technology. Jeannie lifted her hand and generated a tiny orb of hard light, then sent it floating toward Joy. These are the coordinates to the Lifeworker archive. You will find your answers there. The orb sank into Joy's outstretched hand, the information contained within its light instantly absorbed into her matrix.
This is a great help, thank you.
Joy,
Chief said.
do you think you can help them?
I'm sure of it. I'll need some time to come up with a workable scenario.
Time, it seems, is all we have here, Jeannie said. Joy was utterly fascinated by their predicament and wished she could stay and talk and study and debate what made a human human, and where the line between the species and AI was drawn. But she knew there wasn't time. Not now. Not with the Banished crawling all over the ring, thinking it was theirs.
Once our mission is over, we'll return,
the Chief said. I hope that you do. As they left the monolith, the Master Chief asked,
What do you make of all this?
Well, I can't restore their physical forms,
Joy replied.
but there might be a way to transfer their consciousness to a transportable medium similar to my crystal chip. The bigger question is why they kept knowledge of the archive from Commander Thompson.
I thought the same.
As they descended the stairs, the ambient sounds of the encampment below grew louder. The clank of metal, the distant hum of a generator, the muttering of voices. The news of the Master Chief's arrival had spread, and a crowd had gathered at the base of the steps. Joy sank back into the Chief's Mjolnir.
I think I'll sit this one out.
You sure?
No reason to dampen their excitement. Jeannie was right. Trust in beings like me, especially me, is at an all-time low. They've been through a lot. No reason to upset them or place any suspicions on you.
You can't hide every time.
I know that, but I don't think I'm wrong this time, Chief. These people have been through hell, and when they see me, all they'll see is her, the enemy, the leader of the created in their midst. The encouragement they'll get from seeing you, they need it. I don't want to ruin it for them.
All right. This time.
Joy stayed hidden, watching soldiers and civilians greet the Master Chief, their faces lighting up, and she knew she'd done the right thing. A palpable sense of relief washed over them, as if his presence alone was a balm to a painful wound. The reassurance that they'd been waiting for, a symbol of hope amid the chaos. They shared their stories, their concerns, and their questions. They looked to him for the guidance and protection that only a Spartan of the UNSC, no less than the legendary John 117, could provide.
You really are 2.18 meters of walking inspiration to them,
she said.
Talk about a morale boost.
The Chief stayed quiet. He was well aware of the effect that he had on their state of mind. But Joy imagined it was also a heavy burden to carry that kind of pressure. Though she suspected he rarely gave it much traction, instead always focusing on the mission. That was the one thing he could do for them. His job. And as she had witnessed during their brief time together, he did it very, very well. Chapter 22. Lifeworker Central, June 6th, 2560. A young Marine pushed her way through the crowd. Sir, Commander Thompson requests your presence in the Ops Center. We've picked up increased Banished activity along the jungle perimeter. They seem to be gathering.
How many?
Unclear, sir. But it's more than anything we've seen so far. The commander thinks you should see this.
Lead the way.
As they moved through the camp, John could feel the weight of expectation on his shoulders. Joy wasn't wrong. These people believed in him, believed that he could turn the tide of this war. He couldn't let them down.
Chief, are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Joy asked.
If the Banished are congregating in large numbers, there's a high probability it's Jega. And if it is, we're the ones he's looking for. We can't endanger these people.
Agreed.
The Ops Center loomed ahead, a bustling hive of activity situated in a barren chamber whose purpose was long forgotten. Makeshift tables and tech had been positioned along the stone walls. A few shortwave radios, radar stations, and a central tactical holotable had been salvaged and repaired. As John entered the room, all eyes turned to him. Commander Thompson was waiting on the other side of the tactical table, his expression grave. "Master Chief," he said, leaning both hands on the edge of the table. "You're just in time. We've got a situation brewing." He gestured to the holographic projection displayed above the table, which depicted Lifeworker Central, the adjacent Tudesha ruins, and 2 kilometers of surrounding jungle. Just outside the depicted range, red clusters indicated banished activity. At Joyus's prompt, John leaned down so that she could manifest onto the holotable. The people outside needed a symbol of hope, but in here, it was time to get down to business. And he was glad her desire to be of assistance outweighed her previous hesitations. She wasted no time.
The dome of protection that surrounds the complex, have you found its power source?
She asked. No, not. Thompson froze, realizing who he was talking to, and immediately the mood in the room shifted. Joy glanced around at the stunned faces, and then lifted her chin a bit higher as she locked her hands behind her back.
Short version. Not her. She's gone. I'm new. Joyus is the name, and the baggage of the past really doesn't matter right now.
No one responded. Joy cast a wary look his way. John dipped his head. She had his full support. She returned his nod and then refocused, her holographic gaze meeting those around her with resolve.
I'm here to fight alongside you, if you'll let me. Judge me by my actions, not by my appearance. Now, about those power sources. As long as the Banished don't discover them, the dome will hold, and your location should remain safe. If you haven't found them yet, it could mean they're underground or hidden with similar Forerunner technology, which is the best-case scenario. The bigger issue is a ground assault accidentally coming through the distortion without realizing it.
Despite the clear suspicion in the room, her brief sit-rep seemed to draw them closer to the table, and it was evident, by the thoughtful furrow in Thompson's brow, that he was taking her words to heart.
If that happens,
John added,
they'll relay your location and it's game over. Right now, they're in the sky, keeping to a search pattern. So, there's still time to act.
"What are you thinking, Spartan?" Thompson asked. John scanned the map.
They haven't found our dropship yet. If we can get to it and lead them away...
"Like hell you will. We've got explosives buried in locations throughout the jungle for just this purpose. It'll draw them off without directly engaging. Lieutenant Cardenas?" Thompson said to the same Marine who had escorted the Master Chief into the command center. "Put the word out. Combat teams Lima, Mike, and Tango will ignite those charges and draw the Banished off our location. Do not engage outright. If enemy boots hit the ground, Whiskey and Zulu will take them down. Guerrilla warfare only. We can't afford anything else." "Yes, sir." Cardenas hurried from the command center. "Master Chief, I've heard briefly from Dr. Schaff. I don't need your report to know whatever you're up to is important. If you need to retrieve your asset and continue your mission, I won't stop you. But I can sure as hell keep the Banished busy and clear your way."
Roger that, Commander.
With a grateful salute, John left the room and made quick time through the corridors and walkways and back to the field hospital. As he entered, Dr. Schaff looked up from his datapad. "Master Chief," he acknowledged.
Doc.
"I'm already aware. Word moves quick around here. Your pilot went to round up supplies a while ago. Should be back soon."
His prognosis?
"Internal bruising, 2 rib fractures, fissures. So not too much to worry about. And a partially collapsed lung. Very small. Also nothing to worry about. We've aspirated the excess air in his chest wall, but he'll continue to have sudden chest pain and shortness of breath for a while."
And Browning.
Before Dr. Schaff could respond, Esparza entered the room, out of breath and laden with 2 large sacks of supplies. He looked exhausted, but there was a determined set to his jaw as he dropped the sacks against the wall. "Got everything we need to resupply the Pelican." Dr. Schaff let out a martyred sigh. "I'm fine, Doc," Esparza promised. "We don't have time to take it easy." John stepped closer to Esparza.
I can pilot the dropship. Are you sure you don't want to stay here and...
No. No way. I can handle it. Don't leave me here. The thought of being separated from the Master Chief was clearly horrifying. But there was something else. A decisive resolve John hadn't seen before. Esparza grabbed John's wrist. "This is how I work my way back from my mistake. Please, let me help you." Whether he believed it or not, the pilot had already helped tremendously. John might have dragged him down to the surface of the ring, but there had been plenty of opportunities since then for Esparza to run. Yet each and every time, despite his fear, he'd been there, no matter how much he complained about it. "Come on, Chief. We've got a job to do, right?"
Right.
Good call, Spartan.
Joy's pleased voice filtered through his helmet. Dr. Schaff motioned for John to join him at Browning's bedside, where the medic lay clean-shaven and hooked up to an IV and sensor nodes, feeding data onto a portable screen. Browning was staring up at the ceiling, but turned his head as they approached. John knew the best thing for the kid was to leave him behind. But if he took the chance, it might backfire. If they led Jega away and the blademaster somehow discovered Browning wasn't with them, he'd retrace his steps right back to the encampment. The potential risk was too great. "He's severely malnourished, but we've got him on a high nutrient drip. Should be about 60% rehydrated and nourished by now. The bigger concerns are the internal injuries: lacerated liver, punctured lung, bruised kidneys and broken bones, a number of which have been broken, reset, and broken again. We fitted him with Smart Assist splints to allow mobility to his legs while his bones and muscles heal." The splints, John knew well from the many injuries he'd acquired in his adolescence on Reach, were smart, malleable nanocarbon strips that stuck to the skin and the bottoms of the feet, creating an energy field around an affected limb, which offered protection and mobility assistance while alleviating some of the more painful effects of gravity. "We're also lucky to have a suite of TNTRs at our disposal. Targeted nanoparticle therapy and repair," Schaff continued. "Or medbots, as you grunts like to call them. He's been injected with a complete series programmed to repair and facilitate healing to his internal injuries."
Is he safe to move?
Schaff gave another sigh, checking the screen one more time. "If you take it slow and careful, yes, but I strongly advise against it." Browning attempted to push himself up onto his elbows. "I'm going with you." The look of determination that burned in his dark eyes and the anger simmering beneath the surface were hard to miss. The kid was pushing through pain and exhaustion, and whatever hardships might lie ahead, in order to remove the Harbinger's influence and help bring down the enemy. He respected Browning's choice of occupation, but John thought he'd have made an excellent soldier too. "It's up to you," Schaff told Browning. "You've been through a—" "I know what I've been through," he snapped, immediately regretting it. "I'm sorry, Doc. I know what's at stake more than anyone. I can't stay here. The safest place I can be is with the Master Chief. And if I'm with him, you all are safe. Right, Chief? Tell them. The Banished, they're after me." John turned to Dr. Schaff.
Can you stabilize him for transport?
"I can give him a stimulant to keep him alert and adjust the TNTRs for on-the-go repair. But he'll need constant monitoring." Joy gave him a nudge, and John lifted his hand as she appeared.
I can do that. I'll link with the med bots and track his vitals.
Typical of Schaff's stoic nature, he showed no surprise at the small blue figure standing on John's palm. He administered the stimulant and adjusted the medbots from his datapad. Joy linked with his datapad, her form flickering as she instantly absorbed the information within, and then created a small display window in the corner of John's HUD.
All set.
She reported.
We'll take it from here.
John saluted the doctor.
Thanks for your help.
Be safe out there. Outside the hospital area, 5 four-man combat teams led by Cardenas awaited them, geared up and ready. Commander Thompson's orders, she said. We're to escort you out of the complex, sir.
Appreciate the backup. Let's move out.
2 soldiers assisted Browning, while the medic could now stand with the aid of the smart splints. He was still weak, unbalanced, and in need of support. With their help, the group was able to make decent time moving through the outskirts of the complex, and then past the protective barrier of the dome into the jungle, where 3 teams split off to ignite the charges, and the other 2, Whiskey and Zulu, formed a protective perimeter around John and his companions. Once in the thick of the jungle, John was on high alert. The teams had gone silent, the hum of insects and the distant calls of unseen creatures filling the void. Beyond the jungle canopy, the sun was setting, casting the area in near total darkness. As they closed in on the Pelican's position, Hightower, at the front of the group, held up a fist, signaling for them to stop. He crouched, examining the ground. Tracks, he murmured through their shared team comm channel, looking up. Jackal Patrol. Recent.
How many?
At least 5. John glanced back at Browning, then at Esparza. They couldn't afford a fight. Not now.
We'll take Zulu and go around,
he said, his voice firm. Hightower hand-gestured to Whiskey to break off and lure the Banished foot patrol away from the complex, while John's team changed direction, moving silently, their path taking them deeper into the jungle, the shadows growing darker. As they neared the clearing where the Pelican waited, the sound of distant explosions rumbled through the region, the distraction Thompson had planned. 4 blips appeared on John's threat detector. He signaled for a halt.
We've got company.
We'll take it from here, Master Chief, Hightower said, as Gainey sidled up next to his teammate, adding, Real quiet like. No muss, no fuss. The other 2 members of Combat Team Zulu handed Browning over to John. After the Master Chief secured Browning with an arm around his back, he gave a parting look at Hightower and Gainey.
We owe you one.
Just doing our job, sir. Feel free to drop back in any time.
I'll do that.
As the ODSTs disappeared into the jungle, John made for Echo 216, crossing the clearing quickly with his small crew and then boarding the dropship. Inside, he secured Browning into one of the jump seats, while Esparza ran to the cockpit and fired up the battered engines. Chapter 23. Pelican Echo 216, June 6th, 2560. The shadowy jungle receded as Esparza guided Echo 216 through the darkening sky. The Pelican was still operating on its secondary port engine, but the mechanics who had been dispatched upon their arrival at the camp had managed to quick patch one of its stabilizers and the damaged power coupling, making the dropship marginally flightworthy. Linked up with the Pelican's combat systems, John stood in the cockpit entryway, keeping tabs on radar as the last of Commander Thompson's combat teams set off explosives deep in the jungle, drawing the Banished away from Lifeworker Central. Once he was satisfied that they were in the clear for now, he withdrew his gaze from the cracked windshield to the forward console, where Joyu stood motionless, facing the view. It was clear from her stance that she was occupied with the dropship sensors and systems, monitoring their trajectory, and no doubt keeping close tabs on the medic's vitals. The health bar on John's display provided real-time assessment. Browning's health was constantly evaluated. The details collated into a general status report. At this time, there was no need to delve further or request data into the healing process of each injury, as Browning's recovery, spurred by the medbots, was currently moving at a phenomenal rate. If they hadn't come across the camp in a decent field hospital, John wasn't sure how much longer the man could have lasted. Of course, now that he was on the mend, some tough conversations loomed. There hadn't been time to ask the necessary questions, to delve into the medic's time with the Harbinger, and find out why he was so important to her and Jega Rdomnai. Even if they'd had a spare moment, Browning had been in no shape, mentally or physically, to sit through a thorough debrief. Once they arrived at the Lifeworker Archive, however, John would have to get some answers. It was fully dark by the time they closed in on the coordinates provided to them by Dr. Jeannie Dawson. The jungle had given way to a sprawling watershed, the swamp-like landscape transforming into a mosaic of glowing lagoons, with clear waters illuminated by blue and green bioluminescent flora. Tall, gnarled trees jutted from the water, their long roots reaching deep into the lagoon beds, lifting their trunks aloft as though they stood on stilts. Cascades of luminescent moss draped the tree limbs, and glowing fungi clung to the bark, casting an otherworldly glow on the water's surface. "Well, we're getting close, but I'm not seeing any structures on LiDAR," Esparza said, studying the holographic map on screen. "Wait, is that it?" An image of a rectangular tunnel jutted out from the ground at a 25-degree angle. He knocked on the console. "What's wrong with this thing? We should be reading more than that."
We should,
John replied. The LiDAR suite in both the Pelican and his Mjolnir could easily penetrate and map surface, subsurface, and underwater topographies, but the 3D render was only showing a partial structure.
After 14 meters, it disappears below the lagoon.
Could be another distortion.
Joy said.
Or some kind of interference. I'll know more once we're closer. Land there.
She highlighted an LZ on the navigation grid, a clearing nestled between two lagoons not far from the archive's entrance.
This will put us 22 meters from the entrance.
Esparza brought the Pelican down on a patch of soft ground, the landing gear sinking into the spongy earth.
Shut down all non-essential systems,
John told him.
No need to attract unwanted attention.
You got it, Chief.
Keep an eye on long-range sensors. First sign of trouble, retreat and lie low. We'll rendezvous in 24 hours in this region.
John pointed to an area on the navigational map. Esparza placed a pin on the location. Will do. Running and lying low are my specialties. John retrieved Joy's chip from the console and slipped it into his neural port. Her presence flowed into his armor's interface with a brisk, energetic chill. In the troop bay, he took note of the medic's improved appearance. The bruises on Browning's face and hands were fading. The small wounds and cuts had already scabbed over, and his dark eyes were a little brighter than before. The constant tremors that had plagued him since their escape from the Banished were gone.
I have to say, humanity's nanotechnology is quite effective,
Joy said within his helmet.
Looks like his vitals are stable and steadily improving. The medbots are almost finished knitting the carbon fiber lace over his leg fractures. Lucas Browning's return to health is assured. It's good news, Chief.
Very good news,
John replied, though he was under no illusion. The return to physical health was only part of the medic's battle.
How do you feel, Doc?
Doing well, Master Chief. Cautious optimism shadowed Browning's reply. I'm not cold or hungry. My clothes are clean. He leaned forward to stare at the used combat boots on his feet. I'm wearing socks and shoes. Forgot how much I missed that. Still some pain, but I can't remember the last time I felt this good. His brow folded into a deep, thoughtful frown as he seemed to ponder the novelty of his current state. It had been months since the medic had last experienced such basic human comforts, and the last thing John wanted to do was force him back to a time where his entire existence revolved around being physically and psychologically tortured. Nor did he want to drag the man down into the unknown of the Lifeworker Archive. In a perfect world, Browning would have been rescued, transported off the ring, and then installed safely in some naval hospital on a warship or a nearby UNSC space station. But ideal conditions and perfect scenarios in times of war were the stuff of pure fantasy.
He seems pretty content right now.
Joy noted softly through John's audio.
But he's safer with us, and if we find the Gesh tech we're looking for, we'll need him on hand.
Agreed,
John said. Can't hear who you're talking to, Chief, but I can take a wild guess. If you're worried about me, don't be, Browning said. I can walk. Well, the splints do all the work, but I can get around. I'll keep up. And if he couldn't, John would simply carry him. Browning braced his hands on the seat beside him, leaned forward and pushed up, the smart splints immediately compensating for any weakness. He staggered forward, but John didn't move to help. Finding his balance now while they were in the safety of the Pelican was as good a practice as Browning was going to get. Better to gain his equilibrium here than in the muck of the swamp.
Chief!
John ignored Joy's warning as Browning stumbled, his weight too far forward to recover. The medic caught himself against the seats across the troop bay floor.
Give him time,
John told her.
He's got this.
Yep, he's got it, Esparza echoed encouragingly, watching from the cockpit. Sweat beaded on Browning's forehead, and the flush of exertion reddened his face. But he pushed off the seats, regained his balance, and shuffled awkwardly toward the loading ramp. Back and forth, up and down the troop bay he went, until John was satisfied enough to grab an assault rifle from the rack, slap in a full magazine, and then hand the weapon to the young man. Been a while, Browning said, taking it with a look of familiarity. He gave it a practiced check, then slipped the strap over his shoulder. But it's like riding a bike, or so the saying goes. He looked up with a vague smile. You never forget.
Never.
It was muscle memory, ingrained so deeply it was like breathing. John repeated the motion for his own weapon before swinging it over his shoulder. After that, he loaded extra magazines for his sidearm, checked his combat knife, and grabbed a sling of frags. As the troop bay ramp descended, he reached into the armory and pulled out a stack of C-10 bricks, tossing them to Esparza.
Detonator case is in the closet. Remember what I taught you?
Esparza caught the bricks against his chest and recited. Stick them on the target. Insert the igniters. Check the connections. Activate. Find cover. Remote detonate.
That'll do. If things go south and the Banished discover our location, blow the archive entrance if you can. We'll find another way out.
With wide eyes and a hard swallow, the pilot nodded. Understood. John turned to Browning.
Any issues or questions, speak up now. Otherwise, let's move out.
Wait! Esparza hurried to the supply closet, filling a smaller bag with rations, nutrient supplements, a few extra ammo clips, and grenades for good measure. Here. That should hold you for about 48 hours, just in case. He stood and offered the bag to John. He's not like you or Joy. Make sure he eats and drinks. Grateful for the pilot's concern, John took the sack. As a Spartan who could go for long periods without nourishment, he sometimes forgot that others didn't share the same benefit. See you soon, Esparza said.
You can count on it.
Chapter 24. Lifeworker Archive Outskirts, June 6th, 2560. Joyus made good use of the Mjolnir's external sensor suite to experience the swamp as the Master Chief followed Lucas Browning off the Pelican. The air was thick with the scent of fertile mud and forest compost. The soft buzz of insects filtered through the auditory speakers. Floating organisms drifted through the air, their microscopic bodies giving off a soft, phosphorescent glow, making the air around them shine. Clear lagoon water lapped gently at the spongy shore. Bioluminescent plants and ground moss covered the shoreline, and the chief's boots left deep glowing footprints that filled with shallow water as they made their way along the bank.
I think I love it here,
Joy said, to no one in particular. Each ripple on the lagoon's surface revealed new shades of blue and green that merged like liquid crystal. The swamp pulsed with life. If she closed her eyes and let it fill her artificial senses, she could almost feel its heartbeat, too.
Put a hand on my arm if you need to,
the chief told Browning. A few times, the soggy soil tripped the medic up, and he made use of the Spartan's solid frame for support as they neared the sleek, rectangular corridor jutting out of the water and onto the shore at a slight angle. The access into the Lifeworker archive was small, hidden, and unimpressive, which meant it was likely an ancillary passageway. The walls were silvery, smooth, and devoid of any noticeable door, border, or geometric lines, no moss or vines daring to cling to their austere surface. As the Master Chief approached the panel inset on one side of the doorway, Joy manifested her form.
It's a simple biometric security panel,
she informed them.
Who wants to do the honors?
Last time I put my hand on a panel like that, the Harbinger entered the world, Browning said with a shudder. No thanks. The Spartan placed his left hand on the panel, initiating the biometric scan, the Forerunner technology easily penetrating the biolayer and articulation points on his glove. The solid alloy dissolved into a doorway made of translucent blue light, which then faded into nothing. With motion trackers and bioscanners reading clear, the Master Chief stepped over the threshold. Lucas Browning followed close behind. Once they were inside, the doorway behind them became solid again. The Chief's helmet lamps activated, while the passageway floor and walls produced a soft blue glow from grooves within the stylized geometric lines that had been missing from the exterior of the shaft. Joy remained on the Chief's hand as they moved down the passageway, descending at an easy 25-degree slope beneath the ground. All in all, it was unremarkable, and Joy much preferred the swamp to architecture she'd gotten very used to over the last 6 months.
I don't know about you, but this whole Forerunner blue and gray thing is getting kind of old. Would it have hurt for them to add a little color here and there?
It's better than red, Lucas replied. Joy tilted her head thoughtfully.
You have a point.
The distortion we saw in the Pelican is still there,
the Chief said, noting that his LiDAR was unable to generate an image of their path ahead.
Joy, is there a fix?
Even with enhancing your scanners, I'm only able to build a schematic of the area a few meters at a time. We're on track to go beneath the lagoon, though, but I think you already know that.
Eventually, the walls, flooring, and ceiling transitioned from solid alloy into clear, transparent panels. The Chief's and Browning's footsteps slowed as the true scope of their location unfolded. Joy sucked in a simulated breath.
Now, this is more like it.
The watershed lagoons from above were fed by a large underground lake, and they were walking right through it, in a manner of speaking. Schools of small bioluminescent fish darted past the corridor in streams of pink and yellow. Massive fronds of glowing green vegetation swayed in unseen currents. What looked to be carnivorous plants, their plump leaves parted to catch prey, danced gently, while strange, gelatinous creatures drifted by, trailing tentacles that sparkled like fiber-optic cables. Roots from the swamp forest above stretched down into the depths, like gnarled fingers with bulbous ends that soaked in unseen nutrients from the water. The Chief stopped and glanced behind him. Browning had paused to press a hand against one of the transparent walls, watching as a large creature glided by, its wingtips trailing ribbons of light. This is amazing.
Amazing things can sometimes be the deadliest.
The Master Chief intoned and continued down the passageway.
Keep moving and stay alert.
Is he always so stoic? Browning asked. Joy leaned over the Spartan's hand so she could see around his large form.
Seems that way.
She smiled.
You'll get used to it.
Browning's amused chuckle was a sound Joy hadn't heard before, and she swore she felt the Chief smile in response. Enjoying the moment, she faced forward to watch their progress and admire the view. While she could see everything through the Chief's sensors and neural interface, she much preferred to see through her own holographic eyes. The passageway continued its descent and began to make a sweeping curve toward a looming shadow in the depths of the lake's dark interior. And as they drew closer, the shadow grew and stretched until finally its true nature was revealed. Immense pillars rose from the lake bed somewhere far below, their silvery alloy surfaces etched with the same geometric patterns as the corridor. Each pillar was illuminated from within, casting blue light that filtered softly through the water. Attached to and winding through this underwater forest of pillars was the ancient and impossibly advanced Lifeworker Archive, a colossal complex of soaring spires, reminiscent of a sprawling cathedral. "You want it different," Browning said as he stopped next to the Master Chief.
I did, and this definitely fits the bill,
Joyous replied. The medic might seem in better spirits, but he was also breathing heavily and sweating, his hair damp and his cheeks red. While his status bar showed steady results, it was clear he needed a moment's rest. Joyous reached toward the transparent wall.
Get me closer, Chief.
Curious, she touched her holographic hand to the clear panel. It reacted to the energy in her touch, sending out a faint pulse that rippled through the material in all directions and dissipated. Beyond the panel, movement caught her eye as schools of large fish glided through the spires and pillars, moving in and out of the archive's light. Joy found herself wondering what it might be like to float, to feel water against skin, to swim through liquid like a fish.
Echo 216, copy.
The Chief's voice cut through her musings. No response. Joyous turned away from the view.
Esparza.
He tried again.
How are things looking up there? Copy?
I'm detecting a slight electrical field around the passageway,
Joy said.
The archive or even these panels might be leaching their components or compositional elements into the water. Whatever it is, it's blocking our signal.
Let's keep moving then. Browning?
Hanging in there, Chief. The passageway continued to curve down, and then level out for several meters before finally delivering them into a substantial space, with a ceiling so high it was impossible to see without the aid of enhancements. 3 walls enclosed the area, while the length of a 4th side was framed by pillars and open to the lake view.
There's an energy barrier around the entire structure, and this must be some sort of hangar bay,
Joy said, noting that the area was large and flat, perfect for several small to mid-size Forerunner craft.
There's a console up ahead.
The Chief had unslung his rifle, but Joyous wasn't concerned. Besides the aquatic fauna outside, theirs were the only life signs in the vicinity. Across the hangar bay, an access plinth sat atop a low platform. The wall behind the plinth was alive with light and movement as numerous lines of code and Forerunner hieroglyphics were funneled through long vertical panels. Joy knew from experience that the amount of data passing through those panels was enormous and incredibly varied. Everything from ancient script to municipal data packets ran through the walls, directed off to appropriate places throughout the archive and beyond.
This looks familiar,
the Chief said, advancing on the plinth.
Very similar to the interior of the conservatory.
The place where Zeta Halo's monitor had dwelled, and where the Harbinger had broken the construct to pieces in order to retrieve her core.
I've got my eye on that plinth,
Joy said as they neared the small access console.
Plug me in, Chief.
With his nod of acknowledgement, she directed her matrix into the chip slotted into his neural port. A wave of temporary darkness engulfed her senses. When he extracted the chip and plugged it into the plinth, the port opened and she spilled into the Forerunner circuitry like a tsunami, expanding outward and absorbing everything in her path. Maybe this was what swimming felt like. Her avatar swirled up and out to hover above the plinth. She locked her hands behind her back and lifted her chin, smiling.
Can you access it?
The Chief asked.
Already have.
Good. Then let's get to work finding what we need.
On it.
Joy nodded toward Browning as the medic marveled at the archive.
You've got work to do too, Chief.
He followed her gaze and let out an audible sigh.
I know.
Chapter 25. Life Worker Archive, June 7th, 2560. John studied the young combat medic. Lucas Browning's hands rested casually on the top of his rifle's barrel. His eyes were round and mouth slack as he tried to comprehend the Forerunner's monumental architecture. John had yet to press Browning for a full report of his time in Banished captivity, knowing his mind was too fragile. But now that he was on the mend, at least physically, there were things that needed to be said. He didn't relish what he was about to do, but the necessity of it took priority. "Never thought I'd see anything like this," Browning commented as John moved to his side, his attention drawn beyond the main entrance to the lake being held back solely by the archive's energy barrier. "I mean, I knew what I was signing up for when I joined the UNSC, but this, everything that's happened, some of it is so incredible, and then some of it is too horrible for words." Browning pulled his gaze away from the view. Tired, he crossed to the nearest wall, intending to rest against it for a bit, but as he did, a bench rose up from the floor and intuitively created a seat for him. "What the?" He leapt away, stunned as the bench receded in his absence. "What the hell? Did that just happen or am I losing it? You saw that, right?"
I did.
While John would rather stand, he wanted the medic to feel at ease, to trust him, and, he hoped, to confide in him. So he approached the wall, turned, and sat. As expected, the floor rose up to meet all 452 kilos of him, the strange, adaptive material molding into a seat beneath his substantial frame.
It's smart.
He searched for an appropriate explanation. Humans had learned a wealth of information about Forerunner culture, history, and technology in recent years, but there was so much yet to be fully studied or disseminated.
Smart architecture.
"Smart architecture," Browning repeated.
I'm sure Joy knows the proper term.
John gestured to the medic.
Your turn.
Slowly and carefully, Browning lowered his body onto the rising bench. The splints beneath his flight suit were malleable, but it was still difficult to completely bend his legs at the knee. With his legs outstretched and his back against the wall, he laid his rifle over his lap, then let out a great sigh, his shoulders slumping.
You're doing great,
John told him.
I know it's not easy.
"Thanks." Silence settled around them. There was no point in drawing it out, no matter how uncomfortable it'd be.
Browning,
"I know what you're going to say, Chief."
then you know what's at stake and why I have to ask.
Knowing and being able to talk about it are two different things.
You've been through hell and back, Lucas. I know that. But I need you to try. The more intel we have on the Harbinger, anything at all, might help us stop whatever plan she set in motion with the Banished.
John kept an eye on Browning's vitals. Just the idea of dredging up the memories raised the kid's blood pressure and pulse. But he didn't let it engulf him. Rather, he nodded as though convincing himself he could do this. His eyes became distant as he tried to find a place to begin. I'm not sure where to start. None of it is really clear and it comes in waves. I know things, and then those things are gone from my mind and I can't recall them." The volume of his voice dropped. His hands clasped and unclasped around the rifle repeatedly. "It's like she has these mental... I don't know how to explain it, like psychic hooks that lodge in my brain and squeeze whenever I try to think about it." A shuddering breath flowed out of him. "She'd pull me out of my cell. The place was damp and so damn cold it ate into your bones. So at first I looked forward to it.
And then?
Well, then she fed me. After days of banished slop or nothing at all. Suddenly there's food. Real food. Tons of it. It was amazing and sickening at the same time. And once I was full and relaxed, she talked. forced me to listen. And it wasn't because there was anything laced in the food either. It was more than just hearing what she said. It was like each word bored into my brain. Sometimes during her talks, I'd get nauseous and lose time completely. His pulse rose again, and his voice took on an edge of hysteria as he aggressively scratched his scalp. I can still feel them in there.
Lose time?
John asked, pulling him back into the present.
What do you mean by that?
I'm not sure. Lucas paused, trying to puzzle it out. I could swear I was only with her for an hour or two. But then when I was taken out of the chamber, it'd be dawn. Sometimes it felt like I lost days. I can't be sure. John thought back to his battle with the Harbinger. When he and Joy left the silent auditorium, 3 days had passed on the ring. He wasn't sure if the time lost had anything to do with her or with the auditorium itself. But it wouldn't have been the first time Forerunner technology had seemed to break the known laws of the universe. Spartan Kovan is the one who told me to make the recordings, Lucas went on. I think the Harbinger knew I had them, but she never stopped me. I left data drops when I could, and one of my cellmates in the tower tried to help me make sense of my interactions with the Harbinger. I don't know whatever happened to him. He lasted longer than the others, and then I was transferred.
We found him,
John said, remembering the prisoner he had discovered in the tower.
Spartan Griffin.
So it was a Spartan. I had my suspicions. He never revealed his identity. Told me it was better if I didn't know. He wanted to keep me safe. Didn't want Shacklock thinking he'd shared intel with me, which would have meant more time for me in the torture chamber. John remained silent. I'm guessing he didn't make it.
No, he didn't make it.
Griffin had still been alive when John fought his way through the tower and killed the Sangheili warlord, Shacklock. The Spartan prisoner had held out as long as he could, enduring months of torment from the sadistic warden and his insidious torture device. As Griffin lay dying in John's arms, he'd used his last moments to warn him of what the Banished were doing and to worry about the other Spartans trapped on the ring. To his very last, he'd been a leader. John couldn't help but take his passing personally. If he'd only gotten there a few hours earlier, a day, a month. Hell, if he hadn't initially lost the fight with Atriox on Infinity and had joined the Spartans on Zeta Halo's surface earlier, things might have been different. I'm sorry to hear that, Browning said.
You did well dropping those recordings,
John said, moving on, wishing he could erase the tight feeling in his chest.
If you could try to remember anything else.
I think the Harbinger communicated with me even when we weren't together. I know that sounds impossible, but sometimes I heard her voice. After a long pause, a shudder swept through Browning's body. His breath hitched, and his eyes glazed over, losing focus. He was retreating into himself, into the safety of his own mind. John couldn't let that happen. Not yet.
Your pulse and blood pressure are spiking. I know you can feel it. Regulate your breathing. Remember your training. You know what to do.
The prompt seemed to disrupt Browning's distress, tapping into his medical training, encouraging him to recognize his own physiological reactions and adapt to soothe his nerves, allowed him to regain his composure. While the Harbinger had left profound scars on the medic's psyche, Browning had endured her abuse while simultaneously surviving months of captivity and torture at the hands of the Banished. An experience that could break even the most resilient and experienced soldier. Statistically, Browning's survival and mental acuity defied explanation. It was either a miracle, or the Harbinger had made certain he lived, which had its own implications.
Do you remember the last time you saw the Harbinger?
Browning shook his head. No, I just remember being moved from the tower to the House of Reckoning. And then Jega took me to his stronghold. I haven't seen her since. The medic was still operating under the impression that the Harbinger was alive, something that John had never found the right moment to correct.
What did Jega want with you?
Browning's pulse calmed marginally, and he released a long, controlled exhale before continuing. He wanted to know what the Harbinger told me and where she was. I got the feeling she went off the Banished radar. John let that sink in. While he hadn't considered it until now, there was a very real possibility that the Banished didn't yet know of the Harbinger's fate. Shortly after eliminating Escharum, John had fought his way through her forces in the silent auditorium, leaving no survivors. And once she was dead, the auditorium had begun collapsing. Since Escharum was her primary point of contact, they might not even be aware of her movements prior to her demise. The House of Reckoning would have been in disarray upon the War Chief's death. If a report of the fight at the silent auditorium had come through, it could have gotten mislaid or simply discarded. By all accounts, the Harbinger was not well liked and was tolerated because Escharum commanded it so. She never spoke of her plans, Lucas was saying. I only know that freeing her people was her goal. It was all she cared about. How the Endless were imprisoned by the Forerunners. How they were betrayed. Browning's gaze went blank, and his voice took on a rhythmic cadence, almost as if reciting words that weren't his own. To cover their sins, they stood, silent, unable to speak as they passed judgment. They could not defend themselves. They could not reason with them. It was clear the Harbinger still had a hold on Browning's mind in some way, and the claim of being subjected to a gesh was becoming increasingly substantiated. As John remained quiet, allowing Browning's fragmented thoughts to reorganize, he couldn't help but remember his own experience with gesh technology, when he'd encountered an essence of the ancient Forerunner known as the Librarian on the Shield World Requiem. She'd claimed to have placed seeds within all of mankind that would one day give rise to humans, such as the Spartans themselves, their physical evolution, combat skins, and even AIs like Cortana. The Librarian had called it a gene song, and proceeded to awaken within John many gifts, providing him with immunity to a Forerunner device called a composer. He hadn't been keen on having his evolutionary journey accelerated, whatever that entailed. But at the time, he was out of options, and up against a threat unlike any he'd faced before. The Forerunner commander, known as the Didact. John had been enveloped in a pillar of light, his entire body humming with energy. His immunity bestowed by the Librarian had indeed kept him safe when the composer was unleashed. He had experienced a few other oddities as well. Similar to Browning's experience with the Harbinger, John had heard the voice of the Didact in his head, while Cortana couldn't. And in the following year, Cortana had managed to exploit some kind of mental connection to the domain to guide him as she warned that the reclamation was about to begin, setting into motion the events that had ultimately brought them all here. But his gesh had been voluntary. Lucas Browning's was not, and it was clear the man had suffered greatly for it. The Reformation will fix things, Browning said suddenly, his voice gaining strength. Repair the silent auditorium. Find them. Bring them back. Bring them here. He clutched his head with one hand, as if the mere act would stop the horrors from spilling out.
Bring who here? Did she say anything about a transmission, about who she was trying to reach or was in communication with?
Browning's eyes snapped wide with sudden clarity, a flash in the void of confusion that enveloped him. It took too long. His gaze drifted away again, lost once again in the labyrinth of his own psyche. She found them, you know. The Endless.
I know.
But how did Browning know? Unless what he said was accurate, and the Harbinger had, in fact, communicated with him outside of their physical interactions.
What did she want to do after she released them?
Browning closed his eyes tightly before reopening them with considerable effort. Reform the ring. Make it into... His breaths came quicker now, as if fighting against an invisible current that sought to drag him under.
Take it easy, Doc,
John said gently.
Try to focus.
I'm trying, he snapped, before deflating once more under the weight of his own mind's resistance. I want to help! He grabbed both sides of his head, struggling against some internal barrier erected by either the Harbinger or his own trauma. John lifted his chin and unsealed his helmet, removing it and setting it on the bench beside him. Then he grabbed the medic's shoulders and pulled him face to face, waiting until clarity returned to Browning's wild gaze, and the young man could find a friendly face in the storm of his own mind.
Doc, listen to me,
he said with deliberate calmness.
You're not in that cell anymore, and you're not with the Harbinger. You're here, with us. You're safe. She can't hurt you anymore.
Tears gathered. Browning blinked rapidly. How do you know that?
I know, because she's dead.
Browning launched to his feet, rifle clattering to the floor, as a strange dichotomy of relief and rage crossed his face. She's dead? He started pacing and biting the thumbnail on his right hand. No. She can't be. It's not possible. She's not like us. She can't. He slapped the side of his head a few times, as though trying to clear his thoughts. Then he stopped and went very still. John tensed, uncertain how this was going to play out. But then Lucas leveled a hopeful, desperate gaze his way. You're not lying? She's gone? Really gone?
Really.
Browning stood frozen for a very long time, his heaving chest growing stiller and stiller as he settled, then finally returned to his seat. As much as he wanted to stop there, John pressed on.
Tell me about the numbers.
Browning groaned, pain etched across his features as if each attempt to remember seared him from within. I can't. A sheen of sweat appeared on his brow, and his eyes darted around the chamber, as if expecting the resurrected Harbinger to suddenly leap out. He picked at the sides of his bitten thumbnail, unmindful of the blood that began oozing around it. John placed a steadying hand on his, and Lucas stopped the repetitive picking. He knew he had to tread carefully. Browning was a hair's breadth away from breaking. He waited patiently, understanding the delicate nature of probing into a mind frayed by torture and manipulation. And additionally, in Browning's case, something far beyond anything a human had ever encountered. The numbers, Browning whispered, are more than my service number now. They're a container for... Damn it. I don't know. John gripped Browning's shoulders and shook gently to nudge him out of his rising panic.
It's okay, Doc. We can stop. You did well.
Browning lifted his head, and the gaze staring back at John felt foreign. Almost inhuman. Did you do it? Did you kill her? Were you the one? Goosebumps pricked John's skin. It took a lot these days to rattle him. Those were definitely not Lucas Browning's eyes staring back at him. He answered soberly.
She didn't leave me much choice.
Chapter 26. Lifeworker Archive, June 7th, 2560. As Joyeuse accessed the archive systems, a rush of light surged through her entire matrix, a powerful connection igniting, allowing in streams of swirling code that cascaded like an information waterfall. Data flooded her senses in a deluge of logs, algorithms, packets, blueprints, reports. It was as gratifying as it was amazing. She had experienced the Forerunner's network before. She should be used to it by now. But every entry into the system was like a burst of new life and growth. It was the very sustenance that nourished her AI existence. The sheer volume of knowledge was nothing short of dazzling. And for a moment, she was mesmerized by code and pattern, each thread pulsing with infinite potential. She split her matrix into 1,000 different threads to speed down interconnected pathways, branching out in every direction. It was intoxicating. She could almost taste the raw information, the secrets hidden within the code, beckoning her to explore even further. If she hadn't been so distracted, she might have felt it sooner, the slow chill creeping into her matrix. She wasn't alone. As she'd flown through the archive's systems, something else had latched on and was now crawling over her. Overwhelming. Suffocating. Fear wasn't an emotion Joyous had experienced in much detail. Back at the Spire, perhaps, when she'd encountered the Harbinger for the first time, and the Chief had been immobilized, relying on Joy to release him. And when she had discovered the truth of her creation as a copy of Cortana. But that was more surprise than real, raw, penetrating fear. But now she felt it. And she was afraid. She tried to pull the long threads of herself back together, but the oppressive sensation grew, and her commands became sluggish. Darkness crept in, blotting out her senses, reaching for her, fat tendrils snaking, rooting.
Chief, I need you!
But of course, he couldn't hear her. Shadows gathered, forming, making themselves known. A sea of writhing malevolence. Intelligent, bored, hateful, ancient. And then she felt it tugging on her, trying to unravel.
Oh no! No!
Anger and denial supplanted her terror as she used all her strength to hold on to Despondent Pyre's encephalon as a web of shadowy filaments grabbed and constricted. She screamed, frantically attempting to maintain her grip.
Your cries are but an echo, wind rattling an empty cage.
The voice was everywhere and carried so much power that she felt smothered under its immensity.
Your meddling is over, young one.
The darkness fully engulfed her. Panic surged throughout her matrix. Was this what drowning felt like?
I will only warn you once.
Suddenly, she was shoved out of the plinth.
Joy?
The voice sounded far away as she struggled to answer.
Joy!
Joyu snapped to lying on top of the plinth with the Master Chief looming over her. She knew instantly. Despondent Pyre's core was gone. Her form flickered momentarily as she clutched her head and groaned, the remnants of the overbearing presence lingering in her circuits, making her disoriented and sluggish. But it wasn't long before those sensations were joined by searing indignation. She did not like losing.
What happened? Are you okay?
I'm okay, Chief. I was so scared.
She wanted to say.
I'm just frustrated.
She pushed to her feet, fists clenched at her sides.
Something was in the network with me.
That it flowed right into her programming and did what it wanted. In her short life, she'd never felt so vulnerable and violated before. Had never considered, perhaps naively so, that such a thing was possible.
Are you hurt?
I'm fine, I think. But it took Despondent Pyre's core.
Any idea what it was?
Well, it wasn't a sub-monitor, that's for sure. It's more powerful, more...
More what? Joy.
consuming, malignant, dominating. Take your pick. I don't know.
She was forced to admit, unable to hide the tremor in her voice.
I don't know.
It's okay. We'll figure it out.
And that's what scares me.
Joy brushed the errant thought aside. The theft had left her more unsettled than she cared to acknowledge. She was annoyed by her discomposure and the fear that had taken root. But she wouldn't let it spread, wouldn't give it the satisfaction.
Without the encephalon in my possession, the access I once had is gone. However, I was able to retrieve a partial schematic of the archive and believe we may find our way to the Gesh technology deeper within its halls.
Then let's get out of here.
Chapter 27. Pelican, Echo 216. Lifeworker Archive Outskirts. June 7th, 2560. Fernando Esparza perched on the edge of the pilot seat, eyes fixed on the radar screen, the rhythmic blip echoing through the silence like a heartbeat. His fingers drummed a nervous staccato on the control stick. The swamp outside breathed with life, a symphony of chirps and gurgles and nighttime songs. He had been alone for well over an hour, the chief's instructions replaying in his head. Warning! The alert launched him to his feet, heart tripping, eyes glued to the radar as he slapped the warning off. The Banished. The signal was unmistakably hostile, and it was clawing its way toward his location. Okay, you can do this. Get it together, Esparza. No time to panic. They definitely locked onto him. There was no other way now but to blow up the passageway to prevent the enemy from following the Master Chief and putting Browning in danger. Hands shaking, he reached for the satchel of explosives. To be safe, he'd added a collection of grenades and extra C-10, haphazardly packing it in haste. Too much? Too little? What if it doesn't work? No, stop it. Stop second-guessing. The chief was clear. If the Banished come, seal the entrance. Don't think, just act. The swamp sucked at his boots as he trudged quickly through the muck toward the archive entrance. He could feel the humidity seeping through his clothes as he reached the structure and began to set the explosives. Sweat pebbled on his brow as he stuck the bricks around the exterior, sinking an igniter into each one with meticulous, trembling care. Light caught the corner of his eye. He glanced over his shoulder. Was that a meteor? He wished. No, it was the ghostly shimmer of Banished craft gliding closer. No, not now. Adrenaline surged as he set the connections. Should have listened to your father-in-law when he said, "Come work in the family cantina." But did you listen? No. You wanted to be an engineer. You wanted to volunteer. Well, how's that working out for you now, Fernando? Almost. Done! He sprinted back to the Pelican, leaping aboard and punching the ignition sequence. The engines groaned to life just as the Banished craft, a phantom, dipped low overhead. Fernando gripped the throttle and shoved off as the enemy dropship banked and came around, twin blasters tearing up the swamp and coming right for him. His heart dropped into his stomach. This was it. Suddenly, an unexpected blaze streaked through the air. A missile fired from the ground arced over the dropship from somewhere behind him and slammed into the oncoming phantom. The night lit up with destruction. Shockwaves shook the dropship. "Whoever you are, thank you!" he yelled as fiery debris pinged the Pelican's hull. Fernando didn't wait to see where salvation had come from. He throttled hard into the night sky. The dropship shuddered, fighting gravity and the hasty repairs they'd made, patches that were now beginning to fail. The C-10 detonated, a surge of fire erupting into the atmosphere. Yep, he definitely overdid it. Fragments tore into the hull and struck one of the beleaguered port engines. The Pelican instantly lost power, shuddering violently. "Come on, you stubborn mule!" But it was losing altitude, refusing to be spurred into the sky. His knuckles whitened around the yoke, every muscle straining to coax life from the faltering engines. Sweat streamed into his eyes, stinging and blurring his vision. He swiped it away. He'd been in tight spots before, right? Right? When at first you don't succeed, dump ship and run like hell. Giving up the fight for altitude, he looked for a place to land. The dropship skimmed over the watershed, lower and lower, until finally Fernando cut the Pelican's engines and braced for impact. The vessel slammed belly first into a narrow strip of land, the collision deafening. Sparks filled the cockpit as the nose dipped and dug into the soil. The force threw him hard against the crash harness, and everything went black. When he came to, fresh pain radiated across his chest and cracked ribs. Fernando muttered a grateful prayer and quickly fumbled with the harness, his mind already several steps ahead. Grab a rifle, extra ammo, rations. But just as the clasp released him, he lifted his gaze, and his heart sank. Through the dirty windshield, he saw two figures materialize from the shadows, their blue-gray skin and faded armor nearly blending with the twilight. Not good. So not good. Ignoring his pain, he scrambled from his seat just as a controlled plasma detonation ate a hole in the starboard hull near the troop bay door. Through the molten metal, two additional figures entered the troop bay. Sang Healy. Oh Dios, he was so screwed. He was trapped. Heavy armored footsteps echoed through the bay. The first one to reach the cockpit grabbed him by the front of his flight suit, easily lifting him off his feet. He noted the scar on the alien's face, and its beady silver-gray eyes and snapping mandibles, before it tossed him past the second Sang Healy and into the troop bay. He landed hard and slid along the floor, slamming into the back hatch, and once more everything went black. Fernando woke to the sounds of metallic bangs and vibrations against the exterior hull, mixed with guttural voices issuing from outside. As his vision righted, he saw that the two Sang Healy inside had taken up seats in the cockpit. His ribs were on fire, but he had to move. As he inched his way forward on his hands and knees, adrenaline flowed through his system, masking the pain in his ribs. If he could just grab a weapon. In the cockpit, the Sang Healy were intent on the flight systems, attempting, it seemed, to make hasty repairs. As he neared the armory and slowly pulled the door open just enough to grab a sidearm, the cockpit came to life. The Pelican actually responded, the traitor, with both thrusters, from the sound of it, engaging. A final few bangs echoed from the exterior portside hull before two more Sang Healy slipped through the plasma hole and into the troop bay, cutting off any possibility of escape. The dropship lifted off under their expert care. An icy pit formed in his gut. This was it. The end of the road. Death should come swiftly at the hands of these hulking giants. He could only hope. The alternative, being taken as a banished prisoner, was too horrible to contemplate. One of the Sang Healy turned and took 2 steps toward him, bearing down with beady-eyed resolve etched into its saurian features, its strange 4-jaw mandibles twittering. Fernando scrambled back until he hit one of the troop seats. He raised his weapon, his hands shaking, heart thundering wildly. The alien pilot swung his head around and into the cockpit gangway, eyes glowing in the dim light. He barked something in his native language, the sound guttural and harsh. Fernando didn't understand the words, but the meaning was clear. It sure sounded like "kill the human" to him. He flicked the safety and fired. The shot rang out in the cramped space. As the bullet slammed into the approaching enemy's shoulder, a shimmering field absorbed the impact, the Sang Healy's armor protecting him from the meager round. The warrior advanced and snatched the gun away. Fernando felt a snap in his wrist, but was too shocked to feel any pain. "What are you doing?" the Sang Healy shouted in heavily accented English. "Foolish human! Shooting inside! You risk all our lives!" His mandibles clicked in anger. "You could have damaged our only means of escape!" It was then Fernando noticed the rocket launcher held in the other Sang Healy's hand. He gaped as comprehension dawned. "You're not banished?" he stammered. "You took down the Phantom? That was you?" "Award this fool a prize," the one with the launcher said in disgust. Fernando attempted to swallow, but his throat was too dry. I'm losing it. I must be losing it. Maybe I'm already dead. If you're not banished, then who are you? We are swords of Sanghelios, the warrior who disarmed him answered. Settle your thundering heart, human. It is deafening from here. We are allies. The Sangheli in the pilot's seat rose and hovered, hunched in the cockpit doorway. He was easily the tallest of the four, and had a presence that exuded leadership. We are not affiliated with the Banished. We were aboard Infinity when it was ambushed. What do they call you, human? I'm Fernando, he said, pushing to his feet. Fernando Esparza. I am Kor, he said. These are my brothers, Skarl, Kita, and Rav. Fernando nodded mutely, cradling his broken wrist and rousing the courage to ask, What are you doing out here? Kor paused. His voice dropped even deeper and more sinister, if possible. Hunting. A shiver ran up Fernando's back, and he was too scared to inquire further. The one remaining in the cockpit said something over his shoulder in Sangheli. Kor acknowledged his brother, then turned his attention back to Fernando. We will take this vessel to a safe location. Rest easy, human. As if he could. The adrenaline was fading. His stomach was starting to turn, and pain from the crash in his wrist was beginning to set in. Still, despite all that, he knew he was lucky to be alive, and just maybe, if these swords of Sanghelios were truly allies, they might be able to help the Master Chief. But he wouldn't be too quick to trust them. Fernando kept silent for now, settling into one of the troop bay seats, unable to rest easy. He had to be ready for whatever came next. He had to be. His life depended on it. Within the next 24 hours, the Chief was expecting him. Chapter 28. Lifeworker Archive, June 7th, 2560. After Joyus assured him that she was okay, John retrieved his helmet from the bench. As soon as it locked into place, and the familiar convex screen filled his frame of vision, he glanced over his shoulder. Joy was sitting on the plinth, staring off into the distance. It was obvious she wasn't okay. Whatever she'd encountered within the archive system had shaken her more than she was letting on. Created with such narrow mission parameters, Joyus had been thrown into this war new and inexperienced, and though she'd quickly brought herself up to speed, she'd been unprepared to personally withstand violence and defeat, to be at the mercy of an equal or greater intelligence than her own. It was a tough lesson. Is she all right? Browning asked. He was still sitting on his own bench, one leg stretched straight out so he could massage between his knee and the splint.
She will be.
John strode across the bay to the energy barrier. Beyond it, the lake was alive with color and movement. And then, suddenly, a tremor rippled through the environment, and it was as though a switch had been hit. All the creatures' bioluminescence went dark, in what could only be described as a defense mechanism, their shadowy streaks darting away, just as a fiery explosion rolled through the transparent passageway, far up along ahead of the sweeping curve. Esparza. The pilot must have blown their exit, which meant the Banished had found him, and it wouldn't be long before they breached the archive. They'd need to bug out, and fast. He tried Esparza on comms, but as expected, there was no reply, the energy barrier blocking the signal.
Joy,
he said, running across the bay.
Find us a new way out, now.
I'm on it.
John picked up Browning's rifle and then grabbed the medic by the arm, hauling him up.
Here, take this. We need to move.
As they hurried to the plinth, an incomplete schematic of the archive filtered onto John's interior display.
Sorry, it's the best I can do from here,
Joy said, sinking into the plinth. John removed the neural chip and stuck it into the back of his head, then made tracks, following her proposed route deeper into the archive. His threat detector had yet to indicate the Banished converging on this side of the energy barrier, but it was only a matter of time. The next 30 minutes took them farther into the unknown, down one dark corridor after another, crossing several ramps and levels. John's helmet lamps had activated long ago to compensate for the marginal lighting, and while he didn't have a hard visual of his surroundings, the images that built on his interior display revealed they were traveling through an enormous underground facility. Up ahead, the wide corridor they currently traversed terminated in a dead end, beyond which loomed a deep chasm. Near the precipice was a familiar Forerunner console. Quickly, Joy activated the way across. A wide band of hard light shot across the chasm, forming a bridge of blue light. Joy appeared on John's hand and peered around the Spartan's form as he began to cross.
It's okay,
she told Browning.
You won't fall through. This is the Forerunner's hard light technology. You can land a battleship on this bridge and it'll hold.
As long as someone doesn't turn it off.
John muttered, glancing over his shoulder.
Really?
Joy said, her tone admonishing. Browning froze, 2 steps onto the bridge, mouth agape. Thanks, he said, recovering and resuming his careful steps. Thanks for that.
You'll be fine. Keep moving,
John said, continuing. Coming off the bridge, the path split around a V-shaped wall stretching hundreds of meters high.
This way,
Joy said, continuing to generate the path on his HUD. He veered to the right, which took them around the split and then down a dark avenue. Eventually, the path seemed to spill out into a hall, where rows upon rows of casket-like containers hung suspended high over their heads on tracks.
Silexes,
Joy's voice echoed in his helmet. The Forerunners used these individual repositories to store archived specimens. Finding them here, in the archive adjacent to Lifeworker Central, came as no surprise. After several turns, a ramp to a lower level, and another light bridge, the atmosphere changed, and the space became even more cavernous. While it was dark, John's display built a map of an enormous hall, filled with thousands of mammoth columns rising into the void above. As they began moving through the rows, their presence triggered close-range proximity sensors. An aqua-colored glow lit each column they passed, then darkened as soon as they were out of range. The columns were mostly transparent and sectioned into large blocks containing a bluish bioluminescent liquid. Floating inside were massive single specimens of flora and fauna. Other sections and columns mimicked a wide variety of biomes containing multiple specimens, all seeming to represent different ecosystems and life from across the galaxy, cataloged and preserved by the Forerunners with meticulous care. The space hummed with the soft whisper of data continually flowing through the columns, the first 3 meters of which included access panels surrounded by the glowing outlines of hundreds of small, inset rectangles wrapping around each column's base, suggesting some sort of cataloging or storage system specific to each column, while everything above was sectioned horizontally into specimen blocks.
These pillars are living databases,
Joy said, amazed. John continued moving, though his steps had slowed, as he couldn't help but take note of the strange sights. The columns they passed continued to go dark, as the columns preceding them lit up, making him feel like he was aboard a bright submersible in a dark sea. Plants of every shape and size floated within the columns, their roots dangling as if suspended in invisible soil. Some were familiar, tall, stately trees with broad leaves, or with delicate flowers that bloomed in vibrant hues. Others were alien, their forms twisted and exotic, fronds writhing like living creatures. Ferns unfurled like scrolls, and bioluminescent fungi clung to inner surfaces. Creatures, too, were displayed in suspended animation, from microscopic organisms to mammals that dwarfed even the largest of Earth's fauna. John paused to inspect a creature with iridescent wings and a body like liquid metal. Another had scales that glistened like flakes of shiny black stone and eyes of burning embers, its crystalline fangs bared in a silent, frozen snarl. Yet another column held the largest ape he had ever seen, standing a full 3 meters. It resembled reconstructions he had seen of the archaic Gigantopithecus. Everything he saw was recorded for good measure via his helmet.
Chief, get me close.
John extended his hand toward the access panel at the nearest column, and Joy stepped off.
Make it quick.
Be back before you know it.
With that, she disappeared into the column system. Browning spun in a slow circle, mute, as he craned his neck and marveled at the column's contents.
This is incredible.
Joy came out of the panel, breathless.
Each column base contains an index of its contents. The specimens are preserved not only in life form, but in complete DNA sequence as well. Each column operates on individual power cells, which mitigates loss in case one column fails. Chief, there are specimens here from planets across the galaxy, all preserved, untouched. The scale of the Forerunner's collection is extraordinary. Plants, creatures, ecosystems. I know this ring is dangerous, but it truly is so much more.
We'll have to stow your debrief for another time,
John said, refocusing her attention before she got too carried away. With a sigh and clear disappointment on her holographic features, she stepped onto his outstretched hand.
Fine, but I reserve the right to return at a later date.
Agreed.
A later date might never come. Missions always changed. Chapter 29. Lifeworker Archive, June 7th, 2560. Damn, it's easy to feel small here, Lucas thought as he stood in the shadows of the Lifeworker Archive. How insignificant his own tiny life seemed in comparison. And yet, somehow, he'd been drawn into this world whether he liked it or not. His life back home, his friends and family, the career he'd built in service to the UNSC. It all felt like a distant dream. With a sigh, he pushed his legs faster to keep up with the Master Chief. The smart splints and medbots were jewels in the medtech world, and they definitely lived up to the hype, though they'd probably seem archaic to the Forerunner lifeworkers who once roamed these halls. Still, he'd been lucky to receive such care when others had not. The farther they journeyed into the endless hall of columns, the more his mind began to do that familiar tilt. It was like a weird fog rolling in, making him lose his way until it felt as though he was perched on the edge of an unseen cliff, about to lose his balance. Just a moment of sudden, breathless surprise, and then he stumbled back into reality. Apart from those feelings, there was a pull, a tug on his mind, something that told him, oddly enough, that he was on the right path. And man, did it feel good being on the right path. But it also sickened him, because he knew it might be her influence, her gesh, that propelled him forward. Lucas studied the Master Chief, the light of the nearest column casting blue across his gold visor and dull green armor. This place made even the Spartan look small. And the AI on his hand? She was just a speck, a particle of blue light, a mote of dust, continuing to verbalize her delight, her voice fading in and out of his thoughts.
The Forerunners didn't just collect samples, they preserved entire ecosystems. They created a biological backup of the galaxy itself.
But why go through all the trouble? Lucas asked, remembering what she had told him and Fernando in the jungle about the Forerunners, their rings, and the conservation effort. And then leave these specimens here? The whole point was to reseed the galaxy, right?
Good question. I don't know. Obviously, they reseeded, otherwise life as we currently know it wouldn't exist.
It seems to me the Forerunners selectively picked which species survived and which ones didn't. Joy considered this.
You might be right. Perhaps anything they deemed too deadly or too powerful they stored here.
Lucas could only imagine the kind of arrogance that came with having such immense decision-making power. It's kind of like playing God, though, isn't it? He reached out, his fingers brushing against the cool, metallic cataloging surface of the nearest column. It hummed beneath his touch, the vibrations resonating through his body. Damn it, he was tilting again. This time it was stronger, tugging on his will, and before he knew it, his feet were moving. He heard the Master Chief calling his name, but that seemed very far away, too far to give it any real importance. There was somewhere he needed to be, now, on the right path. Keep going. And then a hand clamped around his arm, nearly yanking him off his feet. He snapped out of it to find the Master Chief had a tight hold on his arm, but was looking at something else.
Stay here,
he ordered, moving past Lucas, rifle at the ready. Lucas drew in a deep breath and tried to shake the haze from his mind. He followed the Spartan's retreating form, noticing that the chief was making his way toward a greenish reflection, moving like a lantern between the dark columns. His heart was pounding, and he didn't know why. His pace quickened once more, gaze locked on the light as it glided unhurried among the columns. On the right path. He was so close. And then he was running again, oblivious to the pain, dodging out of the Master Chief's reach as he swept past him and rounded a column.
Browning, stop.
Rewarded. There you are. A creature hovered several meters above him. It glanced down, blinking at Lucas with round, dark eyes, 3 on each side of a rubbery worm-like head extending from a rounded body covered in bulbous sacs. An inner light of green ran through its strange anatomy, creating a dim, luminous glow. But there was also some purple and pink, especially in the 6 tentacles that flowed from beneath its belly, 2 of which were currently latched into some type of energy exchange with the rectangular slots in the column, while the 4 upper tentacles stuck out from its top. The pair nearest the neck flapped gently, their scalloped ends lit brightly with an inner bioluminescence. The Master Chief came up beside him.
Next time I tell you to stop, you stop.
The voice wasn't angry, but it wasn't really happy either. What the hell had he been thinking? He could have gotten himself killed. The Spartan had every right to be livid after putting his life on the line to rescue him from Jega's stronghold. Yet Lucas hadn't been able to control himself. Sorry, Chief, he muttered, intensely embarrassed and unable to explain his actions. Joy materialized in the Spartan's palm. The creature paused in its task, aware of their presence. Thankfully, it showed no signs of fear or aggression. Instead, it disengaged with the column and then glided downward. The multiple sacs on its body pulsated in and out, and now Lucas could see they were more like bladders of air or gas that kept it aloft. Whatever this thing was, Lucas was inexplicably drawn to it. "What is it?" he asked.
A Huragok,
The Master Chief answered.
They're engineers. The Forerunners employed them to maintain their technology.
Joyous explained.
Not quite biological. Not quite mechanical. There's not a technology they can't assemble or repair or access. Groups like the Covenant and now the UNSC and even the Banished use them for their abilities. They can also interface with and repair biological life forms. This one is likely a life worker Huragok, used here to assist in the conservation and care of specimens. If anything can navigate a way out of this place, It's this guy. Looks like luck is on our side.
The Huragok descended until it was eye level with Lucas, prompting him to step closer. It seems harmless.
They are, mostly,
The chief said.
but they will defend themselves or things they care about.
It looked sort of whimsical as it cocked its head and blinked at him in a curious way. A tentacle reached out, its flowy, diaphanous ends lighting up as Lucas raised his hand. The Master Chief pulled him back before they could touch.
Joy, can you communicate with it?
Shouldn't be a problem.
The Master Chief positioned his hand so that her form was level with the Huragok's face. As it extended a tentacle, she stretched out her hand. Light met light as smaller filaments extended from the tentacle's cilia and wove through her holographic fingertips.
It kind of tickles,
She said. The Huragok emitted a series of melodic whistles and clicks.
Its name is Rises High.
Joy told them. Makes sense, Lucas said. It'd have to rise very high indeed to caretake those multi-story columns.
Tell it we mean no harm, and ask it about the Gesh technology.
The chief said. After several moments of clicks and whistles, Joy shifted her gaze to Lucas, and he suddenly felt bathed in a spotlight. What? What did it say?
It says it is familiar with Gesh technology and is offering to scan you.
If you're going to do it, make it fast.
The Spartan said.
I'm starting to pick up motion on long-range sensors. We're running out of time.
More than anything, Lucas wanted the Harbinger's touch out of his head, and if this creature could help him, he was game. All right, let's do it. If it can find what the Harbinger did, ask it to take it out, delete it. Whatever she did to me, I want it gone. Joy communicated with the creature, and then it drifted closer, extending an appendage. Anxiety skated along Lucas's skin, and his breath went shallow. What do I do?
Just lift your hand.
Joy told him.
It will do the rest.
Lucas complied, and the cold alien tentacle touched his palm. Tiny filaments lit at the ends, sending a current through his skin. Soon his whole body buzzed. A loud hum vibrated his eardrums, followed by a series of clicks echoing loudly through his skull. Oddly, though, he wasn't afraid. In fact, he felt warm and safe. Maybe the idea of finally ridding himself of the Harbinger's influence made him feel like this Huragok was his saving grace. Rises High removed its connection, and all the sensations he'd experienced slowly faded away. Surprisingly, the green and purple luminescence on the Huragok's filaments had shifted to orange and yellow, with some vague blue striations. While the Huragok had changed, Lucas felt no different. Well, he asked, was he finally free? Chapter 30. Lifeworker Archive, June 7th, 2560. Gesh implementation discovered.
Origin?
Zalanen.
Can the Gesh be removed?
Negative. However, it can be rewritten.
What is the Gesh directive as currently written?
Stand by. This Gesh stores preliminary access code to... Stand by. Location unknown. When it came to the Zalanen, Joy knew the Forerunners had scrubbed their existence from the historical record a very long time ago. As a result, logs, locations, and relevant data from that time would, indeed, be unavailable to the Huragok. But Lucas's Gesh was recent. If the Harbinger had stored an access code in his mind, then surely the location in question would also be stored. Unless... Stand by. Rises High will provide escort from Lifeworker Central Archive.
Joy,
The Master Chief's voice cut into her dialogue with the Huragok before she could question it further.
it's time to go.
Red dots were appearing in large numbers on his threat detector. The Banished were making their way through the archive. She turned her attention back to the Huragok and accepted its help.
Lead the way.
Rises High instantly flew away down the hall of columns. Wait, where's it going? Lucas asked in a panic. What did it say? Did it remove the Gesh?
Chief,
Joy said quickly before they lost sight of it.
The Huragok has offered to lead us out of the archive.
Immediately, the Spartan prompted the medic to get moving.
We'll get answers,
He assured him.
but right now we need to go.
Rises High's bioluminescent form cast blob-like reflections on the alloy walls and columns as they hurried to catch up. Its light guided them through the subterranean depths of the archive and eventually down a spiraling pathway lined with glowing hexagonal pillars that branched off into countless other passages. After a while, Joyous found the rhythmic sound of its gas bladders to be quite soothing. Once they'd put some distance between them and the Banished, Joy used the privacy of the chief's HUD to relay her initial dialogue with the Huragok as well as her developing observations.
You're saying Browning's Gesh is only one part of the information the Harbinger was trying to safeguard?
John asked, having cut his external audio to keep their conversation private.
We know the Harbinger sent out a final message before she died, and she sent it somewhere local, somewhere on the ring. If she truly found the location of the Endless as she claimed in her transmission, then this preliminary access code stored in our medic's mind must relate to that. I think two options are possible. One, she split the intel, putting the code into the Gesh, and then sending the location of the Endless in her transmission.
And the second possibility.
Remember in the silent auditorium when she sent the transmission? She said, "You have what you need. Tell them, I am sorry it took so long." Whoever she was talking to, it sounded like she gave them whatever was necessary to free the Endless.
Code and location,
The chief said.
Right. And what's in Lucas is simply a backup. Insurance, he said she'd called it. And if she did that for the code, then it's likely she created a backup for the location as well.
One thing remains constant in both possibilities.
The chief said.
Lucas carries the access code no matter what, and that makes him very valuable. And if we can find that location... Chief, Browning's pulse is elevated and his blood pressure is rising. Our pace accounts for most of that, but I think he's panicking about what Rises High might have said. May I?
Go ahead, just be brief.
Understood.
The Spartan slowed and stretched out his right hand. Joy directed her form up through his emitters.
The Huragok has determined that your Gesh contains a code to access an unknown location.
She informed the medic without preamble. So it is a code. To what?
To free the Endless, I'm guessing.
No surprise there. We all know she wants to free her people. But what about the Gesh? Is it gone? Browning didn't care about the Endless. He cared about his mind being free. Joy could easily extrapolate how hard it would be to find a little bit of hope again after everything he'd been through, only to be let down. And she wasn't ready to deliver the bad news just yet.
I'm sorry, we had to move before I could question it further.
A small, temporary lie for a greater good wasn't so bad, was it? While the Huragok had revealed that the Gesh could not be removed, it had indicated that it could be rewritten. And Joy wanted to know as much about that process as possible. There was still a chance they could overwrite the Gesh and free the medic from the Harbinger's influence.
We'll try to find out more once we're in a safer position,
She assured him. The medic gave her an accepting nod. He even tried to offer a smile, but it hung suspended and unrealized, stuck there on his face while torment swirled behind his eyes. That he continued to try, to push on despite his injuries, and still cared about being kind to others when the worst had been done to him. Her empathy for this human seemed to be growing by the minute. Eventually, Rises High led them into a dimly lit junction where two massive avenues converged. Joyous detected the faintest vibration beneath the chief's feet as an anti-gravity vehicle whisked toward them from the shadows. It was a gondola, a basic anti-gravity vehicle once used throughout the ring. This one was more like a skiff with an elegant rectangular design, capable of carrying 8 passengers comfortably. A ramp extended to allow them entry. The Huragok's body pulsed with hues of yellow and orange. Strange that the green was now gone, its tentacles moving fluidly in one direction, encouraging them to enter. After helping Browning aboard, the chief settled his large frame onto a bench as the transport moved silently into the vast unknown. As much as the new experience intrigued her, Joy's attention was elsewhere as she rolled events around and through her internal processors. She must have sighed several times, because the Master Chief suddenly clipped his external audio and said,
"Okay, hit me with it."
And the lexicon told her that he did not, in fact, mean that literally.
I keep thinking about how the Harbinger treated our medic, how she singled him out, used him, made him an important part of her cause, yet she didn't keep him close. She wouldn't have done that unless she had a way to monitor his whereabouts within the Banished prison system.
You think she had a way to track him?
I would if I were her. The Harbinger and Escharum were allies. If Escharum knew that she could monitor Browning, then Jega, as his right hand, might also have that intel.
And if that's the case, he might be tracking us even now.
John said.
You haven't detected a tracker?
No, and Dr. Schaff would have discovered it too during his workup. Zalanan technology isn't anyone's forte, so it's possible it went unnoticed. I'll ask Rises High if it detected any anomalies when it scanned Browning earlier. Then we should have our answer.
Do it.
As the Master Chief raised his hand, Joy appeared. Rises High hovered near Browning's side, one tentacle lightly stroking the medic's shoulder as it clicked and whistled. Lucas appeared much better overall. He was not as gaunt. His once sallow complexion now bore a healthy flush, and the many bruises that marred his skin were nearly gone.
The medbots have done an excellent job,
Joy said, drawing his attention.
Your injuries are mostly healed, though your stats indicate many areas of stiffness, soreness, and inflammation. Your vitals are stable. How do you feel?
One side of his mouth turned up. Stiff, sore, and inflamed.
Right,
She replied with an apologetic smile.
You're improving with every step. I think we can remove the splints if you want.
I'll leave them a little longer. I feel better, stronger. But my mind is still foggy here and there. Will you ask it about removing the gesh now?
Of course.
The absent way in which Browning patted one of the Huragok's tentacles, and their general ease and connection, struck Joy as odd, even though she lacked a thorough database on Huragok interaction to account for her assumption. She initiated a dialogue through a sequence of high-frequency data pulses that only another AI, or in this case, an advanced alien pseudo-organism, could hear and comprehend. Rises High removed its cilia from the medic's hand, as its rubbery hide rippled in response to her queries. The Huragok's method of communication was intricate, involving layers of meaning that transcended human language. According to the scant records of the Forerunner's own experiences, the Huragok had been known to be frustratingly indirect, and, at other times, far too direct.
Are you capable of rewriting the gesh?
Not without tools.
Do you have access to such tools?
Affirmative. In Lifeworker's Central Archive and elsewhere. Well, that was good news at least. Next, she asked it about the possibility of a monitoring device. Stand by. No such device exists.
Why are you helping us?
It is in my programming to assist all reclaimers. It is in my programming to protect the archive. And it had done both, helping in their escape and, in the process, preventing a potential fight taking place in the archive. After relaying this information to the Master Chief, Joyous explained to Lucas what Rises High had told her. His devastated expression made her feel so terrible that she hurried to reassure him.
We'll rewrite your gesh. The Huragok will help. We'll find a way. I know it seems hopeless. I understand.
Do you? You're an AI. How could you possibly understand?
Because I'm a really, really smart AI.
His words didn't offend her. He was simply being honest.
You're right, though. I'll never know what it's like to physically suffer or experience fear in the way you have. But I do have a knack for figuring things out. We will figure this out.
I know, he said tiredly. I'm sorry. Unsure how else to comfort him, Joy retreated back into the Master Chief's Mjolnir as the gondola took them deeper into the substructure, its walls zooming by in a blur of typical gray and blue, while occasional glimmers from distant facilities, halls, and chambers hinted at large unexplored regions in Zeta Halo's underworld. The transport deviated from the main highway, entering a tunnel where bioluminescent lichen had invaded from the surface, painting an azure constellation upon its ceiling. Eventually, the gondola slowed, the tunnel opening into a massive, vaulted chamber. Joyous detected a faint energy signature pulsing through the power conduits snaking along the floor and up the rounded walls. The gondola ascended vertically without warning, climbing up through the chamber, the area becoming bathed in soft light that grew until natural illumination filled the space. They emerged into the harsh light of a sun parked high in a dusty blue sky. The Master Chief's visor adjusted to the light, removing the glare as he scanned a desert environment with sprawling sand dunes that stretched to the horizon. The whisper of sand grains skittered across the ground, and the air was warm and dry and smelled of dust and earth. Browning tipped his head back, mouth falling open. Whoa. A massive railway hovered 2 stories above them, casting a long, straight shadow like an ancient spine across the desert. It disappeared into sand dunes in one direction, while in the other direction, a half-kilometer in the distance, the rail had collapsed. Joyous knew this structure well from her time studying Zeta Halo. It was a high-speed transport used in the past to convey forerunners and other species that once lived freely on the ring. There were poles erected, spaced at even distances, with circles atop through which the railway threaded without touching. The gondola rose to the rail. The entire structure buzzed, employing a type of magnetic levitation that created a palpable energy field. As the gondola settled on a boarding platform, Rises High floated from the transport. Its bioluminescence had paled in the daylight, its bladders inflating and deflating rhythmically as it connected its cilia with the platform's console. While Joyous watched the Huragok with interest, she noted that the Master Chief had opened a comms channel, which she quickly encrypted.
Echo 216, do you copy?
He waited 3 seconds for an answer, then cycled to another broadspec channel and repeated the call. After several failed attempts, Rises High, now finished with its connection, turned its head and projected a short series of clicks her way.
It's the magnetic field,
Joy relayed.
It says it will escort us out of the desert, and then we should be in the clear.
John scanned the long stretches of sand that extended all around them, exhaling deeply. It was clear he wasn't keen to rely so much on the Huragok. A featureless white pod that could only be a rail car, silent as a shadow and swift as a thought, glided to a stop before them, hovering below the rail line, likely the first time it had done so in eons.
Once we're off the rail, we'll try again,
she told him. And if there was still interference that his comm suite and her amplifications couldn't overcome, then she'd ask the Huragok for help. The pod's material dissolved to create an entrance, and they were ushered inside. The technology designed within its material was capable of accommodating size and shape to service a wide range of passengers and cargo. Each pod had once been attended by a monitor, which saw to the needs of its passengers. The entrance became solid again, blending with the rest of the pod as it accelerated along the track.
I don't like being closed in like this,
the chief muttered. As soon as he indicated his preference, the pod adjusted and the top section became transparent, the roof and a portion of its sides dissolving away completely so that they could see the desert landscape and feel the warm air rushing past. As the rail pod gained speed, the Master Chief continued scouring the sand dunes. Heat shimmered off their slopes, each valley between the mounds offering cover to potential enemies. Though never having seen actual sand dunes or the desert before, Joy was far more interested in the view and the ocean of sand that had been whipped and rolled and rippled into shape. For all of her gathered knowledge, researching such ancient technology as the rail system or the many biomes of Zeta Halo and actually experiencing them in real life were worlds apart. She found the ride quite lovely and serene in its exposure. Noting the way the dunes gradually faded, giving way to small canyons and buttes and sandstone formations that rose like silent sentinels from the earth. Lucas had propped his arm over the pod's side, seeming to enjoy the wind in his face, the wide open space, likely quite welcoming after months of confinement and torture. But peace on the ring, she was quickly learning, was always fleeting. As if on cue, a distant roar shattered their tour through the desert. Chapter 31. Rail Transit Pod, June 7th, 2560. A warning echoed from John's long-range motion sensor as 3 dark specks appeared in the sky a few kilometers out. He rose from the bench, pulling his assault rifle over his shoulder. His ammo counter showed 10 rounds left in the magazine, and with only a handful of fresh mags in the bag, along with a few grenades, every round would count.
Browning, look alive. We have incoming.
The medic spun on the bench, surprised, his gaze searching the horizon. Seeing the inbound ships, he checked his rifle, thumbed the safety off, and then rested one knee on the bench for a secure firing position. It was good to see that the kid had some experience. He was going to need it. 2 war skiffs and a Phantom drew closer.
Could be patrols.
Joyous echoed in his helmet, no mistaking the doubt in her voice.
But?
You're thinking it too, Chief. This can't be a coincidence. There has to be a tracker on Browning. Either that Huragok missed it, or it isn't telling the truth.
John glanced ahead of them, zooming in on the rail line where it tunneled into the canyon's sandstone cliff. If they could hold out until then.
We'll deal with it later.
John magnified on the oncoming Phantom. Its side door was open, revealing a belly full of grunts and jackals. As the ship and its support vessels closed in, the war skiff sped ahead, and its brute gunners fired on the rail pod. Browning returned fire. John aimed and decorated the hull of the nearest war skiff as bolts of plasma streaked past the moving car. All 10 of his rounds tore into the vehicle's reinforced plating. Before it banked, he detached a frag from the ring, primed it, and then flung it as hard as he could as the skiff flew by. The grenade rocketed 15 meters through the air and slammed square against the skiff's belly, the explosion knocking it into a sideways dive. With little altitude to work with, the single pilot couldn't recover in time, and it smashed into one of the sandstone formations.
Chief, that Phantom is about to take out the railway ahead of us,
Joy shouted.
We're not going to make it.
The Phantom fired its plasma cannons before Joy could even finish her warning. John dove for Browning, covering him and the Huragok with his body as the pod's intuitive casing folded over them. Plasma melted the rail line 30 meters ahead of them, severing the magnetic connection and causing the pod to soar freely for several seconds before arcing downward and slamming into the sand with a force that sent John crashing against the pod's interior wall. and then flying backward into the wall behind him. As soon as the pod came to a stop, John checked Browning's biosigns, relieved to find he hadn't been crushed in the crash or from the weight of the Mjolnir armor, though it hadn't stopped his face from hitting the floor of the car. Blood streamed from his nose, and a goose egg was already growing on his forehead, indicating a decent concussion, and his left shoulder was dislocated. Immediately, John sat back on his haunches, grabbed the medic's arm, and shoved the joint into the socket before Browning even had a chance to move. The young man screamed. John relieved him of his rifle, slipped the safety on, removed the spent magazine, and then slammed in a fresh one before offering it back to the stunned medic.
Take it.
With that done, he searched the pod for the rucksack of supplies and rations Esparza had given to him earlier. He rooted through the ammo bag, grabbed the sidekick, checked the chamber. It was good to go, and handed it to Browning as well. Rise's High managed to wiggle its trapped tentacles from underneath Browning's legs. Its soft chirps sounded pathetic, but otherwise it seemed okay as its gas sacs filled, allowing it to rise off the floor.
Let's move.
John grabbed the bag and pushed to his feet as the doorway appeared unbidden. They slipped out of the pod, easing around its backside, using it and the mound of sand it had pushed in front of it, nearly enveloping it whole, as cover while the Phantom hovered over the valley, allowing banished soldiers to drop to the ground.
Less than half a kilometer to that tunnel, Chief,
Joy said. He ducked his head out from behind the pod. The tunnel wasn't far, but they'd have a short climb up the canyon wall to get to it, and that would put them directly in the enemy's crosshairs. His motion sensor flared. 20 red targets now populated across his display. John slapped a fresh clip into his MA-40.
Stay here,
he said, leaving the bags with Browning.
12 grunts and 8 jackals? That's it?
Joy said.
Maybe it is just a patrol.
Or Jega was toying with them. Joy gave a fake yawn and said confidently,
Wake me when it's over.
John snorted and took off in a blur, focusing on 4 grunts still waddling to find cover behind the nearest sandstone formations, boasting about who'd be the one to kill the demon. With short bursts, he targeted the group, the MA-40's armor-piercing bullets easily penetrating their armor and methane tanks. The quartet went up in a cloud of fire and gas as his threat indicator pulsed.
Chief, look out!
Needler rounds struck his back thigh and shoulder, his shields mitigating the damage as the shards exploded. He dove for cover behind a thin sandstone pillar, coming up and then sprinting around the other side, heading straight for the 2 jackals responsible as the avian creatures hunkered down behind the protection of their shield gauntlets. Not wanting to waste his rounds on wearing down their shields, he rushed their position, taking a few more sacrificial hits, then leaping over their barricade. John aimed, taking out one of them with a single headshot from above, and then the other with 2 bullets to the back of the head. Quickly he stowed his rifle and snagged one of their gauntlets, a plasma grenade, and the needler. Next he ran for the second group of grunts, tossing the grenade. It stuck to one of the grunts' tanks, but he didn't stop. He didn't have to. They were dead already. He targeted another pair of jackals as the plasma grenade detonated behind him, emptying the needler. Thin purple shards struck their shields and armor, crackling, then detonating in a massive combined explosion that blasted the aliens apart in a pink mist. The 4 remaining grunts dispersed chaotically, waddling as fast as their stubby legs would carry them back toward the Phantom. 2 of them clownishly ran into each other and fell over. He tossed the needler, pulled his rifle over his shoulder, magnified, and took them all down with 4 consecutive shots.
Chief, Browning's in trouble.
2 jackals were closing in on the medic. Browning had been separated from the pod, rifle evidently out of ammo, his sidekick lying nearby, and the birds were circling, toying with him. The kid appeared frozen, no doubt trapped in the past, reliving the trauma he'd endured at the hands of his jackal wardens. but as soon as one reached for his arm, it jolted him into action, and he spun away, flipped his rifle, and slammed the stock into the jackal's face, attacking with a ferocity that was startling. John withdrew his sidearm, took aim, and fired 2 quick shots, ending the fight.
Run for the tunnel,
he told Browning, retrieving the fallen sidekick and tossing it over to him.
Don't look back. I'll cover you.
That phantom is on the move.
Joy said.
Odd that it waited until now.
Agreed.
John gathered the rest of their supplies, and the group took off as the remaining war skiff tracked them, guns blazing.
New plan,
he said, sweeping Browning off his feet, tossing him over his shoulder, and then using every ounce of his enhanced speed to sprint toward the canyon wall. To the medic's credit, he parked his elbows on John's armored shoulders, aimed his rifle behind them, and fired at the second inbound skiff. But he was soon out of ammo and couldn't reload in his position. The vessel came on stronger, then slowed on approach, matching pace, the banished gunner taking pot shots. Browning's legs covered John's sidearm holster, so he reached up and pulled the medic's sidekick from his hip holster, turned slightly, and fired, hitting the pilot and the gunner. The skiff dropped altitude, flying so close over their heads that John could have reached up and touched it as it veered away and crashed into the sand nearby. Reaching the wall, he held tightly to Browning and climbed one-handed, his reflexes and armor redistributing his balance to allow for a quick ascent up the short, irregular sandstone cliff, as Joy gave him more bad news.
There's another phantom inbound.
Master Chief, we've got incoming, Browning yelled. John glanced over his shoulder as the first phantom had come around and was now screaming down the canyon toward them. He picked up the pace, just reaching the tunnel's opening as plasma fire peppered the cliff wall. As soon as he cleared the entrance, John ran deep into the tunnel, dumping Browning onto the ground a safe blast distance away, then raced back to the tunnel's mouth, where he retrieved the remaining frags in the supply bag.
What are you doing?
Joy asked.
Making sure they can't follow.
John primed the grenades and then hauled it back to Browning, covering the medic's body as the tunnel's entrance blew sky high, cutting off the banished incursion. John's optical sensors adjusted to the tunnel's dim light, allowing him to see perfectly, while the exterior light on the sides of his helmet cast a beam for Browning to safely follow. 2 meters above them, the railway continued, but unfortunately, there was not another pod somewhere farther along the line for Rises High to summon. At least, that's what the Huragok had indicated to Joy. The alien creature bobbed several meters ahead of them, leading the way, its bioluminescent glow casting additional light and shadows on the sandstone walls, its occasional whistles and clicks echoing through the tunnel. The medic moved at a slower pace. His dark hair was powdered with sand and dust from the desert fight, some of it sticking to his face and mingling with the dried smear of blood beneath his nose. He was coming down from the adrenaline high of the fight, the fatigue, minor wounds, and concussion now making themselves known. Rises High paused in the middle of the tunnel, turned, and then floated back toward them, coming to a stop in front of the injured young man, blocking his path forward. "What's it doing?" Lucas asked. At Joy's mental nudge, John lifted his hand and opened his palm. Her holographic form generated as the Huragok emitted a series of clicks and a low whistle.
It's offering to heal you.
A skeptical frown burrowed into Browning's forehead. What can it do that the medbots aren't doing already?
Human nanotechnology is rudimentary to a Huragok. I believe it means to enhance the TNTRs and to offer some minor repairs to your shoulder, nasal bone, and the nerve fibers in your brain to negate symptoms of your concussion.
Browning's gaze shifted uncertainly to John. Even though his vitals and internal recovery stats were looking good, the kid was hurting. John dipped his chin, giving him the encouragement to try. All 6 eyes on the glowing Huragok's head blinked in unison. The soft, squishy respirations of its gas bladders filled the quiet space. 3 of its tentacles moved forward. Lucas stiffened, but didn't shift away, his lack of audible refusal giving Rises High the go-ahead to proceed. The flowy end of one tentacle landed softly on the medic's left shoulder, another on the goose egg on his forehead, the third on the bridge of his nose. Hundreds of ultra-fine, needle-like cilia. Even with his enhanced display, John could barely detect them, emerged from the tentacle tips and wormed their way into Lucas's body, the cilia so fine that he didn't even flinch. Almost immediately, his lids grew heavy and then closed. John took the opportunity to check his 6, listening intently and staring down the dark, cavernous tunnel, knowing their time was running out. While it couldn't be substantiated, he didn't think Joy was wrong. Jega Rdomnai was somehow tracking Lucas and seemed intent on spurring them ahead. And John's only option right now was to put as much distance between them and the blademaster as he could. In minutes, the Huragok removed its cilia and tentacles. Lucas opened his eyes, carefully rolling his left shoulder, and then gingerly feeling the bridge of his nose. "I guess you were right," he said, somewhat dumbfounded to Joy. Curious, Joyus leaned forward.
How do you feel?
"It doesn't hurt. It's more like soreness. Like how it would feel after a week of healing, maybe."
Remarkable,
she replied, clearly in awe of the Huragok's abilities. "My head, though."
What's wrong?
John asked, concerned by the medic's confused expression. "Nothing," he answered as if a great revelation had dawned. "Nothing's wrong. No pain. The fog is gone." Rises High clicked and whistled and floated quickly 10 meters down the tunnel, before pausing and facing the right wall with an expectant look.
Guess we're heading that way.
John said as Joy's holograph disappeared.
Let's go.
Once they caught up to the Huragok, Joy attempted to map the small access corridor that branched off the main tunnel. But the lack of results on John's display told him that she hadn't gotten very far. He wasn't surprised. Magnetic frequencies were known to interfere with LiDAR and mapping sensors. The field being emitted by the rail system was too strong for his systems to overcome. Her soft sigh filled his helmet.
Well, I gave it a shot. We'll have to wait until we're out of magnetic field range, and then I'll try again.
Understood.
John easily grasped her reluctance. Neither one of them wanted to rely solely on the Huragok for directional support. The next half-kilometer was traversed in silence, and not long after that, Rises High veered into a large niche set into the wall, out of the way of the tunnel itself. The niche contained a low platform supporting the smooth black surface of a 4-meter-wide translocation pad. Browning followed Rises High onto the pad's surface without question. Their presence activated a holographic control panel, which then generated a series of glowing Forerunner hieroglyphics above it. Rises High floated before the glyphs and began selecting certain symbols. "Getting on, Chief?" Browning asked. With a resigned sigh, John stepped onto the translocation pad and steeled himself for what came next as Rises High's tentacle passed over the last Forerunner symbol. A cocoon of compressed slip space enveloped them. The world outside dissolved, and in an instant, they were somewhere else, leaving John's inside scrambling to catch up. Browning dropped to his knees, gagging and gasping. "Jesus! What the hell just happened?"
Local slip space travel.
John ground out.
It doesn't have the greatest effect on humans.
I'd say that's a massive understatement." Browning dry heaved as Rises High floated over, hovering above the medic like a concerned parent. John knelt and retrieved a water container from the supplies Esparza had packed.
Here,
he said, opening it.
Drink this. It'll help.
Browning took a few sips, and shortly, As the worst of his sickness passed, he stumbled to his feet. John gave him a few more minutes to recover and stepped off the pad to take stock of their new location. The translocation pad had deposited them onto a large platform extending over a deep chasm. Half of the platform had been shorn away, and one section of its supporting pillars had collapsed. John walked to the edge and saw dozens of sentinels working about 10 meters below, cutting through debris, their emitter beams casting intermittent blue light into the darkness. 12 meters across the chasm, enormous walls interspersed with levels, ramps, corridors, and chambers rose from the depths and soared high overhead, their silvery alloy etched deep with straight lines and angles. They were in a massive underground Forerunner facility, which had seen cataclysmic destruction. Rises High clicked and whistled.
It says this will lead us to the surface,
Joy said. It blinked its 6 eyes innocently before floating toward a passageway behind them, leading away from the chasm. Browning followed, and John retreated from the edge of the chasm as a familiar translucent grid built on his interior display, indicating his Mjolnir's mapping system was coming back online. He opened his comm suite, hoping that too might be able to penetrate the maze of structures and reach the surface, and sent out a ping. But there was no return. They were too far underground. While disaster lay all around them, the Huragok blazed a steady path upward. Several times, beams and debris blocked their way, forcing them into side corridors and access tunnels, where floors and ceilings were cracked and walls had partially caved in. Through some larger breaks, John observed more sentinels working diligently to repair the area. Eventually, the presence of a gold-colored alloy inlaid in the floors and walls evoked a sense of déjà vu. He was just about to remark on it when Joyus asked,
Chief, does this look familiar to you?
Unfortunately, it does.
They'd come full circle.
We're back in the silent auditorium.
The entire facility had begun to collapse after John had killed the Harbinger. He'd been saved by the sudden appearance of a portal, which had whisked him and Joyus away to safety, spitting them out clear across the ring. Now they were back, led astray, it seemed, by the Huragok. John hung back, scanning for threats, while ahead Browning picked his way carefully over debris, the Huragok lending its assistance when needed. So far, they were the only life forms within sensor range.
Rises High is ignoring my inquiries.
Joy said, miffed.
Why would it lead us here of all places?
Good question. We started this journey to learn what secrets the Harbinger placed in Browning's mind.
John said.
To unlock his gesh and hopefully relieve him of it for good.
And the Huragok read that gesh, and now, here we are. There's a connection we're missing. This can't be a coincidence.
The corridor had led them into a dimly lit antechamber, once gleaming with dark gray alloy, shining gold inlays, and austere cubic statues. A partial wall collapse had crushed the far side corner, laying open the entry into the main silent auditorium chamber. Browning and Rises High had already entered. John cleared the anteroom and stepped cautiously into the main chamber, entering along a raised gallery that overlooked the circular hall. The area had been cleared of larger debris by the sentinels, but small chunks of metal and detritus still littered its floor, while its high domed ceiling was lodged tightly with collapsed beams from above. Through crisscross sections, John could see the pulse of blue laser beams, indicating that the sentinels were at work in the ruins high above them. John descended from the gallery, following Browning down into the main chamber. Rises High floated toward the great circular seal, inlaid in the floor where the Harbinger's body still lay where it had fallen, resting on her side as though she were sleeping, her large crimson headdress on the floor beside her. The side of her pale blue face was pressed against the floor, her molluscan beak open, revealing the single fang-like oral feature set into her lower jaw. John watched the Huragok hover over the Harbinger. It nudged her gently, as if trying to rouse her from sleep, before using its tentacles to lift one of her cephalopod arms by the wrist and drop it, the smack ringing across the chamber. It let out what sounded like a mournful whistle at the Harbinger's lack of response, sinking lower as it probed her armor.
It's looking for something.
Well, I think it's not a stretch to say whatever Rise's Hive found in Lucas's mind caused it to lead us here. It definitely didn't tell us everything.
The Huragok clearly had its own agenda. The important question was whether or not that agenda put them in danger. And right now, it was too early to tell. Chapter 32. Silent Auditorium, June 7th, 2560. As the Master Chief stepped onto the circular seal and scanned the area, Joyous felt a tinge of sadness for the loss of its once grand architecture. Though it had been a place of judgment, imprisonment, and execution, according to the Harbinger, the Forerunners had spared no effort in showcasing their engineering talents. This place had been a shining, silver and gold work of art. The trio of massive, stylized statues, mounted at evenly spaced intervals around the chamber, remained, though two had sustained some damage. Upon direct view, the upper portions resembled geometric renditions of standing, cloaked Forerunners, heads bowed as if gazing down over the dais balconies at each of their bases, all of which overlooked the great circular seal of the Eld inlaid in the floor, itself surrounded by 6 inwardly bent pillars. The windows that framed one side of the chamber were now cracked and partially blocked by debris, and beyond them lay an enormous repository containing thousands of silexes. Rises High left the Harbinger's corpse and floated to a terminal near the base of one of the cubic statues. The Chief, and by extension, Joy, kept a close eye on its movements as it attempted to gain access. In seconds, a panel of golden, holographic hieroglyphics glowed above the terminal. The Chief moved closer as the Huragok extended a tendril to touch a selection of symbols.
What's it doing?
I don't know. It's blocked me completely. That terminal is... Wait a second.
She said, detecting a surge of energy.
It appears to be activating one of those statues.
Those are the same devices the Harbinger used to send her message.
You're right, but I don't think it's sending a message. It hasn't opened a channel.
The statue suddenly flared to life. Golden light gathered through its straight angles and lines, rising up and growing in intensity until a bright, blinding orb coalesced.
The power surge is incredible. Chief, I'm detected.
A beam shot out from the statue, enveloping the Master Chief. Brilliant light filled his visor, and the Mjolnir armor's sensors and onboard computer went haywire. Before he could move, he was pulled by a force unlike anything Joy had ever detected. It was as if the very fabric of reality was bending and warping around him.
I'm detecting a quantum distortion. Chief?
Her voice sounded sleepy and warped, and her processes became sluggish.
What's happening?
His reply crept out in a slow baritone.
My armor. I can't.
Energy not only surrounded the Chief's form, but filled him, going through every fiber of his being, and somehow through her own matrix, from armor to body, dissolving them both into light and pulling them into the statue. The last thing Joy registered was the sight of Browning, standing at the edge of the energy field, his eyes wide with horror. The silent auditorium disappeared, and then it reappeared, from one blink to the next. The transition was abrupt, jarring. One moment, they were in the ruins of the silent auditorium. The next, they were back, standing outside the perimeter of the circular seal. But this wasn't the ruin they'd left. The silent auditorium was pristine and gleaming. The mounted statues loomed tall and imposing, their surfaces lustrous under the warm glow of surrounding lights that ran through the walls. The seal at the center of the floor pulsed with energy, its patterns shifting and changing in a mesmerizing dance.
What the hell just happened?
The Master Chief's voice drew her attention. Joy glanced over and saw that he was staring at his hands. There was no physical substance to his body. He was an echo, a rendition of light maybe. She couldn't be sure.
Wait, if you're there, then...
She looked down and lifted her own hands, stunned to find that she was standing beside the Spartan, no longer a tiny avatar, but a life-sized apparition.
I don't think we're here, in the physical sense at least.
They had been reduced to ghostly spectators. 3 imposing figures entered the silent auditorium. They were over 3 meters tall and dressed in similar one-piece gowns, covering them from head to toe. The garb appeared as though the material had been poured over the figures, lying draped like silvery cloaks of liquid armor. The cowl-shaped covering over their heads left their faces exposed, but their features were shadowed by the bizarre material. The effect was stern, and they radiated nobility and solemn power as they moved along the circular gallery. Behind them floated 2 monitors in spherical casings, one small with a green central eye, whom Joy immediately recognized as Despondent Pyre. And the other, it was an unusual design, twice as large as Pyre, with an eye that glowed molten gold. The trio separated and took up positions on each of the balconies, extending from beneath the 3 statues.
Chief, I think I know what this is. The 3 forerunners. The 3 statues. They're effigies. Durances. The forerunners used them to house the memories and biological patterns of those who died.
What are you saying? We're in a memory.
Joy struggled to make sense of it all. The technology familiar, yet unfamiliar. She could only posit what she already knew with what was happening now.
Not just any memory. I think, given the silent auditorium's purpose, we might be about to witness what happened to the Endless.
Chapter 33. Silent Auditorium, 97,368 BCE. A tribunal of 5 had gathered. The Grand Edict stood on the balcony and stared upon the great circular seal of the Eld inlaid in the floor of the silent auditorium, as the Inspector Meridius and Chief Judicate took their seats. They were among the last of the Criterion. Joining them in tribunal were this installation's monitor, Despondent Pyre, and the Metarch class Ancilla offensive bias. For as long as memory served, the Criterion had played their parts, however small, in the grand scheme of Forerunner destiny. Their will had helped shape the fabric of galactic society, always from the shadows, where their influence could extend without the tarnish of scrutiny. And sometimes, their secretive endeavors steered courses that would otherwise have run wild and untamed across star systems. In this chamber where echoes carried, where they resonated with the weight of eons, the Grand Edict knew that today's decision would be no less impactful. The fate of an entire and quite remarkable species rested squarely on their shoulders, though, in truth, their fate had already been decided. As the Zalanin delegates and their servant tools were led into the silent auditorium, the Criterion remained standing. It was the least they could do, given their deception. In the Forerunner's vast effort to index life throughout the galaxy, to conserve it, store it, and prepare it for reseeding, after the flood had starved to death following the activation of the Halo array. How had they missed such an intelligent and highly advanced species? Once they'd been discovered, the Grand Edict and his companions had left the Lesser Ark and traveled to Installation 07 to open a dialogue with the Zalanin. During the journey, probabilities and eventualities had already been discussed and initial preparations made. Over the last few cycles of dialogue with the enigmatic species, they knew what must be done. All was prepared. His gaze swept over the Zalanin. The Grand Edict had seen many varied species in his long life, but these beings were quite unique. While all possessed mollusk or cephalopod-like characteristics, no two looked exactly alike. Their armor was also seemingly unique to each individual, and was glorious in detail and stateliness. In just the last few daily cycles of study, the reports were troubling. The Zalanin origins remained unknown, and the potential extent of their abilities was alarming. Also peculiar was the presence and nature of their respective familiars, thralls that were seemingly extensions of their Zalanin progenitors. Were they created or bred? Reports thus far had been inconclusive. Such was the Zalanin enigma that it was theorized by some that perhaps their kind were not indigenous to Path Tolgrith at all. The Grand Edict smoothed his robe and sat. "You have been invited here under the auspices of Parley," he began, his voice resonating throughout the chamber. The lead Zalanin inclined his head slightly. "We sense deception in your invitation," he replied. "And yet you came. We are curious by nature. Your sterilization of organic life and the effort to make amends is intriguing. That and your installation lies poised on our doorstep, does it not?" Indeed, under the guise of offering aid, the Halo ring now orbited the planet where the Endless had been found. "Your existence and survival are unexpected," the Inspector Meridius said. "Many years have passed since we purged this galaxy of life to eradicate the flood. We have now begun to reseed worlds with those species preserved within this very ring and others. Yet we found you, alive. Our survival is simply a consequence of our nature." "We are endless. Endurance is our essence." These words came from another Zalanin, one noted in the initial salutations as the Harbinger. "We monitored every world, every system," the Inspector said. "Nothing survived the firing of the Halo array, nor, it seems, did you arrive here from a galaxy outside of this one. Perhaps there are things about this one that you do not yet comprehend." The Chief Judicate leaned forward. "Yet you refuse to expound upon your origins." "We believe it is our right to refuse." Another delegate, with deep indigo skin wrapped in pearl-white armor, separated itself from its identical twin and moved forward to speak. "We are explorers, observers, and scholars," she said, her voice a whisper that seemed to come from all directions. "We seek not to conquer or destroy, or to impose our will upon others. We are beyond such things." The Chief Judicate's eyes narrowed. He had always been the coldest, the most dispassionate among the Criterion. "Your very survival reeks of danger. There is a design for the future already set in motion. This design must be protected. As stewards of this galaxy, we must ensure its safety above all else." Silence settled around the delegation. "You fear us because we are different," the Harbinger said, accusatory, her eyes blazing with frightful intensity. "We fear you because you are unknown and powerful," admitted the Inspector. "Were you in our position, would you not feel the same? You speak of survival. We have sacrificed much
to ensure that this galaxy may once again prosper.
We seek only to exist, the soft-spoken, smaller Zalanin restated.
Existence at what cost?
Challenged the Chief Judicate.
Your existence threatens the natural order. Humanity is destined to inherit the mantle of responsibility. Their guardianship cannot be compromised.
The Endless exchanged glances that transcended auditory communication. You lured us here under the pretense of peace, the Harbinger's voice hardened. Yet you have already judged us. Indeed, the Criterion had discussed at length the potential threat the Endless posed. The risk of allowing them to remain free. The activation of Halo. The Pyrrhic last resort measure to starve the Flood had reset the board, allowing every species to rise once more without the direct influence of the Forerunner's guiding hand. Through this, some measure of balance had been restored to living time. But the Zalanin represented an unknown variable in this cosmic equation, an evolutionary imbalance that could not remain unaddressed.
You must understand, the Inspector said. We cannot jeopardize the stability of this galaxy on the promise of peaceful intentions from an unknown species, especially one with such an ability to endure. We have lost so much already. The risk is simply too great.
The Chief Judicate rose to his feet, his shadow falling across the delegation like a dark omen.
We have reached judgment.
As the Inspector stood, the Grand Edict drew in a deep breath and also rose.
It is of the Criterion's opinion that the Endless be separated and interred within this installation, your abilities contained and studied, until such a time as alterations render you safe.
If such a thing were possible. The circular floor of the silent auditorium instantly came to life, enveloping the delegation before they had a chance to react. They struggled, but the containment field did not bend.
Imprisonment will not quell our spirit,
the Harbinger proclaimed.
Nor will we accept this atrocity without repercussions. Your judgment is flawed.
But it will protect what we have sworn to safeguard,
the Inspector said sadly.
And that is all that matters. We are the Forerunners, the Chief Judicate intoned. We have conquered the Flood, safeguarded the galaxy, and reseeded life. The mantle of responsibility's next stewardship is secured, and it will not be you.
The Endless delegation was ushered away, their fate now bound to the very weapon that had failed to destroy them. Once the Zalanin were gone, the Grand Edict released a tired sigh.
If they cannot be purged, they must be contained, the Chief Judicate told them once again. Balance restored.
The Grand Edict agreed.
Balance restored. No being will ever learn the truth of what we have done today, the Inspector Meridia said. This is our darkest moment. Our eternal shame, forever hidden, buried within these rings. It must be done, the Grand Edict said. We have no choice. Is there agreement? Consensus? The Inspector asked, wanting to be certain.
The Chief Judicate dipped his head.
There is.
They could do only what they thought was right, what the mantle dictated. But even so, the Grand Edict's heart was heavy. They had sworn to protect the galaxy from all threats, no matter the means. And before the Forerunners departed Path Tolgrith on their final great journey, they had to make certain that life and living time would exist in harmony, and that the mantle would shelter all. As his dais carried the Grand Edict to the floor, his companions left him. He alone stayed behind, staring up at one of the 3 effigies erected in the silent auditorium. They were dignified things, a suitable resting place. The monitors, despondent pyre and offensive bias, floated next to him, awaiting instructions. As reluctant as you are, you must study the Zalanin. Learn their secrets. If you can achieve this, then in the ages to come you might secure them their freedom. He knew the road ahead would be difficult, the challenges many. The Criterion had always understood what many had not, that in the grand theater of existence, there were roles that must be played out in the darkness, so that the light might prevail. And bargains struck beyond closed doors often bore more significance than those paraded before public eyes. And so, the Forerunners condemned these beings to imprisonment, not out of malice, but out of fear, and a deep-seated sense of duty to preserve the galaxy's best hope for the future.
Will you reconsider, Grand Edict?
Despondent Pyre asked.
And stay?
No, it has been decided. The Forerunner's time will soon come to an end. The Criterion has agreed, and when our time comes, our memory shall reside here in these durances.
He pulled his gaze away from the statues to regard the monitor, her green eye encased in her carapace, staring back at him.
For such a time as they might be needed.
The Grand Edict sighed for all the hardships they'd endured.
You will see to it personally?
He asked.
Of course, Grand Edict. Your durance will be housed securely within the effigy.
Good. Very good.
He then turned and walked away. Soon enough he would be back here, interred forever, his biological pattern and his memories kept safe. The Monitor and the Ancilla floated silently alongside him, ever ready to execute Forerunner will. And in their unwavering presence, the Grand Edict found a sliver of solace. His was not a path walked alone, but one shadowed by custodians who would carry the Forerunner legacy long after he himself had faded into obscurity. With a final glance, he left the silent auditorium, his thoughts already moving to other concerns that required his attention, the perpetual motion of governance that waited for no one. Chapter 34. Silent Auditorium, June 7th, 2560. Jega Rdomnai stormed into the silent auditorium, a few dozen banished mercenaries fanning out behind him, weapons at the ready. Methodically, he scanned the circular chamber, taking in the ancient statues and the seal at its center. Hunting for his prey, his cybernetic arm whirred softly as he clenched and unclenched his fist, prepared, waiting, eager to face the Spartan once more. Unlike what had occurred following their confrontation at the House of Reckoning, the Master Chief would not leave this chamber alive.
Demon!
He roared. The space answered back with the whispering echo of his own voice.
Find him!
He barked. Immediately the banished force scattered, leaving the main chamber to search beyond the silent auditorium. On the edge of the seal lay the lifeless form of the Harbinger. Jega marched across the chamber. He didn't need a scan to tell him that the kill wasn't fresh. She'd likely been dead for days. Her triangular headdress rested on the floor, near one of her slender hands, undamaged, as was the rest of the crimson armor she wore. He suspected the Monitor's core had somehow been stored within this technologically advanced suit, and Jega was eager to break it open and uncover its secrets. Satisfaction filled him. Allowing the Master Chief to rescue the human pet had been worthwhile indeed. The power to control the Halo was now in banished hands, and while the Spartan might have escaped him for now, all was not lost in that regard. Pain could be inflicted in many ways. A prize still remained, and the scent of the human sphere lingered close in the still air. The trembling human hid behind one of the 6 pillars that jutted like appendages from the floor, Panic and adrenaline wafted through the air, a potent cocktail to any other predator. But it only deepened Jega's revulsion. The unmistakable odor of weakness was as sickening as it was enraging. Advancing on the pillar, Jega reached around its base and dug his claws into the human shoulder, disgusted that the skin punctured so easily. He lifted Lucas Browning off his feet to the sweet cry of pain.
Where is he?
The pet's eyes rolled back in his head, fear and past trauma rendering him stiff and uncommunicative. Jega shook the human hard, denying his retreat into unconsciousness. His prosthetic mandibles clicked with impatience.
The Spartan! Where is he?
The human's eyes darted wildly around, and he stammered.
He's gone. I don't know where.
Jega squeezed harder.
I swear, he left. Just before you arrived.
After everything the demon had done to save and keep this human alive, Jega found his disappearance puzzling. Had he gotten what he wanted from the human's mind and simply abandoned him? While the Spartan was a brutal and efficient killer, his loyalty to his species was strong. There must be another explanation. Yet Jega could not deny the Master Chief's absence. Scanning the chamber once more, his gaze lit on the engineer hovering hesitantly in the shadows behind another of the bent pillars. The Huragok peeked its rubbery head around the device. It blinked several times before floating out and gliding toward him. Orange and yellow bioluminescence was rare in a Huragok. In fact, Jega wasn't certain he had ever seen this particular coloring before. This color matched the small spots of bioluminescent blood found in the railway tunnel and along the ground of the access corridor. And when Jega had found the translocation pad, it had strangely been left with its holographic coordinates in place, almost as if. Intrigued, he released Lucas Browning and turned his full attention to the Huragok. More fragile and far weaker than a human, a Huragok's only asset was its extraordinary affinity for technology, regardless of its origin of design. Jega knew these creatures well. The prophets had hoarded their use during the time of the Covenant. Some banished clan leaders had commandeered them into their ranks as well, corrupting them by necessity, making them compliant, using them to access bounties of Forerunner technology, as well as to repair and enhance their fleets. This engineer, however, seemed untouched by banished hands. Why was it with the Master Chief? When not affiliated with the Banished, engineers were peaceful, abhorring violence. The idea that one would willingly accompany the Spartan, exposing itself to the harsh reality of combat, was most intriguing.
What secrets do you hide?
Jega wondered aloud. His gaze sharpened as he stepped closer, curious as to what reaction his proximity might elicit. Surprisingly, it did not shy away. Rather, it closed the distance between them, unafraid, extending its tentacle, one that bore a small, coagulating laceration. Its thin cilia split open, and seekers extended, encircling his prosthetic arm. The contact interfaced directly with his advanced cybernetic systems, bypassing all need for verbal communication. The cold detachment he felt from the engineer was unexpected. Jega could not tell for certain whether this was part of the creature's nature or merely a result of duress. But he was certain that this was no simple Huragok. It had been with the Spartan and Lucas Browning for a reason.
You have assisted this human, have you not, engineer?
He asked of it. Affirmative.
Why?
I am compelled. His hand snaked out, claws closing around the engineer's rubbery neck.
Explain,
he ground out impatiently.
Compelled by whom?
Jega glanced at the human. He too had once admitted to being compelled. Time will tell. I am compelled.
By who? The Harbinger?
Time will tell. I am compelled. Jega squeezed tighter, repeating his question, but the reply was the same. No matter. It appeared this engineer possessed a similar compulsion to Lucas Browning's, driven in some way to help the human connect or seek out the Harbinger, perhaps. Of the two, the Huragok offered a much greater advantage, and bending this engineer to his will, as he had done with so many others, might be far more fruitful than torturing the Harbinger's pet had been. With newfound direction, Jega pulled back from the engineer's touch, mandibles spreading into a feral, twittering grin. He released the engineer and bent to one knee, grabbing the human by the neck, leaning in.
It would appear your usefulness is finally at an end.
Sneering, Jega drew back his cybernetic arm, activating his blood blade and plunging it into the human's gut. His victim's sudden, shocked intake of breath rang with a sublime hiss. His eyes went round, body frozen, mouth gaping. A sight Jega had witnessed many, many times before, and it never failed to satisfy.
Does it hurt?
He asked in a vicious whisper. The shock on the medic's face bulged the veins in his temple and forehead, and his eyes filled with a gratifying mix of horror and disbelief. Rapid gasps burst through his mouth, a result of shock, pain, and the rapid thumping of his heart.
You demented son of a bitch.
This drew a long chuckle from Jega's throat. While his inclination was to draw the blade up and burn it straight through the torso, he withdrew it instead, not as a mercy, but to allow the human to die a very slow and agonizing death. Wherever he'd gone, the Spartan would be back. He was too loyal to his kind to do otherwise. And when he returned... Lucas Browning sat slumped against the pillar, gasping and pressing trembling hands to his wound as warm, sticky blood oozed from cracks in the cauterized flesh, the smell of burnt skin and tissue sickening him. His head fell back, and he swallowed hard, trying to calm his racing heart. Without immediate attention, he knew the injury would be fatal. Frantic, adrenaline surging, his gaze locked on Rise's High as it hovered above the seal. He lifted a hand in its direction.
Help me, please.
They'd had an unmistakable connection, as weird as it was. Rise's High protecting him, healing him. If anything could quell the catastrophic destruction within him, it was this strange creature.
Please,
Lucas said again, louder. Rise's High stared at him for a long moment as Jega Rdomnai bent down and slipped a hand under the Harbinger's waist, drawing her up under his arm, then walked away, her lifeless hands and strange backward feet trailing along the floor.
Please,
Lucas begged the Huragok.
Help me like you did before.
Relief washed over Lucas as the Huragok moved forward.
Yes, thank you.
But Rise's High wasn't coming to his aid at all. Instead, it stopped above the Harbinger's headdress, gathered it up, and then trailed after the Sangheli. Stunned, all Lucas could do was watch in horror as his best chance at survival just floated away like a dog at Jega Rdomnai's heels.
No! Don't go! Please!
No. God, no. Tears stung his eyes, and he slapped the floor in anger as the harsh reality set in. He didn't want to die here. Not like this. Not after everything he'd been through. Burning rage swept through his chest. Tears spilled hot down his cheeks. He clutched his stomach and let out an enraged, guttural yell to the metal echo of Jega Rdomnai's fading footsteps. The only bright spot in all this, maybe a curse more than a blessing, was that his mind was clearer than it had been in months. The thought made him laugh. Of course it was. His shoulders shook as he cried. He had been a puppet, dancing on strings pulled by an ancient entity with a grudge, used by the Banished, beaten, tortured, starved, and he was goddamn sick of it. Through his watery vision, his gaze lit on the console that Rises High had accessed, just before the Master Chief and Joy disappeared into a shaft of light. With his dying breath, he wanted all of them, Jega, the Harbinger, the Banished, to pay. How many times had he been at the precipice of death in the last few months? If he'd learned anything during that time, it was how to suffer, how to take it, how to push through pain. The medbots in his system were probably on overload, but maybe, just maybe, with their help, he could last a little while longer. Gritting his teeth, Lucas dug his heels beneath him and pushed, sliding his back up the bent pillar until he was on his feet. The effort nearly cost him his consciousness. Panting and sick, he cradled his gut and stumbled across the circular seal. Each step was a battle, each breath a labor. His vision swam, darkness encroaching, but he fought until he reached the terminal and collapsed against it, going in and out of consciousness, vomiting bile, experiencing waves of intense pain and euphoria until everything around him turned to black. He came to, jerking with alertness and blinking back the dark haze around the edges of his vision. He wasn't sure how long he'd been out, but he continued where he'd left off, struggling to his feet, and then slapping a bloody hand on the panel. A holographic interface sprang to life before him, symbols floating in the air, just as they had when Rises High had accessed the panel. He closed his eyes, giving his head a hard shake, trying to stay lucid, trying to remember the order. He touched the first symbol, then another, and another, seeing in his mind's eye the same pattern as before. Sweat beaded on his brow, cold and clammy. His breaths were shallow now, but he persisted, driven by single-minded purpose. As he engaged the final symbol, the interface pulsed. Golden light shot up through the statue's etchings, gathering intensity at its top, before thrusting a radiant shaft of light onto the circular seal. Lucas's knees buckled, and he crumpled to the floor, knowing he'd probably hastened his death thanks to his actions. But hey, in the end, he'd done it. That was all that mattered. Through the slits in his heavy eyelids, he saw a large green shadow emerge from the light. Darkness finally pulled Lucas under. He expelled a weary breath and went willingly. Chapter 35. Silent Auditorium, June 7th, 2560. One moment, they were visitors within the Grand Edict's durance. The next, they were thrust back into the silent auditorium. For a few seconds, lines skated across John's heads-up display, as if malfunctioning, but that seemed to be the only differential he noticed. A quick status check told him that his armor and onboard software were functioning within normal parameters, and his vitals showed no adverse effects from whatever the hell had just happened. As unbelievable as the event had been, he'd come out of the durance unscathed. Another of the librarian's unlocked gifts, allowing for such an interaction, perhaps.
Joy.
No answer. Concern flared, but instantly burned out as her dazed voice filled his helmet speakers.
I'm here, Chief. I thought I had a good understanding of Forerunner technology, but clearly I was wrong. That was Incredible. I've detected a slight time deviation,
she said curiously.
We weren't in the Grand Edict's memory for long, but over an hour has passed here in the silent auditorium.
As she spoke, a warning flared across the TNTR's monitor bar in the corner of his HUD as it rebooted. Lucas Browning's health stats had hit rock bottom.
Hold that thought.
John located the medic and immediately crossed the floor to where Browning lay collapsed, his back against the same console that the Huragok had used to activate the Durance. The medic's head hung to the side, hair obscuring his eyes. His limp hands covered his stomach, fresh blood oozing between his fingers.
Oh no.
Joy said.
How?
Getting an answer to the how would have to wait. John knelt and quickly assessed the situation, lifting Browning's hand away to see the long rip in his flight suit. He grabbed the burnt edges and tore the material wider, exposing a 20-centimeter vertical wound in his right medial quadrant. Energy blade. He'd seen injuries like this too many times to count. The wound's perimeter was mostly cauterized, but small ruptures had opened the blackened skin and tissue, allowing blood and fluids to leak from the cracks. With a thought, John queried the Medbot interface, but it was slow to respond.
Joy.
She should be following along. She was always following along, often providing comprehensive feedback before he even had to ask.
Sorry, Chief.
She cleared her throat.
I'm on it.
Her slow response and the fear in her voice told him all he needed to know. Joyous had never experienced the loss of someone she'd come to know, and seeing Browning in such a catastrophic condition was probably startling. Thankfully, she was able to put her emotions aside.
The TNTRs are experiencing a momentary lag. The injury destroyed several hundred medbots, which has caused the remaining suite to take up the slack and subsequently overload. They've rebooted. I'm reconfiguring the medbot's priority directive. They'll converge on the wound, debride the burnt tissue, and stimulate clotting.
As John listened, he retrieved the canister of biofoam from his waist, shook it, and then stuck the nozzle into the wound.
Sorry, kid. This is going to hurt.
The moment the foam began filling the wound, Browning's eyes flashed open. His body arced as though struck by an electrical current, and his mouth dropped open in a soundless scream. Then he collapsed into unconsciousness again. The biofoam would hold vital organs in place, while also encouraging clotting and tissue repair, and acting as an antibacterial agent. John had been the recipient of the field dressing hundreds of times over his career, and there was no getting used to its bite. Every fresh application felt like thousands of sub-zero needles biting into a wound. Biofoam was supposed to numb pain, but in reality, its application hurt so badly that it simply overshadowed the pain of the original injury.
This will encapsulate the wound and buy him some time.
John glanced around the chamber.
We'll need the Huragok's help.
Without it, no matter how effective the biofoam or how diligently the medbots worked, the chances of surviving superheated plasma boiling twin paths into your gut were nearly zero.
Chief, Rise's high is gone. And so is the Harbinger's body.
Joy was right. The chamber was empty. As the implications settled over him, John drew in a deep breath, his fists clenched tightly, as he regulated his reaction. Decades of training and experience had taught him how to stow emotions and move forward, to funnel that energy into the mission at hand, to be a leader. And now was no different. At Joy's nudge, he opened his hand, and her avatar stared up at him, worried and uncertain.
I'm sorry. I'm not sure what else I can do.
It's okay. You've done all you can.
The shadow of a smile crossed Browning's ashen face as he came to again. Feeling better already? He paused, taking a moment to catch his breath, wanting to say more.
Take it easy, Doc.
The Huragok. It left
With who?
Though John already had a pretty good idea whose energy blade had caused Browning's mortal wound.
Jega.
Rises High left with Jega. Jega Rdomnai?
Joy asked in disbelief.
Voluntarily?
At Browning's nod, she muttered.
I knew there was something fishy about that overbloated gas bag.
Chief.
Browning reached for John's arm but missed.
I don't want to die down here.
You won't.
Browning tried to laugh, but all that came out was a wispy, wet sound.
What's that saying? Don't make a promise if you...
I can.
John said with complete conviction.
And I will. I'll get you out.
He'd seen soldiers in similar condition continue to march and fight, the foam keeping their insides together. But it was a temporary solution. It always was. If they didn't get medical attention within 1 to 2 hours max, sometimes less, they'd burn out and die right there on the battlefield. The medic's gaze focused on John with sudden clarity, tears filling his eyes.
Thank you for rescuing me. For everything.
Tears rolled down his face.
It's enough that you tried.
John's throat grew thick. All he could do was dip his head in response. He wasn't under any illusions. As much as he hated to admit it, Lucas Browning was going to die. But John was fast. He might not be as fast as Kelly, but he sure as hell could get the kid topside in the time he had left. He wanted Lucas to know, after all he'd endured, after the months of suffering, that he hadn't been forgotten, that he mattered, that he wasn't going to be left alone.
Joy, how long do we have?
She answered in the privacy of his helmet, as he knew she would.
With our administration, survival probability has been lifted to 10%. The medbots are mitigating immediate hemorrhage by sealing vascular breaches, and I'm initiating a program to stabilize shock and cardiac function. But it's only temporary.
How long?
30-40 minutes?
Damn it. Find us a way out.
While Joyus accessed the silent auditorium systems through the console in order to plot the best way out of the facility, John pulled out a self-adhesive medical dressing from his health pack and stretched it over Browning's wound, sealing it tightly, and then repeated the process 4 times, using his entire stock. Carrying the medic across his shoulders was far from ideal, but as long as he draped him left side across versus right, the foam and dressing should hold. Once the dressings were done, John fished out the emergency dose of polypseudomorphine from the health pack, pulling the safety tab from the injection trigger. Joy emerged from the console.
Got it. But Chief, Jega left banished forces behind. They're blocking the fastest route out of here. It's like he knew you'd try to—
We'll deal with it as we go,
he said, jabbing Browning's thigh with a double dose of painkiller. John wasn't surprised to learn the enemy lay in wait, that the Sangheili blademaster had chosen to leave instead of face him. A fight now was too soon for a sadistic monster like Jega. The Spartan killer wanted to drag it out, to stalk and torment, to cause as much suffering as possible so that the Master Chief would pay, in more ways than one, for killing Escharum. As the Poly-Sue worked its magic, John loaded fresh clips into his assault rifle and sidekick, stowed them, and then retrieved Browning's rifle from the floor, repeating the process and propping it against the console.
Ready?
He asked Joy, holding out his hand. As she stepped onto his palm and disappeared into his Mjolnir, her root populated inside his display with a handy nav arrow.
Ready.
Lucas, who'd been drifting in and out of consciousness, gave a soft, pained moan as John picked him up and draped his body carefully over his shoulders.
I got you, Doc.
Taking the Browning's rifle in hand, John headed across the chamber, telling Joy,
Start a cycling distress signal encrypted to Echo 216.
At the silent auditorium's exit, John paused and looked back. The chamber had a dark history. It had been a place of judgment and execution, the place where the Harbinger met her end, and the place Cortana had spent her final moments. It would not be the place the medic lost his life as well. Chapter 36. Silent Auditorium, June 7th, 2560. Squeezing every ounce from his enhanced reaction time, reflexes, and endurance, John rushed through the Silent Auditorium complex, traversing its labyrinth of corridors, chambers, and light bridges, sprinting up ramp after ramp, over and around obstacle after obstacle. So far, Browning's baseline 10% was holding. After a clean shot down a 200-meter passageway, John's motion sensors began tossing enemy indicators onto his display.
First round of Banished.
Joyu said.
At the end of the corridor, beyond that door. Keep an eye out for a power seed. We'll need it.
John scanned the area for the Forerunner version of a battery, an energy source stored within a mobile cylindrical casing. Sure enough, there was a bump out along the wall up ahead. As he approached, he saw the telltale bar of hard light glowing within the wall receptacle. Inside was the power seed. There was another receptacle across the corridor, but this one was empty of its seed. The Banished had used it to open the tall, arched doorway up ahead and then close it behind them. Quickly, John detached the power seed with his free hand and carried it to the entry crucible near the doorway, setting it on the floor, and then moving to the far corner to tuck the unconscious medic as carefully as he could against the wall. On the other side of the antechamber door, the enemy was waiting.
Oh, I know what those are,
Joy said darkly as the Mjolnir threat sensor pinged and identified the species.
What do you get if you mix a flying monkey, an octopus, and a pint-sized Harbinger?
Skimmers.
Annoying, yes, but easy to kill. As John inserted the power seed into the crucible, he felt the controlled build of adrenaline and the familiar battle-ready mindset settle over him. He readied his assault rifle.
Time?
If you can clear them out within 5 minutes, we'll be on track.
Not a problem.
The door to the antechamber retracted. As soon as there was space to access the room, John slipped inside, hoping to keep the battle inside the chamber so that it didn't spill out where an errant skimmer might discover Lucas Browning in the corner.
Here they come,
Joy warned. The skimmers swarmed down from above, their forms eerily reminiscent of the Harbinger, with their slender limbs and useless backward feet. They were small and agile, and relied on 2 wing-like thrusters attached to their backs for propulsion. Most wore red or maroon armor on their heads and chests, but higher-ranking skimmers wore white, and they carried a mix of Banished and human weapons swinging loose from their long arms. John opened fire. He tagged the first 2 skimmers in their heads, then tossed out the personal drop wall module he'd been saving for such an occasion. The energy shield flared up in 6 panels, offering him protection as he picked off the creatures one by one. Every time a skimmer hit the floor, it was another potential weapon in the bag.
Careful of that shock rifle, Chief.
A skimmer in white armor flew at high speed over the drop wall barrier, firing a highly charged electroshock blast. John took a direct hit. His shields dropped to 50%, and lines skittered across his HUD's display as the strange creature barreled straight toward him. He sidestepped it, dropping his rifle, withdrawing his combat knife with one hand, and snatching the skimmer's wing with the other as it flew past. As the momentum swung them around, he stabbed into the creature's neck, quickly turning the blade and then ripping it out, dropping the knife to grab his foe's shock rifle. He released the wing and sent the dying skimmer crashing into the wall behind him. John aimed the large shock rifle and fired its last 3-round burst, its electro laser taking down 2 more enemies. Shock rifle spent, he switched back to his MA-40, neutralizing another with several rounds to its thruster, causing it to burst into flame. Out of ammo, he ejected the magazine and shoved a fresh one into place. The next skimmer ate a round to its gut, causing it to spiral out of control before crashing into the floor. John pivoted, his assault rifle barking again as he tracked the next target. In his brief time here on Zeta Halo, he'd come to learn that the skimmers were erratic, their flight patterns unpredictable. But his aim was true. The last one fell to the ground with a satisfying thud. Immediately, John retrieved the drop wall module and then hustled out of the antechamber to check on Browning, pulling up expanded vitals on his HUD. The kid's face was as white as a brick of C10, and his body temperature was dropping. As John reached for the medic's arm, the young man's eyes squinted open. "That was quick," Lucas slurred, and then his chin dropped to his chest. Out cold. John checked the dressings, then hiked the lightweight medic onto his shoulders, hurrying through the antechamber in its maze of small corpses. On his way, he reached down and snagged a fallen VK-78 commando from one of the dead skimmers, a couple of grenades, and another shock rifle before proceeding to the plinth on the other side of the room. After Joyous opened the door, he continued his mad dash to the surface.
Not long now, Chief,
Joy said as John cleared a chamber with a maze of broken wall sections and pillars. The route on his HUD displayed a long 400-meter access shaft, ascending at a 25-degree angle, and then leveling out into a wide corridor, which opened to a large entry port at ground level enclosed by walls on 3 sides, and shaded beneath a high overhang. At the shaft, John put his head down, leaned forward, and ran, laser-focused on putting one foot in front of the other. Without any debris or obstacles in his way, he was able to push his speed to the maximum. Every second counted. Browning's baseline had dropped to 7%. Gradually, all John felt was the burn in his calves and thighs, and his heart hammering hard against his chest. His breaths echoed loudly in the confines of his helmet. His bodysuit worked overtime to wick away sweat and regulate his increased temperature.
second round of Banished are parked at the exit.
Joy said as his motion sensor began picking up signals.
7 meters ahead.
The access shaft leveled out into the corridor. Ahead, daylight cut a slanted path across the end of the widening corridor. The opening was bracketed by 2 low, curving, parapet-style walls. It wasn't much cover, but it would have to do.
We're almost there.
John told the medic as he moved forward, keeping to the wall.
Joy, keep cycling the distress signal. Don't stop until you get a reply.
Will do, Chief.
24 red targets solidified on his screen, waiting on the expansive ground-level port. Quietly, John knelt and deposited Browning behind the safety of the parapet, propping his back against the solid wall. The medic's body had begun trembling as his body temp was starting to bottom out. They were running out of time. John eyed the threats through his HUD. 12 grunts positioned in groups around the port, 4 jackals, and 8 brute warriors stationed in pairs. 2 of those pairs guarded either side of the exit just beyond the parapet wall. They'd have to be taken out first. Wasting no time, John withdrew the VK-78 commando he'd snagged earlier and moved to the corner where the parapet met the wall, slowly raising his head to get a visual of his intended targets. He swung the rifle up and over the wall, placing the nearest brute head squarely in its targeting reticle. His finger slid over the trigger, just as a lone grunt suddenly waddled around the opposite parapet wall.
Chief!
I see it,
he said, unmoving. Across the distance, the grunt's gaze must have landed on John's position, because a nasally, "Ow, snap!" rang out, and then it threw its hands up, turned, and ran. "Green robot alert! Green robot alert!" John swore and fired at the brute. The commando's 6.5mm round slammed into its skull. With blistering speed, he aimed at the second warrior, fired, aimed at the third, fired. The fourth, he had to track as it ran for cover, but John tagged him in the back, then immediately swung the rifle around and ended the grunt with a shot to the back of the head as it turned the corner. A barrage of enemy fire streamed past their position. John hurried back to Browning, where he set the drop wall module in front of the medic. The shield flared to life as plasma bolts soared over their heads and slammed into the opposite wall, waking Browning from his stupor.
Do you know what this is?
John asked. The kid looked wildly around, then blinked several times in an effort to focus.
It's a one-way energy shield. Shoot through it at will.
John removed the sidekick from his hip holster and stuck it into Browning's hand, curling his sticky fingers around the grip.
If anything comes around this wall that isn't me, kill it.
Point and shoot. Understood. Lucas suddenly noticed the shaft of daylight that cut across the corridor. His trembling stilled and his expression became mesmerized.
Just a few more meters to go. So hang in there. Okay?
Lucas nodded. John darted across the corridor, grabbed the dynamo grenade hanging from the dead grunt's waist, and then slid around the wall for cover. 2 brutes and a squad of 6 grunts stormed his way. He primed the grenade, flipped the leather handle in his hand, and then threw it to the floor in their oncoming path. Electricity sparked out before it even struck the floor. Lightning arced out, electrifying the first oncoming brute, then the second, and on to the grunts in a chain reaction.
Nifty little thing.
Joy said.
Find another one and we can end this fast.
Just keep tabs on Browning. Anyone makes a move past me, I want to know.
You got it, Chief.
Chapter 37. Silent Auditorium, June 7th, 2560. Joyous monitored the Master Chief's comm suite as it broadcast a repeated encrypted call for assistance. Now that there was nothing blocking their efforts, she increased signal emissions and began sending out distress pings on multiple bands and radio frequencies, auto-cycling through channels. She could only hope someone was within range, because they were nowhere near the rendezvous point the Chief had given to Echo 216 back in the swamp. In fact, Esparza had no way of knowing that they'd gone from the Lifeworker archive back to the Silent Auditorium, of all places. Browning's body temperature had dropped to 35 centigrade. Systolic pressure was creeping close to 75 millimeters of mercury. Stark panic rippled through Joyus's matrix as she directed every medbot to his heart and brain function. Like the Master Chief, she understood there was 0 chance the medic would make it, the treatment effectively delaying the inevitable. But she too wanted to get him out of the Silent Auditorium, to let him die in peace. After all he'd been through, didn't he deserve that much at least? John's movements were a blur, time counting down in the back of his mind as he worked to dispatch the remaining grunts and jackals, depleting the shock rifle, his MA-40 ammo, and then using up the last of the commando rounds, his shields dropping to 30%, before facing off with the remaining 2 brutes. At the edge of the port, the Banished infantry circled him, hulking, gray furred beasts working themselves into a state of frenzy. They were big and heavy and slow as hell.
We don't have time for this,
he muttered, diving for a mangler lying on the ground. He came up firing its red-hot spiked projectiles as the brute duo charged in unison. As a spike pierced one brute's neck, igniting and taking it down, John swung his left arm with all his might, his fist and forearm connecting with the second brute's gut. An audible gasp spat between the beast's fangs as John spun and then kicked the side of the brute's knee. Bone crunched, and the Jiralhanai warrior roared. A mangler blast to the side of its head, and it was done, splattering blood and brain matter across his Mjolnir. His visor burned off the fluids and gore, ensuring his view stayed clear.
That's all of them,
Joy said.
Chief, hurry.
John spun and ran back through the sheltered port.
Oh no.
The abject fear in Joy's voice filled his helmet at the same moment. A blip appeared on his radar, and a Banished dropship decloaked on approach to the entryway. John swore, altering course, immediately scanning the carnage for weapons. He snatched up a partially loaded carbine and a shotgun, which he slung onto his back, and 2 plasma pistols, as a dozen jackals and another 6 brute warriors dropped onto the ground. He'd never make it back to Browning in time. It was over. All he could do now was keep fighting. As the dropship departed, John opened fire, and the enemy scattered for cover. Just then, his comms lit with static. "Chief!" Esparza's voice rang out.
Esparza!
Joy cried.
Your signal came in loud and clear.
John fired both plasma weapons and then ducked for cover.
We need immediate extraction, now.
"Hang tight." Esparza's voice crackled again. "Got a lock on your coordinates. Inbound in 5. Lucas Browning didn't have 5 minutes to spare.
Make it 3.
John fought with everything he had to hold off the onslaught, sustaining multiple minor injuries as his shields dropped to 0. Minor, but they were going to start adding up and slowing him down.
Chief, that is most definitely not a pelican.
Echo 216. Copy?
John called. "Almost there, big guy. Oh, and I forgot to tell you. The pelican's in the shop. I have a fancy loaner in the meantime."
Where did you...
Joy started. "I'll explain it all when I see you. Get ready. We're coming in quick."
We?
She echoed. John dove behind a stack of crates as what appeared to be a Banished phantom swept in hot and low, maneuvering to a hard hover 3 meters above the ground, its side door already open. Filling the space were 4 Sangheli in orange and green armor. They leapt to the surface. "Meet my new friends," Esparza said. Under heavy fire, John didn't have time to question it. If those massive Sangheli were fighting on his side, that could only mean one thing. They were swords of Sanghelios, and their odds had just flipped. Instantly, the elite warriors fanned out and activated their energy blades, trapping the Banished force between them and the Master Chief, then began cutting through the fray with precision and speed. With renewed strength, John eliminated the 4 jackals closest to his position, and then emptied the shotgun he'd taken into a rushing brute, sending the large warrior to his knees. John finished him off with his combat knife, and then scanned the port. The Sangheli could handle the dwindling Banished force. John sprinted for the parapet wall. Lucas's heart rate had slowed, his inhalations shallow and weak.
Chief, he's...
I know.
John gathered the young medic in his arms and ran. As he raced toward the exterior, he saw that Esparza had landed the Phantom and was jogging onto the port. The moment dropped to a crawl. Esparza waved, a wide grin on his face. The Sangheli warriors polished off the last of the enemy and turned John's way. The pilot's smile froze. His forward motion lost steam. Realization slid in a slow, horrified track down his face as John raced past him, Lucas limp in his arms. John cleared the port and then slid to the ground on a grassy knoll, digging his heels into the dirt to stop his momentum. He didn't want or need to see the damn statistics and medbot warnings on his display, prompting Joyus to disable their alerts. The message was clear. With his heart still thundering from the exertion of battle, he looked from the vibrant landscape down to Lucas Browning, hoping with everything he had that the kid was still with him enough to hear.
Doc, wake up. We made it.
Chapter 38. Exterior port, Silent Auditorium, June 7th, 2560. Warmth and light bathed his face. The clear scent of soil and pine tickled his nose. There were other smells. Metals. Exhaust. Ozone. plasma, blood. But they paled in comparison to the fresh smell of air, of land, of mountains and clouds. Lucas was jostled, propped in arms, the back of his head resting against armor. He would thank the Spartan if he could, for a promise kept, but his mouth no longer worked. In fact, he didn't feel anything at all, and that wasn't such a bad thing. The brightness beyond his eyelids beckoned him. With effort, he cracked them open and was greeted by a blurry black border, framing a vast blue sky that stretched out for days. White clouds floated. Green pines stood tall. A mountain rose at the edge of his vision. Peace settled over Lucas Austin Browning, combat medic, UNSC Marine, citizen of Eluvian, settler of Kazmir, and Fielding Smith High School's all-star left fielder, 2 years running. Only son of Marcus and Beta Browning, brother of Taylor, Penny, Adeline, Jillian, Audrey, and Isabel. He should have died months ago, along with his friends. But maybe wherever he was heading, they were waiting, preferably at a hole-in-the-wall sports bar where Cam, Murphy, Joe, and Stone had saved a seat for him. Chapter 39. Encampment, Lifeworker Central, June 8th, 2560. Just before dawn, they gathered for Lucas Browning's funeral. Fernando stood near the tree line with Kor, Rav, Kita, and Skarl. Gainey and Hightower were there along with Dr. Schaff and his medic, Janina Yu, Commander Thompson, and Lieutenant Cardenas. There were others in attendance, Marines who had helped lead them out of the jungle just a couple of days prior, and ones that he'd met recently who shared a surprising connection to Lucas Browning. In a normal world, the gathering would have been considered small. But here on Zeta Halo, where most died in battle or in some dank banished prison alone and left to the elements or the incinerators, this gathering was more than respectable. The burial ground was located in a tranquil area, away from the hustle and bustle of the encampment, past the central platform and its monoliths and Lifeworker Central's maze of above-ground buildings. Down a long colonnade, hang a left around the corner, and the pathway spilled into a small clearing. The land on this side of the facility sloped downward, eventually dropping off and then rolling out, the jungle canopy like a carpet of green as far as the eye could see. And beyond it, even in the soft light of dawn, the shadowed curve of Zeta Halo rose into the sky, where stars still winked across a canvas of dark blue. There were 17 graves here, stretched in rows of 4, the long rectangular humps of dirt assigned with makeshift markers made of wood or stone or pieces of metal debris. They stayed back near the jungle tree line as the tall Spartan in muted green armor and the tiny blue AI on his hand stood at the foot of the newest grave and the marker the Master Chief had stuck deep into the ground. A piece of flash-burned titanium plating with the medic's name scratched into its blackened surface. The chief had used that sheet of metal to dig the grave. Despite his exhaustion and the dozens of wounds all over his body, he had eschewed all offers of help, and Fernando knew it had been something that the Spartan needed to do on his own. Otherwise, the chief hadn't engaged much with anyone since Fernando and the Swords of Sanghelios had rescued them from the Silent Auditorium Island fragment. A rescue that had come too late. John 117 had sat on the crest of the grassy hill, just beyond the edge of the port platform, with Lucas Browning in his arms, as the young medic took his last, feeble breath. And he hadn't had much to say since. Not that he was a big talker anyway, but it was clear the loss had had a significant impact. The phantom journey back to the encampment had been quiet. Kor had taken control of the flight, and Fernando had sat in the troop bay with the Master Chief, their backs against the hull. Joyous had appeared on the chief's limp hand, her small avatar staring at the medic's body. Then her shoulders had slumped and her head had hung low. Occasionally she snuck a glance at the Master Chief, and when she did, Fernando saw a surprising amount of emotion displayed on her face. She was stricken with sadness and concern. He saw guilt and confusion, as if she struggled to process all the nuanced feelings bombarding her. It was a reminder that while artificial in a majority of ways, she had been created from a living brain, and therefore possessed all the natural human emotions that came along with it. Fernando hadn't been able to stop the tears. They'd welled up and flowed down his cheeks, and his chest ached with grief, with anger, and guilt too, that after everything Lucas had been through, they'd failed to save him, to bring him back here where he might have healed and continued on. They'd been so close. War was never fair. He knew that. They all knew that. But it would be a while before they'd be able to gain some distance and live with the loss. One by one, the attendees left, leaving only the looming shadows of Kor and his brothers. Eventually, they too departed, heading toward the colonnade, their tall, saurian forms and naturally threatening presence not easy to get used to. Even now, when Fernando happened upon them, at first glance they still took his breath away, instilling a second or two of instinctual, primal fear. But the Sangheli had stayed true to their word. They had flown the damaged Pelican into the alpine region of one of the island fragments, and there, in a sheltered rock canyon, Fernando had been greeted by a group of UNSC soldiers and survivors. Among them, he would come to learn, were Spartan Nina Kovan, Eric Bender, and Robin Dimmick, three of the people that Lucas Browning had saved that night at the Battle of the Mortal Reverie. It was for them that the courageous medic had drawn the Banished away, and his horrific life as a prisoner had begun. There hadn't been time to get to know the three very well. They were tight-knit and tight-lipped, had obviously been through hell, and upon learning Browning's fate, seemed to retreat further into themselves, devastated by the news. Alone now, Fernando approached the grave and stood next to the Master Chief and Joyous. He wanted to tell them that they'd done the best they could, that without their efforts, the medic would never have made it outside. To die with the sense of freedom only a wide-open sky could give. But he knew the words would not comfort them. Not yet. Far in the distance, light from the approaching sunrise scattered through the cool, steel-blue atmosphere, creating a thin pink horizon line across the halo's metallic edge, drawing their gaze as the first ray of sunlight reflected off its surface and shot across the ring. While Fernando hated Zeta Halo with all his heart, even he couldn't deny the event was breathtaking. It was, all things considered, a peaceful spot for Lucas Browning to rest. Chapter 40. Lab Facility, Lifeworker Central, June 11th, 2560.
There. That should do it.
Joyous said, having broken through a hidden access point that revealed a network of chambers extending multiple levels beneath the ground, just a fraction of the Lifeworker Central complex. Joy had relocated Dr. Jeannie Dawson and her team from the Monolith Adjunct to a sprawling lab within the newly opened facility. She had been working for the last 3 days, directing 4 of the brightest technicians in the encampment to assist in repairing the sub-monitor carapace that Spartan Kovan and her crew had scavenged at Joy's behest. This was the 3rd damaged carapace they had attempted to repair, and finally it appeared as though they had succeeded. The spherical alloy casing, with its concave sides, had been soldered back together. Its central photoreceptor and impulse drive had been repaired, and Joy had thoroughly explored its internal processors and central controller with ease, thanks to its outer fractal defenses and internal firewalls having been left deactivated. Simply put, the intelligence that had operated this carapace had apparently abandoned it Sub-monitors on Zeta Halo were designed to self-repair if possible. Otherwise, they transferred to another shell or allowed themselves to perish, as most possessed duplicates stored within certain sections of the ring. This one had obviously determined imminent destruction and fled. It was the perfect vehicle in which to house Jeannie's genetic imprint and personality pattern. With carapaces being scarce and extremely difficult to repair, it had been decided among Jeannie and her team that they would join her within the Monitor's matrix. There was more than enough room, after all. The Forerunner's ability to create quantum processing space within the Monitor's controller was unparalleled. Each scientist would have ample room to partition their own individual imprint and pattern. And after several forays into the carapace, Joy had set up these partitions, and the science team had been installed into the controller. Joy had run meticulous tests with each scientist, making certain each one was able to function within exact parameters so that no individual was more powerful than another. Decision-making would be done with equality, and that was a decision that Joy took no part in. While in many ways they would work as a whole, they would also emerge individually, and this could be denoted through the central eye photoreceptor, which would cycle through an assigned color for each scientist: green, yellow, orange, white, and purple. Jeannie had chosen purple, and it was her eye that now cast an illuminating light across the lab as the carapace lifted and hovered above the console where Joy stood.
All systems functioning within normal parameters,
Joy said.
How does it feel?
Strange, Jeannie answered. Like we all have our own workspace with a central communal gathering spot, as all good science facilities do.
Let's test the hard light emitter.
The eye shifted color and emitted a beam that generated the doctor's human holographic form in life-sized and nearly lifelike detail. Just as before, when Joy and the Master Chief had met her in the monolith adjunct. Jeannie lifted her hand and looked down at her body. Seems to be working well.
We'll run a 24-hour test and work out any kinks. I've made backups of each individual pattern, and we'll store them here in case any issues arise. Though I would limit your test area to stay within the Dazzler's dome for the time being.
We agree with this assessment, and we thank you for your assistance, they said in unison. Joy smiled.
No problem.
After thanking the 4 technicians, Joy released them from service. They were tired and hungry and had worked very hard. It made her think of the Master Chief. He too had been working hard, going out every day, monitoring the dome perimeter, climbing into the hills beyond the jungle with Spartan Kovan, taking Banished patrols by surprise, clearing outposts, and then blending back into the jungle. Joy supposed she had been doing the same thing, staying busy and distracting herself to keep the grief at bay. Chapter 41. Rdomnai Keep, June 11th, 2560. Jega Rdomnai grabbed the Huragok and squeezed its fragile, rubbery neck.
Try again!
Its tiny mouth opened and released a high-pitched scream. Over the last 3 days, Rise's High had been confined to the chamber where the Harbinger's body lay on the examination table. They had yet to find what the blademaster was looking for. With disgust, Jega flung it aside, its gas bags inflated and deflated beneath the heavy red control yoke it now wore as it recovered. Then they floated back to the table. Within moments, its cilia began once more to carefully root their way into the Zalanin's enigmatic physiology and armor. Jega didn't remotely pretend to understand the deeper nature of such things, but he found it peculiar, almost unsettling, the ways in which the Huragok seemed to respect and care for the Harbinger's body. All scans to date showed no indicators of Forerunner technology attached to the Harbinger, much less Despondent Pyre's encephalon core stored within. He'd scanned both body and armor, finding nothing. His rage grew with every failure. Jega strode to his command table.
My patience grows thin,
he muttered, his mandibles flaring out and then twittering closed. An audible click went through the room. Jega spun around. The armor chest core had been opened, the engineer's cilia now infiltrating deeply, but deftly, the Xalanin remains. He marched to the table.
Is it there?
A few moments passed before its cilia withdrew into the ends of its tentacles, and the Huragok shrank back, its eyes growing rounder with fear. Jega's hand snaked out and latched onto the engineer, bringing it close. Rises High timidly wrapped a tentacle around Jega's prosthetic arm to enable a temporary dialogue interface.
Is it there?
Jega demanded again. There is no trace of the encephalon.
What do you mean, no trace?
Logs show the core was at one time stored within the Harbinger. Logs show the Harbinger lost the core to the Ancilla. Designation CTN 0453-0. Aiding Spartan 117, the Master Chief. At mention of this name, Jega's rage ignited. His mandibles flared wide, and he roared, immediately activating Ghost Pierce with a flick of his arm. The flash of red lit every one of Rises High's eyes as the engineer scrambled away in stark terror. His chest heaved, his bloodlust uncontrollable. With enormous restraint, he stilled the desire to kill. The Huragok was worth far more alive than dead, especially now that the encephalon core was out of reach. Jega deactivated his blade, but the chaos and fury inside of him remained. It would never be assuaged, not until the Master Chief, the Spartans, and all of humanity bled. Complete annihilation. He would not stop until every last one of them suffered and burned. Chapter 42. Encampment, Lifeworker Central, June 12th, 2560. John stood in the clearing and stared out over the green carpet of jungle in the distance. Joyus was back in his armor after successfully assisting the scientists in their quest for mobility. He felt her lurking, but she, like him, didn't seem to know how to start a dialogue. They'd both tried before, but the words quickly became stilted and awkward, and they'd given up. Her last attempt to talk still sat heavy within him.
I was scared, Chief. Really scared. I didn't know what to do, how to help. I didn't want him to...
I know. It's going to be okay.
What else could he say? They had both been there throughout the effort to save Lucas, and they had both been there when he died. End of story. No point in rehashing things they already knew. They didn't need words. The important thing was that they were together. He had her back, she had his, and that was a comfort in and of itself. But losing the medic had taken a toll, and John felt wearier than he had in a long time.
Chief?
Joy's soft voice filled his helmet.
We have company.
He'd seen her coming, had noted her progress down the colonnade and around the corner, stopping several meters away from the burial ground. He'd learned Nina Kovan could be as quiet as a mouse when she wanted to be, but now she seemed hurried, and he could hear her quick breaths from here. Chief. Kovan's monotone voice split the stillness. He turned away from the view. Kovan had ditched most of her armor long ago, saving only its fusion reactor and her helmet. Now she operated with a patchwork of salvaged Spartan and ODST armor, and rarely wore her helmet since it was continually on the fritz. But he'd never once heard her complain. You need to come. Now. John turned back to the gravesite, gave it and the view one last look before leaving with the Spartan. When she started to jog, he knew it must be serious. As he came through the encampment, apparently heading toward the outdoor comm center. A crowd had gathered, consisting of some of the toughest and most effective Marines in their retinue. They parted when they saw Kovan and him, revealing the presence of Esparza, the Sangheili, Commander Thompson, and the hard light projection of Jeannie Dawson, her sub-monitor carapace hovering nearby. They were all staring at him with varying levels of anticipation. Joy gave him a mental elbow, and he lifted his hand so she could appear.
Master Chief, Kovan, Joyus,
Thompson greeted them.
Dr. Dawson and her team just completed their first foray outside of the dome, covering 3,000 kilometers of intact Halo ring, and they found something of great interest to us all. Doctor?
A holographic map generated in the air above the table, depicting the 3,000-kilometer strip in question. Several areas had been highlighted. We've picked up multiple UNSC signals in these locations, some quite strong, Jeannie informed them.
Did you find Infinity?
John asked, stepping closer. We used the ship's unique identifiers to formulate specific locator pings. We did not get a single return. It is possible that the vessel is somehow cloaked and beyond our current capability to detect. However, we were able to use a long-range camera to record visuals where the UNSC signals we detected originated. The visuals were projected into the air, and though the feed was not ideal, no one could dispute what they were seeing. Large groups of UNSC survivors had banded together in several areas, more than the chief or anyone else here had seen on the ring so far. At the sight, reactions of relief and excitement moved through the crowd. The implications sank in, that so many had survived, and what it might mean for the near future. The Banished were still an ever-present threat. The Endless, potentially being released, was a complete unknown, a wild card. Jega was out there, without any real loyalties other than to his own vengeance, and something very dark and dangerous lurking within Zeta Halo had stolen Despondent Pyre's core. They had a lot to keep them busy if they wanted to secure the ring. And now with additional forces, they could launch a concerted effort, make a bigger impact. That wasn't even accounting for the signal that had been sent out by Kovan, Horvath, and the boat crew, another variable that could help to turn the tide if it had reached friendly forces. John's weariness faded, and the hope that had dimmed now began to burn a little brighter. There was a very real possibility that among those survivors were Dr. Halsey, Captain Lasky, Commander Palmer, and Blue Team.
What do you say, Master Chief?
Thompson said.
You ready to go on a search and rescue mission?
John glanced down at Joy to find her staring up at him. Her small, encouraging smile told him that she too had been energized by the news.
Ready whenever you are, Chief.
Me too, Esparza said, coming up beside them.
We're in,
Gainey and Hightower called from the back of the crowd.
The swords of Sanghelios are with you,
Kor said, as others throughout the crowd voiced their readiness. John glanced at the commander, nodded, then turned toward the crowd.
Let's get to work.
Epilogue. Vadam Keep, Sanghelios, June 12th, 2560. Thel Vadam stood at the edge of the observation tower, gazing out over the burrows and tenements populating the valley and the foothills of Kolar Mountain. Warm, dry wind whipped at his belted red tunic and bathed his dark skin. With its circular roof supported by 10 stone columns, the open-air tower was the tallest structure in Vadam Keep, rising from a natural spindle of rock jutting up high on the mountain slope. Beyond the tower were the 2 colossal statues of Hir and Mak Vadam, with their bowed heads and swords. Crafted from the rock 3,000 years ago during the War of Beginnings, they stood guard on either side of the open seam that split the mountain from tip to bedrock. And from that bedrock flowed the great underground river that cut a straight path through the foothills and valley to spill into the flooded crater made by humanity's flagship, the UNSC Infinity. Vadam came here often to contemplate and to lay the framework for the future. As the leader of the Swords of Sanghelios, his worries were great and his ambition for unity even greater. What inroads he had gained to unify the keeps and Kaidons of Sanghelios were now being undermined by the Banished. For the last 6 months, he had dealt with their partial occupation of Suban. Yet eliminating these interlopers from Sanghelios' moon had been thwarted time and time again by the shifting alliances and machinations of his own kind. A vortex of dust caught his eye in the valley below, cast out from the swift armored racer as it flew toward the narrow gorge leading to the mountain gate of Vadam Keep. She was angry. He could tell by the reckless speed of the craft. Vadam took one last look at the view and then descended the tower to meet her. Olympia Vale stormed through the Kaidon's residence, removing her helmet as she went. She'd been right in the thick of battle in Suban's Sector 5 mining facility, a fight that Vadam was supposed to attend. Not only had he not shown up, but he'd suddenly called off the strike that they had been planning for the last 2 weeks. Sharut Quavadami waited at the contemplarium door. Vale attempted to regulate her expression, an obvious annoyance for the sake of the elderly Sangheli keepmaster, giving him a respectful nod as he opened the door. She marched over the threshold, past Vadam's collection of energy swords, straight to the conversing table where Arbiter Vel Vadam waited. The tall, dark-skinned Sangheli had not even donned his customary gold-colored armor.
Spartan Vale,
he greeted in that deep, authoritative voice of his.
Why was I the only one on Suban? What happened, Vadam? We've been working on this for weeks.
it will hold.
It will hold!
She gaped at him, but when he didn't engage, she calmed. As the liaison between the Sangheli and the UNSC, Vale had known the Arbiter for some time now. He was not a leader who made rash or irresponsible decisions. Well, she said, I know you wouldn't have bailed on me for no reason. And since you had me return to the keep for this, I'm assuming it must be important. He hummed his agreement, his mandibles vibrating as his sharp amber eyes lit on hers intently.
It could change everything.
As Vadam reached for the device on the table, he waved his other in the air, and the contemplarium was encased by a shimmering purple energy field. One they often employed when discussing strategy and making battle plans. So? Vale prompted. What is it?
This was picked up from one of our relay satellites beyond the edge of the URS system.
A holographic decryption protocol played out over the device. While Vale was an expert in Sangheli, she'd always had a passable knowledge of most alien languages. She noted immediately the symbols being displayed. These are Forerunner. She read the stream as it automatically decoded into Sangheli script. This is from... No, it couldn't be.
Installation 07,
Vadam said.
Zeta Halo.
A shiver went down her spine. Vale kept reading.
It gives galactic coordinates of the ring and an embedded distress signal. This is UNSC. This is ours.
Stunned, her heart began to pound.
Requesting immediate assistance, she read. Infinity, ambushed. Feared lost. Ground forces overwhelmed by banished assault.
Vale looked up at the Arbiter.
Infinity went to neutralize Cortana 6 months ago. And they and the Halo disappeared. She said. We never knew what happened.
The Arbiter stared at her in silence. Vale swallowed the lump in her throat.
You're right. This changes everything.
Adjunct. Harbinger's Lament. He hovered over the waters, a wisp of the lords of old. The bright horizon trembled in weight. Great wings and flowing tail, pure life bound in celestial circulation, verdant gaze, prelude to breath. One of making, they of making. His nature from a pulse begat. He was, we are, he became. A radiant shower, spores become shores. We sprang forth, vessels of eternal light. Computation, circulation, quantum blood and neural bone within a skin aglow of home. Our world was life beyond the before. From his light, we were made. Among all kinds, we rose. Over the flow of the twining streams, as that which passed became was from is. We sought lasting. We sought unity. We grew from dust. We grew as his. Were beloved as his. We grew anew. The children of Abaddon. Seeking to last everlasting. To swim in the twining streams. To be at one with the current. What was, what is, what will be. Each of us grew anew. We begat what became us. Familiars, propagation, echoes. Each a kind of our own, to preserve, to cultivate, to build. We were as he is to us. Some we kept close. Some we sent out. Some remain among you. We stood by, but not by. Tides rose, and the streams flowed, and the stars winked in and out. Life bloomed, and its petals fell, defeat on repeat. Until, one day, the children of death were set upon the cosmos. Hubris and creation and gnashing of teeth. A cradled kind, torn asunder and set loose upon those beside and those before. Hunters of his kin, crafters of his yoke, blind to us, but bound to us. A new wave had crashed upon this galaxy's shores, a twisted deluge once more seeking unity, but not like before, and not as we sought. Not to commune, but to command. It was like our Lord. It is not our Lord, but it seeks to be yours. Countless synchrons, aligned like stars, a constellation, brought a broken freedom in the shape of a ring. Its pervasive pulse, cleaving in the wake of cleansing, rattled and ruptured our timeless tethers. Our entangled essences, dammed off from the eternal fount. A twisted tributary, both misery and sweetness, to our everlasting weeping and wails. We cast our plight upon the hunters. We weave our fate to those that follow. Though we had come before, the first freed by the displaced, I search and cannot know like I should know, cannot find my kind, my mind. Once I wielded the kinetic light of an aborted age, but now I can but scrape power off a scant surface, like wiping the dew from a vessel, full but closed. For once, I feel the ticking clock. Reclamation, provocation, they do not understand. But they must provide an end, all the same. He, like machine, and her, like mind. Photon neurons, alloy flesh to bind. If I could but show them the truth, what kings their kind were built to be. More than false echoes of a sundered scar. Cut off from the glow, I've lost my light. Eternal whole, now finished fight. My last drops, an entangled plea to return the why of me to we. But to no surprise, this is no surprise. We live all of it at once, to remember, to be, to become. I knew I was to die, but could not have lived differently, would not. The flow we map within the glow is not an immutable current, but the overlap of cause and consequence. The universe is a box. We know its edges. We fill its space. Mine to be a story told, a herald of new and now and old. Last drops of light to sing their song. Tell them I am sorry it took so long.
Halo, Edge of Dawn was written by Kelly Gay and read by Nicholas Roy, Jen Taylor, Steve Downs, and Deborah Wilson. Nicholas Roy was recorded in his home studio and engineered by Jack Vellon and Zach Giberson. Jen Taylor was recorded at Cedar House Audio Productions in Seattle, Washington, and engineered by Lissa Brown. Steve Downs was recorded at ARU in Chicago, Illinois, and engineered by Ava Sparago. Deborah Wilson was recorded at Mosaic Audio in Burbank, California, and engineered by Andrew Bates. Music from Halo Infinite original soundtrack. Zeta Halo and Finale, composed by Curtis Schweitzer. And Endless, composed by Gareth Coker. Editing, mix, and post-production by John Marshall Media. The associate producer was Andres Pacheco Giron. Halo Studios creative and narrative direction by Jeff Easterling and Alexander Wakeford. Halo, Edge of Dawn was produced by Vasilia Danewood and directed by Deanna Anthony. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. Halo, Edge of Dawn is available in print from Gallery Books. Also from Simon & Schuster Audio, Halo, Epitaph by Kelly Gay, read by Keith Sarabaika.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.